Elayne, sweetheart, come get your lunchbox. I had just finished packing my daughter's lunch, neatly arranging everything in her favorite box. She walked over, grabbed it, and slipped it into her bag, moving with the same swift efficiency I'd grown used to. Her aquamarine eyes sparkled under the light, her silky black hair catching every ray, but her face, as always, remained expressionless. Be safe today. Give mommy a kiss, I said, leaning in to kiss her cheek. She nodded, a motion devoid of feeling, as if the gesture hadn't touched her at all. I'm going to Anna's after school, she said, her tone flat. Wait, what about our Marvel series night? We were going to binge watch. You love those movies, right? I asked, trying to hide my disappointment. Elayne didn't respond. She left the house without another word, the door closing softly behind her as she hurried off to school. I sighed, a familiar feeling settling over me. Why did she have to be so distant? We could have talked about this earlier. I had been looking forward to our time together, even watched those superhero movies for her sake, movies I didn't even enjoy that much. Leaning against the counter, I rubbed my temples, frustration mounting. Why is it so hard to connect with my own daughter? It's been 5 years since my husband passed, and since then, Elayne had changed. The bright, open child she once was had slowly faded, replaced by someone quiet and hard to reach. I knew it was difficult for her, just as it had been for me. But I tried. God knows I tried. It all came to a head last year when we fought over New Year's plans. She didn't want to spend it with my family, and instead of talking it out, she ran away. I was frantic, and the police didn't take me seriously. She came home the next day, but after that, she locked herself away, spending all her time playing that virtual reality game. I glanced at the VR console I had bought her for her birthday, a decision I now regretted. It had consumed her life. A knock on the door interrupted my thoughts. It must be Rita, I muttered, walking to open the door. Sure enough, there she was, my bubbly friend from high school, holding her toddler, Emilio. Rita's laughter and optimism were a constant comfort, especially during the dark days after my husband's passing. Auntie. Emilio squealed, and I couldn't help but smile. Hello, my little man. I said, patting his head. Rita stepped inside, setting down her things. Elayne, I've got something for you today. You're going to love it. What, more makeup to buy? I'm already stocked. I joked from the kitchen. Nope, not this time. It's a gift, she replied. I returned with tea and cookies. Rita grinned and pulled out a sleek black box. Tada! The latest VR headset. My eyes widened. What? How did you? I won 2 in a contest. And since you're trying so hard to connect with Elayne, I thought, why not give you one? Play the game with her. Rita explained. I blinked, taken aback. You're crazy. This thing costs a fortune. You should sell it online or something. Rita waved me off. I want you to have it. It might help you bond with Elayne. Plus, you can make money in-game by selling virtual items. I shook my head, but a small part of me wondered, could this actually work? Would playing her game bring us closer? The day passed with us chatting, but as the evening settled, I found myself alone, staring at the VR console on the table. Eventually, curiosity won out. For Elayne. I'll give it a try. I set up the device, following the instructions carefully. Before I knew it, I was in the game, greeted by a mysterious goddess who called herself Gaia. She guided me through the character creation process, and soon enough, I had become Planta, a dryad who could nurture nature instead of fight. As the game world materialized around me, I smiled. Maybe this was the bridge I needed to reach my daughter. Maybe, just maybe, this virtual world could bring us closer together. As I mentally requested my status, a holographic window materialized before me, just like those futuristic screens in sci-fi movies. My husband used to love those. He would always make me watch them with him, even when I wasn't interested. I sighed, pushing the memory aside. The status screen was filled with numbers, abbreviations, and symbols I didn't understand. Why did modern games have to be so complicated? I barely understood social media, this was on an entirely different level. Trying to make sense of the stats was overwhelming. I wished I had a personalized guide to walk me through it all. Ding! As soon as I thought about wanting an explanation, additional windows popped up, explaining each stat in detail. But there was so much text. Did I seriously have to read all this just to understand the basics? I sighed. Isn't there a guide or something? Hello? Gaia? I looked around, but the only response was the rustling of leaves. Then, I remembered. There was something called an inventory, and Gaia had mentioned leaving me a gift. Maybe that would be more useful. Inventory. Flash. Another window appeared, far simpler than the status screen. Player, Planta. Gold coins, 0. Fame points, 0. Added friends, 0/100. NPC allies, 0/100. Inventory, 1/100. This one actually made sense. So there was a currency, gold coins, which seemed medieval. But what were fame points? And why did I have a limit on friends? That was a bit harsh. Not that I'd ever reach 100 friends anyway. I clicked on the inventory icon. A blue box appeared with a small, red-colored gift inside. I reached in and pulled it out. Beginner's Gift Box. A starter pack to help new players begin their journey in new life online. Enjoy. I tilted my head. It felt oddly light in my hands. Inside was a tiny note with no details on what was inside. Well, only one way to find out. Poof! A bright flash of light burst from the gift, making me stumble back. You have opened the beginner's gift box. You acquired a bag with 1,000 gold coins. You acquired 20 low-grade health potions. You acquired 20 low-grade mana potions. You acquired helper spirit. Oh wow! I stared at the small pile of items now on the forest floor. Red and blue potions, obviously health and mana potions. And a bag of 1,000 gold coins. If I could bring this into the real world, I'd be set for life. But then there was this thing. The helper spirit looked like a small, glowing blue orb. I picked it up, inspecting it closely. There was something inside, but before I could see clearly. Flash. Yua. I nearly fell backward as the orb floated into the air. Two tiny blue wings appeared on its sides, flapping rapidly like a hummingbird. What? Is this a pet? I asked. I am not a pet. The tiny orb had a voice, a cheeky, somewhat bratty-sounding boy. In fact, I cannot fight, nor grow, nor do I feel hunger at all, it declared proudly. I blinked. Then what are you? I am a helper spirit, sent by Goddess Gaia to assist you on your journey. If you have questions, just ask me. I narrowed my eyes. I don't have to feed you, do I? Of course not. I feed on my goddess's divine power, the spirit huffed. Good. In that case, explain these stats to me. The orb flapped its wings, tilting in confusion. Wait. You don't know what stats are? Nope. Seriously? What are you, 40? I gasped. How rude. I'm only 36. I'm in the bloom of my youth. Why, you're quite old. I am not. I snapped. How dare this tiny thing call me old? Stat explanation. *HP, health points your life. If it hits 0, you die. Self-explanatory. MP, mana points needed to use skills and magic. Running out makes you mentally tired. STR, strength how hard you hit and how much you can carry. VIT, vitality increases HP and stamina. Helps with physical endurance. DEX, dexterity precision and handling delicate tasks. AGI, agility speed, evasion, and critical hits. Good for assassins and thieves. INT, intelligence, magic power and memory capacity. WS, wisdom, magic resistance and overall knowledge. LUC, luck effects, drop rates, evasion, and crits. I sighed. Why are there so many? Couldn't they make it simpler? Newbies like you always complain, the orb muttered. Just ignore the numbers for now. Fine, fine. Also, store your items in your inventory before someone steals them. People can steal here. Yep. Some player killers, PKs, loot corpses. But don't worry, I disabled that setting for you. You what? Just looking at your face, I can tell you're not a fighter. I frowned. Rude. The spirit laughed. So why are you here, anyway? You don't seem like a hardcore gamer. I'm trying to find my daughter. She loves this game, and I want to reconnect with her. Oh. That explains why an old lady is playing. Stop calling me old. Okay, okay. Don't report me, or the devs will delete me. With the helper spirit by my side, I focused on my first goal, finding the tree of beginnings, as instructed. A red arrow appeared above me, floating in the air. I followed the glowing path through the dense forest. The surroundings were stunning, lush greenery, wildflowers, and mushrooms that glowed faintly. It all felt so real. As I walked, the spirit spoke up. You don't know your daughter's in-game name? I shook my head. No idea. Sigh. You really are a handful. Excuse me. Before I could argue, something rustled in the bushes. A small creature hopped out. Shoo. It was a brown rabbit, except it had a tiny horn on its forehead. Oh. A cute little bunny. I smiled. That's a level 1 horned rabbit. Kill it before it kills you. I blinked. But it's so cute. CHUU. The rabbit lunged at me, horn aimed at my chest. Yua. I barely dodged. You idiot. Attack. I don't have a weapon. Use your dryad powers. Imagine a thorn on your hand. I hesitated but followed his advice. Crack. My MP dropped by 10, and my hand morphed into a sharp wooden thorn. That's kinda freaky. No time for doubts. Stab it. Ah. Slash. Critical hit. You dealt 20 damage. The rabbit disintegrated into particles of light. You gained 50 EXP. Panting, I stared at my thorn hand. I think I'm starting to understand this world. Then, a voice whispered in my mind. My child. Come closer. Suddenly, I heard the voice of an old man whispering to my ears. Who was it? Wait, was this the tree that I've been looking for? It knew how to speak. I wonder. Well, this was a fantasy game, so everything was possible. Guider, was that voice? I turned to the floating orb. Yes, I also heard it. That's the place where your main quest will begin. Remember that I said that you can only accept one quest at a time. A main quest is where you can begin. The main quest will then begin to branch into many new quests that you must complete consecutively. They auto-generate over time and based on your interactions with NPC. They call this the branching quest system. The guide spirit told me something about this. It seemed that you could only take one quest because there was only one main quest. And then it branched out into many quests. This was confusing. Well, let's move there, the arrow is indicating to me to get there. This is easier than I thought, although I still feel bad about killing that little rabbit. I wish I could have made it my pet. A pet? Well, dryads have the ability to befriend forest creatures, and farmers have the power to tame cattle animals too. With enough job advancements, you can even become things such as shepherd and tame a bunch of sheep. But that's not something that has happened before. Nobody picks such a useless class due to how little it has to offer in fighting capabilities. Said the spirit. You're a weirdo for picking a race and a job class that doesn't even have much fighting power. Don't you realize that in an RPG you need to fight and kill monsters to grow stronger and progress? I don't. And I joined this game for my daughter. I am not into these kinds of games. I sighed. Sigh. Well, count on me, I will try to help you. But you're quite the handful. Said the guide. I didn't seem to be a conventional player. Well, I had never played these games in my life, so everything was fairly new to me. While some people might have felt familiar with the mechanics, they all seemed alien to me. Also, from the little games I've ever played, this felt more like I was having a trip elsewhere than playing a game at all. It really was like living a new life with magic included and fairy tales. Maybe I should think of it like that instead of seeing this as a game. We walked across the forest until we finally reached a place with a large and crystalline river. There were small fish swimming around, and I wondered if I could fish them out. You can fish them out using the fishing skill. It is included in your farmer's skill tree for 5 skill points. You gain 5 skill points and 5 stat points with each level. The guide said. Oh, I didn't know that. Maybe the farmer is really useful. I said. Well. I guess. All of a sudden, a strong presence made itself known around our surroundings. The air felt heavier than before, and there was even something mystic about this entire place. Alongside that, the voice from before spoke to me. My child. Here. I finally looked behind me and suddenly realized there was a very big and old tree hiding within the forest. It was surrounded by many other smaller trees. That's the place, said the guide. Tree of the beginning, is that you, sir? I asked. Yes, please, come closer. The tree spoke to me directly into my mind, something I had never thought possible. I decided to follow its direction. I walked towards it and finally reached it. It looked like a beautiful mustard tree. Actually, those started out as nothing more but little seeds but became gigantic if you let them grow into trees. The tree of beginning was so big it covered the entire sky above, and made a natural ceiling with his hundreds of branches and leaves. But there were no fruits on his branches whatsoever. Hello? I asked. Yes. Hello, my child. What is thy name? My name? Elayne, Planta. I couldn't just tell my real name around, it was better for me to just pretend I was in another role. I needed to roleplay with my new name in this game instead. Planta, my child. It has been eons since a forest spirit was born in this place. We are in dire need of your help, the forest is dying. And just like that, the tree went straight to the point. The forest was dying. What is the meaning of this? Why? The old tree suddenly began to tremble, as the bark changed shape, and the face of a very old man emerged, with long beard and tired eyes that shone with golden light. That you've been born in this time is a signal. The goddess of life, Gaia, has sent you here to aid us. Please, you must help the forest survive this catastrophe. Oh okay, I'll do what I can, but I don't think I can do much. You can do more than enough. Dryads have unique powers, especially with your job class. I have never seen such a wondrous job class before. It is ideal for our problems. You have really been sent here by our goddess. The tree seemed joyous of my presence here, and he was talking quite fast for an old person. Ding! You have accepted your main quest. The quest branching system has been activated. A new quest had automatically begun. Suddenly, in front of me, the holographic windows emerged once more, and communicated to me that the quest was already taken. When did I accept it? Wait. I did say I was going to help him. Ah. Well, that was good. Thank you for accepting my request, said the old tree. So, what should I do? I wondered. The tree suddenly started to emanate a bright glow around the entire place, and such a glow encompassed me. Flash. What is this? Your health and mana are recovering at twice the speed. As long as you're around me, your health and mana will regenerate faster. Make sure to come rest to my side, my child, whenever you feel tired of your journey. Oh. I see, thank you. I said. Every race has a special area called home resting area, where they can come back to rest and recover HP and MP. You can automatically teleport here as well with a cooldown of 5 hours, the helper spirit said. I can. How? I asked. It is included in your spirit of the forest skill, said the guide spirit. I see, thank you for telling me that, I really didn't know. I said. Well, that's what I am here for, said the spirit proudly. Now, my child, you've now marked this place as your home. Whenever you feel tired of your journey, come take a visit to rest and sleep, said the tree. Thank you very much, sir. I am very grateful, I said. Ah. It is no problem, dear. You're very polite, that's good, that's good. The tree seemed surprised by my manners. Were all people in this world impolite or something? My mother always told me to be polite with people. If you want others to be polite with you, you must be polite with them first after all. However, the tree seemed to be very old because he had not answered my original question. Was this because he was an NPC and his answers were limited? I wonder. So, what should I do? I asked. The catastrophe that this forest is about to suffer will happen in some time, but with your abilities, it could be possible to stop it from occurring, he said. What, catastrophe? I asked. Stop interrupting the NPC while he speaks, said the guide spirit. Ah. Geez, okay, sorry. I sighed. Don't worry, I am glad you're so worried. You see, this is the ancient spirit forest, a place that once belonged to Our Lady and Mother of Life, Gaia. It was her sanctuary. However, due to certain circumstances, she had to leave this domain, and since then, it had been slowly deteriorating. It used to be an enormous forest that extended almost over the entire continent of Verdant, but now, it had been reduced to only but 10% of its original size. Sighed the tree. This is not only happening due to the lack of spiritual energy that was provoked by our goddess leaving this place, but also due to the dark miasma that is spreading across the world. Dark miasma? What is that? I wondered. It would be too complicated to explain exactly what it is, but it is corrupted mana that only spreads destruction, infecting life and twisting it into aberrations we know as dark beasts, said the tree. It is your duty to clean the miasma from the forest and to not let it infect the sanctuaries of fairies and spirits spread around, all while helping as many little beings as you can. Oh. So I have to clean. I am pretty good at cleaning, I said. I see, that's good then. The dark miasma has originated from the dark demon king of miasma, Marduk, an evil demon that had woken up from his million-year slumber after having been struck down by the 7 ancient heroes and the tree continued to speak about folklore I didn't know about. This entire game seemed to have a very expansive lore, something that made it feel even more alive than I ever thought. He explained to me that the dark miasma had spread from the dark continent where the dark demon king of miasma woke up. He was originally sealed there by the 7 ancient heroes, but now that 1,000,000 years have passed, the seal weakened, and he was back up again. It seems to be a worldwide event, and this being is what people call world boss. Each time, a lot of players attempt to defeat one of them. If the world boss was defeated, the story of the entire world changed and advanced further into a new chapter. It was said by the guide spirit that there were 3 other world bosses before this one that were already defeated by the players. All 3 of them marked a new beginning when they died. Each new beginning was ushered in by an update with many new features, races, and job classes dropped, alongside new areas and continents to explore too. However, it was said that from all other world bosses, this was the strongest of them all. Hundreds of attempts had already been made to defeat him, but all had failed. He was way too high-leveled, and many people were still trying their best to defeat him. Eventually they'll do it, I am sure. I was not really interested in heading out to fight such a being though, so I planned to stay in this forest and help the world realistically instead of having great dreams of vanquishing evil. After all, the promo of this game said that we can play it however we wanted to. Do you understand? He asked. Yeah, I get it. I said. Very well then. For now, there is a small village of squirrel folk nearby that had been being attacked by the dark beasts and contracted a strange disease that is slowly weakening them. Many of their elders had already perished. My child, it is your duty to find a cure for them. Please, I beg of you, he said. Ding. New branching quest has been generated. Save the squirrel folk. The squirrel folk village had been struck down by an evil dark beast which they managed to somehow defeat, but now many of them had contracted a devil disease that is slowly eating away their lives. It is your duty as the spirit of the forest to find a cure for their deadly disease before the last descendants of Ratatoskr perish. Completion rewards, special items, gold, experience points, NPC allies. Failure penalty, the last descendants of Ratatoskr will perish, and your reputation in the forest will go down. There it is. I got a new quest now. Good, please go help them. I beg of you. Don't worry, I will do my best. And like that, my small journey began. I believe I might have to complete these quests before finally embarking outside and trying to find my daughter's avatar somewhere. This was going to be quite the long journey. I had a new mission and that was helping the squirrel folk. But what were the squirrel folk anyways? I had sometimes seen creatures that were like people but had animal features in popular games and movies that I often saw during the commercials on TV. I remembered that the commercials for this game also featured people with animal ears and tails, and they called them beast folk, as I saw that in the beginning when I could pick a race. The quest also said they were the descendants of Rata. Ratatos. Ratatoskr. Who is that? I didn't really know. Is he supposed to be another lore character I didn't know about? Whenever. Once I finish playing today, I'll take a break until tomorrow and investigate a bit more about this game on the net. Guide Spirit, what are squirrel folk? I asked the helper, as we moved towards the direction the red arrow was indicating me. Are they beast folk? The guide spirit looked at me with his 2 large and round eyes. Those eyes seemed to be filled with some sort of disappointment now written all over his face. Is it okay for an AI to look at a person like this? You don't even know that. Well, beast folk are people that are closer to beasts. They're also closer to nature. They come in all shapes and sizes and can be either human-like with just some animal features to completely beast-like but that have several human-like features instead. The squirrel folk is. Said the guide spirit. Maybe I shouldn't spoil it for you. We are almost there, look. The guide indicated to me something, he pointed out at the far left from my side, as a different view greeted our sight. Right at the side of another crystalline river, there was a small village of houses that were atop the tall trees. They were all made out of branches tightly stuck together, and then covered in plants and mud. I had never seen such houses aside from those old documentaries of Aboriginal tribes in the Amazon jungles of Brazil. I was quite an enjoyer of world's documentaries. I remembered that the people that lived there made houses like these. Oh, a village atop the trees. Wait, how am I getting up there? I wondered. Is there a way? Just climb, said the guide. There are a few branches here and there, you could make them the support to climb. Ah. This is going to be a bit difficult. It has been years since I climbed a tree. I sighed. After I had my daughter, I really lost a lot of my fitness. My husband spoiled me too much with sweets he always brought after work. Whatever you are in real life doesn't matter. This is a game, as long as you keep your satiation meter high, you can do a lot of stuff, said the guide. Come on, just give it a try, you can keep trying endlessly. Oh. Okay then. I will trust you. I looked upwards and saw no single soul in the treetops. Perhaps all the squirrel folk were inside of their houses sleeping because they were feeling sick. I moved towards the nearest tree which had several small branches and was weirdly shaped, and I attempted to climb it. Hoop. Ah. This is a bit hard. Huh. I continued to move upwards, but suddenly I realized I was strange. It felt as if my hands were sticky and got stuck into the tree. What was this? Was I secreting sap? Well, I was some sort of plant person after all, so that was possible. Ah, this reminded me of Spider-Man's powers, the guy who climbed such areas like a spider did. My husband loved those movies, they were the last movies I ever saw with my husband and my daughter together, so they hold a special place in my memories. How odd, I am climbing easily, I said. My hands are sticky. Oh. Ah. I guess dryads can climb trees easily. Must be another feature of the spirit of the forest skill, said the guide spirit. It does say that it aids you at adapting to any terrain in the forest. Being a dryad is not so bad, see? I asked. Every race has its perks. Yeah, but there are better races out there, said the guide spirit. You could have chosen dragonkin to have immediate fire breath and scales for both offense and defense, or demon to have very powerful dark magic. Yeah. But I got green magic, that ought to be nice, right? I asked. Ah, we are here. I easily climbed a 15-meter tall tree like nobody's business. I really felt like I had regained my youthfulness. I found myself atop the large and thick branches that interconnected the trees. There were large bridges made of wood that were used by the beast folk here to walk from tree to tree, apparently. And I also could keep perfect balance as I walked atop the tree branches. If it were my normal body, I would be having a very hard time balancing myself. Good job, you're better than I thought. You still had some techniques at climbing that were useful, the guide spirit said. Yeah. Now, let's go to that house over there, maybe we can find someone there, I said. I moved through the branches and ran towards the house. It lacked a door but had red-colored cloth covering the entrance, so I excused myself and moved them aside to enter the very dark place. Excuse me. Is there someone here, UWAH? Groar. The first thing I saw as I entered was a mass of. I can only describe it as a mass of darkness. It had the shape of a rabid wolf, or something, and it now glared at me with furious, red-shot eyes. What the heck is that thing? I asked. Damn it. A dark beast, said the guide. Quickly, evade its upcoming attack. A attack? Greyo. The wolf made of darkness leaped towards me, but thanks to the guide's help, I preemptively evaded and squatted down into the ground. The wolf jumped straight out of the tent, crashed down into the branch, and then fell down into the 15-meter big fall. Crash. It fell. Oh. I suddenly found a creature that was hidden beneath the bed of the house. It looked like an actual and adorable, brown-colored squirrel. It had the size of a child, and he trembled fearfully. "Don't worry, the evil dark beast fell down to his death, so stand up, come out," I said. "I am not evil, I swear." "Who are you?" asked the tiny squirrel, as it came out of the bed. I am a dryad. The tree of the beginning sent me here and, you're so cute and fluffy," I said, as I began to pet the big squirrel with my hands. Its fluffy fur was soft and warm, it was very cozy to touch, and I felt the urge to squeeze it with a hug. "A dryad? Really?" he asked. He seemed to have the voice of a young boy. "Yeah. Anyways, why were you with that thing? Are the other houses having the same problem?" I asked. "That's a bit dangerous. What if they get eaten?" "No. Don't worry, that thing just appeared like half a minute ago," said the squirrel folk. "My grandma died here a week ago due to the disease, and when she died there was a lot of this dark mold left. I had been trying to clean it, but today it suddenly converged into a living being and I was so scared I hid beneath my bed." "Ah, you poor thing. Don't worry, Mama is here for you," I said, as I hugged the cute squirrel and kissed his forehead. The squirrel seemed a bit embarrassed over my show of affection, but he didn't shy away from it. "Why, you're a bit too expressive, Lady Dryad," he said. Did you kill the thing?" "Oh. The thing? It fell off. It must be dead by now, right?" I asked. "Nothing can survive such a big fall anyways." "What? No. It must be still alive," said the squirrel folk boy, as he walked outside the tent, and I followed him from behind. We saw the dark wolf slowly attempting to climb back here by shaping its body as if they were large claws. It no longer looked like a wolf, but it was more of a werewolf thingy. Grur. Grar. The damn wolf thing now looked right into my eyes. It was so scary I felt suddenly paralyzed. Was this really just a game monster? "Quickly, kill it, Planta," said the guide. "It already lost some HP from the fall." "Kill?" "But," I said and bit my lip as I looked down. "You're going to hesitate to kill that thing?" "It tried to kill the squirrel folk," said the guide. "Also, these things are not even normal monsters, these things are literally just miasma, a dark energy. I don't know if they're even literally alive." That's. I looked down into the wolf, it was getting closer and closer. The squirrel folk was also paralyzed in fear, trembling as he looked into this dark entity. "This darkness. Why don't you leave us alone?" "Damned be the demon king," cried the boy. "Please, help us, Lady Dryad." I've always felt bad about killing other things, I even hesitated to kill bugs, or even ants when I was a child. I just didn't like the concept of mortality. I've never liked to bring down the life of another living being, it felt bad. I always thought that such a thing was God's work, not mine. But this was not real life. So, it should be okay. And even if it were, for my daughter I would do anything. And for this small child. If I have the strength to do it. Why shouldn't I do it? I will. Don't worry, dear. Mommy will do it. I said, as I looked into the wolf slowly climbing. I was already just a few meters closer. Okay. How do I do this? Can I attack from a long distance? I asked. Yes. Use the green magic skill you got. There is a spell named, Plant Manipulation. Use it to manipulate the tree and form sharp spear-like branches right into the wolf's body. That should kill it. The damage is based on your INT stat, and you got a bunch of that. Okay. The guide spirit told me a valuable tip, as I quickly imagined what he told me. Plant manipulation. Flash. Suddenly, I felt as if my mana was drained out of my body. Rivers of blue energy emerged out of my body, as they flowed into the tree. Troom. Suddenly, the tree shook and trembled as if it was about to fall, but that wasn't the case. The tree suddenly started to crack, but it was because the bark began to shape-shift itself to the image I had in mind. Kill that thing. Clash. 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 And right after those words, enormous spears made of wood with sharp tips came out of the tree and pierced through the entire body of the wolf-like creature made of darkness. Oruru. The beast gave a last, agonizing howl, as its entire body suddenly exploded into black smoke, and dissipated. Ding! You have defeated a wolf-shaped dark beast, Elite LV4, you gained 500 EXP, bonus. Race and Job Class EXP, 550/1000. You acquired, Dark Essence, X1, Black Core, X1. You acquired 85 gold coins. I killed it. I sighed. I looked into the system's notifications, as I had acquired 2 weird items and a lot of gold. WL. Amazing, you're really like the dryads I've heard about in fairy tales, lady, said the squirrel folk, as he suddenly hugged my legs adorably. I am glad I could save you, dear. I sighed in relief and actually felt a bit tired. I suddenly realized my mana stat was in red color, as if warning me of something. Ah, it was too low. That one attack consumed 200 MP. I certainly couldn't do that all the time, I guess. Good job. See? It's not that hard to kill, hee. Laughed the guide. It was as if he had fun seeing me kill things. What a strange guide. But now, it was time to assess the problem with the village. Phew, that was quite close, we almost didn't make it. I had to use almost all my mana to kill that thing. Plant manipulations was not the spell that I can use consecutively, that was for sure. Maybe if I run out of mana, I'll have to use other attacks. For now, however, I had 20 mana potions and health potions inside my inventory. When I checked them, they each indicated that they'd recover 200 HP and MP respectively, so I could drink one of these potions and get back all the mana I lost. But the thing was, I didn't know where I could even buy any more mana potions. I only got 20 and 20 of the mana and health potions, but there didn't seem to be any shops around that sold them. Wait, could this village sell them? Well, due to this scarcity, I didn't want to waste them for now until I was in a very dire situation. The guide spirit told me that mana regenerated every second by a little bit, depending on my INT and WIS stats, the natural regeneration increases. Thank you so much for killing that thing, Lady Dryad, said the tiny squirrel folk boy. Don't worry, it is my duty as the forest spirit to help those inside the forest. Or so said the tree. I said. Anyways, what's your name? My name? Ah. My name's Acorn, nice to meet you, Lady Dryad. What's your name? He asked. Acorn? Is that really your name? Oh my god, it really fits you. I said. My name is Elayne, Planta. Oh, Lady Planta then. Were you really sent by the tree of the beginning? This is big news. A dryad would certainly be able to help us recover from the disease, said the boy. Yeah, I am here for that. So, what should I do? I wondered. Do I use my green magic? Green magic? I don't know if that would work. Anyways, let me guide you to the elder, he's still somehow hanging out, even after many of our people have already passed away. He said he knows something about how to cure it, but there is nobody to help us gather the materials. Sighed the boy. What about you? You seem healthy. I said. But I am weak. He sighed. Ah. Well, very well then, guide me there dear. I said. Understood. The little 1-meter big squirrel led me through the branches, as I slowly walked behind him. On the way, I made sure to check every little house I came across, finding the squirrel folk sleeping over their beds. Many had strong fevers and were coughing a lot. They were all in terrible conditions. Were they really NPC? Because I really felt bad for them now. Why did developers make their creations suffer so much? They all seem sick, many of them might be on the verge of dying. We really need to do something urgent, said the guide spirit. Geez, maybe I won't be able to log out in a while. I sighed. Ah. How much time has passed. This is not like those weird fictional stories about VR games. The same time happens from both the game and inside, so an hour outside is an hour inside of here, and you've been playing for around 3 hours and 20 minutes. Said the guide spirit. Oh no. That's a long time. I began playing around 2 p.m. so it's around 5 p.m. now. Geez. I guess I ended up skipping lunch. I sighed. Well, it is not good that you play too much. Maybe you should log out, grab something to eat, and log in again. Said the guide. It is bad to overexert yourself. Okay. I will after I talk with the elder then. Thank you for worrying about me. I thought you were just a mean guide, but you're very nice. I said, as I petted the little light bulb. That's. Well, it is my duty. He said shyly. Here, Lady Dryad. Acorn led me to a larger than usual house. As I entered, I found small stairs that led up. It was something which Acorn began to climb dexterously while I had to slowly climb because they were too small for me. When I reached the second floor, I found a very old-looking squirrel man dressed in a long blue hat over a bed. Most of his hair was gray, and his eyes seemed weakened. His breathing was slow. Ah. Acorn. The squirrel grandpa looked at Acorn with a weak gaze. He seemed to be barely able to see by now. Was this because he's old or because of the disease? Elder. The tree of the beginning sent a forest spirit, a dryad. She said she was sent here to help us recover. Said Acorn. The elder's eyes opened wide and I was able to see that they were completely white. He had no pupils. Was he blind? He wasn't able to see anything, nor me. Ah. Really? Lady Dryad, where are you? He asked. He grabbed a stick and moved it around, hitting Acorn in the head accidentally. Ouch. Elder, don't use that old stick, she's right here, said Acorn, as he pointed at me. I moved towards the elder and held his small squirrel hand covered in gray fur. I am here, elder. Don't worry. I said. Please, tell me what I must do to help your folk. Ah. Such a soothing voice, my Lady Dryad. I really thought that Goddess Gaia had forgotten us. To think that she sent one of her daughters here. I am so happy. Please, help us. He cried. I will. Don't cry, cheer up, I will do anything I can, I said. Acorn told me that you know something that could heal the disease. Is that right? Why yes. Ha. I had figured out the recipe some time ago, but I was not able to make the potion because I fell ill. He sighed. My body has no strength. What recipe is it? I asked. It is in the small table over there. A potion named, Miasma Cleansing Potion. He said. Grab that recipe and collect the materials. After that, using an alchemy pot down there on the first floor, merge the ingredients and make a potion. That's easier than I thought. I said. So green magic won't do? Green magic is certainly good at healing, but the thing is. He sighed. The thing is, the miasma disease is not something that can be cleansed with green magic. The forces of nature are rejected by the miasma. Only a special toxin produced from the very beasts that form from the miasma can cancel out the effects of the disease. I had researched this for a long time. Please, trust me. I will. Very well then, leave things to me. I said. Thank you. I am very grateful. He sighed. I moved towards the table as I left Acorn holding the elder's hand. Grandpa. We'll do everything we can to heal you and the people. He cried. So make sure to not die until then, okay? Oh, okay. My dear Acorn. I won't kick the bucket yet. I still have some time before. I'm going to meet your grandma. He sighed. I miss her. Cried Acorn. I do, too. Sighed the elder. It seems that Acorn was the grandson of the village's elder, and his grandma that died was actually the elder's wife. Damn, that's harsh. I looked at the paper, and it even showed drawings of the materials I needed. For this particular recipe, required the following. Dark essence, x10. Black core, x10. Morning flower dew, x5. Spiky purple mushroom, x5. Leaf of youth, x5. An. Golden sap, x5. These items look complicated to find. How do I even get them? Ah. I got the first 2 ingredients necessary. Andy got one of each by defeating a dark beast. Wait. I needed to defeat 9 more to complete the recipe. Ugh. They were already strong. I'm not even sure if my battle against one without it being at a disadvantage would be easy. I can guide you to those items. If you check their descriptions, you can see where they're located and from where they come from. Said the spirit guide. This entire forest is separated into many sections, each one with their own name and special monsters. We have to go in order and pick each item from all around the forest. It's not going to be a short journey. I see. Let's go then. We don't have any time to waste. Any second lost is a second these people have to endure this. I said. Wait. Hold on, weren't you going to eat lunch? Come on Planta, this is a game at the end, so go eat first. Said the guide. But. No buts. Okay. I ended up being reprimanded by the guide spirit, but before I could log off, Acorn came rushing to my side. I will help. Even if I am weak. Lady Dryad can protect me. I have other skills that can be useful, so please bring me with you. I know the places where there are dark beasts roaming, he said. And also the places where there are the other ingredients. Ah. But Acorn, dear, you're too young. I said. I cannot really put you in danger. Please. I want to help. He cried. I've always been a burden to everyone. I just want to help. Sigh. Okay. But make sure to stay stuck to me all the time. I said. I will do everything I can to protect you, but don't get yourself in trouble either. Alright? Oh okay. Said the little squirrel folk. And suddenly, some system windows showed up. Ding! You have befriended the NPC, Acorn, the timid squirrel folk boy. Your bond level between you and Acorn have increased. You can now bring Acorn with you as a party member. I added him as my friend. Oh right, there was the possibility of befriending NPCs. I had almost forgotten. So he had his own skills that can help. He said something like that. I looked into the boy who stood there. So we are going, he asked. Let's wait a tiny bit before that. I said. Okay. Acorn sat down while reading the recipe, as I saw his status. Oh, he actually had one. NPC name, Acorn. Race, Squirrel Folk, LV3/30. Race EXP, 230/3000. Job Class, Apothecary, LV6/20. Job Class EXP, 172/6000. Satiation, 74/100. HP, 60/60ths. MP, 330/330. STR, 26. VIT, 35. DEX, 45. AGI, 55. INT, 30. WIS, 30. Luke, 40. Race skills, 4 out of 10. Beastfolk, Squirrel Kin, LV2, Acrobatics, LV3, Fur Production, LV3, Acorn Shooting, LV2. Job Class Skills, 6 out of 10. Alchemy, LV4, Synthesis, LV3, Appraisal, LV3, DX Up, LV2, AGI Up, LV2, Crafting, LV3. Equipment. Squirrel Folk Tribal Clothes. Wood Bracelet. Wooden Staff. Item Bag. He really had a nice status for being so small and cute. I even think that he's stronger than me physically, even though I am taller. He even has more HP than me. And he has some peculiar skills. So Squirrel Kin can even shoot acorns? That's interesting. Acorn, I will log out for a little bit. So can you wait until I come back? I promise I won't take too long. I said. Log out. What's that? Wondered the squirrel. Ah. It is like. How come an NPC doesn't know that? I asked. NPC, asked the squirrel as it tilted his head. Wait, guide, these people. I asked and turned to the orb. NPC are not aware they're NPC, so please just don't bring it up, they'll always don't know what you're talking about. Just tell him you're going back home for a bit, he'll understand. Said the guide while whispering to my ears. Oh okay, I am going home for a bit, so I might end up disappearing, I will come back quickly after I get something done with, I said. Okay then. Please take care, Lady Dryad, said the squirrel. Ah, you're so cute. I said. I petted Acorn in the head and gave him a little kiss on the forehead. Take care as well, I said. Are all dryads this expressive? He asked a bit embarrassedly. Perhaps, I said. I quickly clicked the log out button and disappeared from there. I opened my eyes, and I was once more back to reality. Phew. That really felt like something else. When I logged out, I found myself alone in my home and it must be around 5 p.m. so my daughter was about to come back soon. I needed to quickly go cook something for her. I quickly sat down over the bed as I sighed, my body felt heavier than it felt in the game. Ah, I will have to get used to the difference in weight that there is between reality and game. But I already missed those beautiful trees and the cute squirrel. They were really so cute, weren't they? I said aloud. But there was no answer. I smiled ruefully as I stretched some more and then I moved outside my bed. I suddenly missed talking with the guide. That little orb was there for anything I ever wondered about. He was almost like a friend. However, in reality, I only got this weird automated AI that was seriously not person-like. Ah. I am so hungry. I walked outside of my room and ran into the kitchen and turned the TV on. I started to take out some ingredients from the freezer. Minced meat, onions, garlic. How about some pepper? And rice. I am going to make Mommy's special homemade hamburger. My dear always liked these. I sighed. As I used the TV as background noise to not feel alone, I began putting the things over the kitchen table and then I checked my phone. I sent a message to my dear princess. Elayne, my love, are you already out of the school? Come quickly so you can eat with Mommy. Elayne is writing. Oh, she read it fast. I told you I was going to Anna's house. Why do you always forget everything? Ah. She was so cold. I had forgotten because I ended up spending too much mind energy in the game. Right, she was going to spend the rest of the day in her friend's house, and probably pass the night there too as it is already the weekend. I guess I'll see her tomorrow morning. I sighed. I will be all alone today as well, I guess. I quickly sent her another text apologizing for forgetting. Okay. Sorry. Take care. I love you. Tell Anna that I am grateful for her and her family to welcome you in their home. Make sure to always be polite with the people there, okay? Okay. Ah. She always responded, okay, all the time. It was so hurtful. Why couldn't she just say, okay mom, at the very least? Sigh. And like that, I ended up all alone. I put some rice in the rice maker, and began to cut the onions, garlic, and colorful pepper into tiny pieces, which I mixed with the minced meat. I added some salt, black pepper, and a few other mixed spices into it. I wish Acorn could taste this hamburger. I began mixing the meat until my hands ended shrouded in the scent of the spices, the onion, garlic, and pepper. After that, I made tiny hamburgers and covered them in some flour. I guess I can save some in the freezer and fry them tomorrow for her. That'll do. I will wrap them with some plastic foil first. And then put them in the freezer. I quickly did as I said and saved the rest of the hamburgers. Meanwhile, the oil was already boiling, so I put 3 small hamburgers in there and they began to slowly fry. They're more like croquettes than hamburgers, but my grandmother who was Mexican always called them hamburguesas and not croquetas. I guess it was her way of making them, so I cannot blame her, they're tasty, nonetheless. I sat down over the chair. After I washed my hands, I opened my laptop and began tapping the keys, searching for any basic info about New Life Online I had missed. There were a lot of things I had not bothered researching before I began playing. I found a lot of new info as I researched in the official forums. There was apparently a special town where everyone teleported into, named Beginning Town, which was accessible through the game's menu. In that town, I would be able to meet with many players right away. But would I be able to find my daughter there? I don't know. This town was a special town that was often used for the game's special events, Christmas events, New Year events, Halloween, and so on. It even changed in appearance depending on the events going on. The forum said I could buy interesting items there in the market, where people from all over the game sold what they made for gold coins. It seemed that the game lacked normal shops where you could constantly buy items from NPC. The NPC themselves also made the items and they didn't magically produce them infinitely, so you had to find really well to locate a good shop, and sometimes it even ran out of items. Interesting, it had a lot of realistic aspects. Also, there were a lot of classes and races. There were the normal classes such as human, elves, dwarves, beastkin, wolf, bear, fox, cat, sheep, etc., and giants. Even giants had variety, they could be 3 different kinds, ice giant, fire giant, and mountain giant, but each class comes with advantages and disadvantages. There are no true all-rounders that can do everything without difficulties. But there were also other classifications of races, such as the mystical races, namely spirits. I am a dryad, so I was catalogued as a forest spirit, but there are also fire spirits named Fear, water spirits named Nymph, and so on. So I really was a spirit. I needed to check my skills when I got back to the game. And, there was another thing, the monster races, which had more categories, and one of the biggest ones were the undead. Monsters races came in all shapes and sizes. There were werewolves, vampires, ghouls, zombies, skeletons. Wow, were they really similar to a human body? There were the dragonkin too. Wait, weren't these more like demi-humans? It seemed like it was all just mixed up. There were goblins, orcs, oni, and even trolls and ogres. Wow, there was just everything, wasn't it? I might one day find a player with a weird race, and I might even think they're a monster. And job classes, too many, I couldn't really list them all. But there were indeed some very weird classes, such as the machinery engineer, the buccaneer, bandit. Wait, bandit? There was a bandit class. What was this? I thankfully took the farmer class. It seemed like it was exactly what I wanted to do in the game. It came with the basics for a lot of production-based classes, and its job advancements always improved the quality of life. I could even settle down in the forest and make it my home, while I also traveled around the world of the game and teleported back home from time to time. I could even raise sheep and become a shepherd. That sounded fun. FRSSH. Ah. The croquets. I quickly took them out, but one of them ended up a bit too burnt. I was going to eat it anyway. I didn't like to waste food. I served myself some white rice, and then I cut some tomatoes and lettuce, and I was ready to eat. Food always tastes better when you're very hungry. I sighed happily. I ate everything in just about 10 minutes and ended up completely filled. Ha! I think I ate a bit too fast though. I sighed. I went to the bathroom and then took a warm bath to relax. I don't think I'll be leaving my room until it was very late for dinner, and was probably just going to eat some instant noodles since my daughter won't come home to eat. With all said and done, I continued researching a bit more over my bed, and found out there was a cash shop in the game where one could spend real-life money. Ah, so there was indeed monetization stuff, so unfair. So the rich could get anything they want, huh? But as I read it more, I was wrong. Actually, they couldn't get everything they wanted. All things in the cash shop didn't really give advantages to people in terms of levels, stats, and other things. They were mostly cute clothes, weapon skins, monster pet eggs, food, and other utensils. They also sold territories. And you could even buy a house in the game in certain areas. Oh. Maybe I could use some money to purchase an area for me. But I needed to save it for my daughter's college. I better stay as a free-to-play player. Though I remembered that my friend said that one can make money in the game. How come? I researched and it seems that you could grind gold and sell it by the billions for some hundreds of dollars, and then there was a more advanced market where you could sell special rare items that could only be crafted with special items and by only very experienced crafters, alchemists, and more. Wow. I wonder if I could make one of these legendary-looking items and sell it off one day. The most common and easiest to make looking item that was being sold is named Spell Trace, which was something made by alchemists, and it was a piece for a spell scroll that were used to enhance items and give them bonuses randomly. By using 20 of them, you could create a spell scroll and enhance an item to give them random bonuses. I see, that's a bit of random. I don't like it as much. But they sold like hot cakes. Well, if I ever learned how to make some, I was going to find a way to sell them off. Maybe I can get some extra money that way. It wouldn't be bad. There was then some stuff about a metagame or whatever. Mostly very hardcore players that talked about PvP matches. Bossing, which was simply heading off to kill boss monsters every day for some reason to get loot and accumulate money to keep growing stronger, and stuff like that. I didn't really care about anything of the sort. The game really looked way too realistic to care about weird things like those in my opinion. I was already happy with interacting with the NPC and helping them out, to be honest. How could these people not care about all these people and all this world? The only thing they were obsessed with is dealing millions of damage to a boss monster. Yet they can't even defeat the new world boss yet. Anyways, enough researching for today. I quickly put on the VR headset and dived into the game once more after making sure everything was fine outside. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself inside of the elder's house. Acorn was sitting over a chair reading a book about alchemy, it seemed. Ah! Lady Planta, you're back. That was quick, you only took an hour like you said. Said Acorn. Did you eat? Yes, I did, now I feel fine. Let's go search for the items then. What is the closest to here? I wondered. I hope it is not killing dark beasts. Oh, no, dark beasts are scattered everywhere, so we'll have to search for them for a while. But I know where the mushrooms are. Please, follow me, said Acorn. As I logged back, I was greeted by the adorable acorn who actually waited for me. It seemed that real time also happened here when I was logged out. This really made me internally worried. What if something bad happened when I was not even here? I sighed. He decided to guide me where the mushrooms were located, so I decided to follow his lead while we decided to talk about anything that came up on our heads with the guide spirit. As we walked down the tree, the squirrel folk were like squirrels themselves, so they were able to climb and go down trees with incredible ease. And I did as well. It wasn't so hard after I got used to it, so I easily moved down and got into the forest floor once more. I had not realized it, but this avatar was barefoot, but the forest floor didn't hurt my feet, and it felt nice to touch the fresh soil beneath me. It is getting late already, let's go pick the mushrooms and then let's return to rest until tomorrow, Lady Planta, said Acorn. If we wander too much at night, we might get attacked by stronger monsters that show up. I see, then let's hurry so we can come back here. I will cook something for you if you got some ingredients as well. Do you people eat meat? I wondered. Rabbit meat? Oh yeah, we mostly eat seeds, but meat is also alright, said Acorn. Did you catch a horned rabbit? Yeah, I plan to make a nice stew with it, I said. It will be nutritious for you when you're still growing up. Ah, it's been a while since someone cooked for me. I can barely cook on my own. He sighed. You're a pretty good alchemist but you don't know how to cook. I wondered. Isn't alchemy like cooking? Kind of, but not the same, said Acorn. As Acorn guided me, I began to talk with the guide spirit. It seems that when I spoke to him, the NPC didn't notice me, and they also were completely unaware of his existence, as if he were invisible to them. I wonder what I will do if something happens here while I am out. Rays will have an enhanced quality to their rank. What is this? It has so many effects. Guide spirit, why does this thing have so many effects? I asked. Is it bugged? No, all races have this special skill that they can level up as they evolve, said the guide. Each race has this many effects on their racial skill, it determines what they're good at and what they're bad at. It often comes with a bunch of bonuses that makes your race unique amongst others, it also comes with your natural weaknesses. Dryads get a lot of boosts inside forests, but outside of one, well, they lose almost all of them. I see. So I am overpowered inside a forest. Makes sense. Well, I am not planning on leaving any time anyways. I said. I quickly checked the other skills. Photosynthesis, LV1. As a plant-type race, you're able to draw energy from sunlight and water and produce your own food. Your satiation will automatically recover as you bathe in the sun, and all your stats are increased temporarily while bathing in the sun by plus 20% with each level. Your recovery of HP and MP also increases by plus 50% while photosynthesizing. Oh, this was why I didn't feel so hungry in the game. I guess my satiation bar was still quite high, it's around, only 80. And it has been almost a whole day, I really did recover satiation just by receiving the sunlight. That was incredible. Green magic, LV1. The magic that only those connected to nature to the point they're part of it can conjure. You can learn new spells as the level of this skill increases. Available spells. Level 1, Plant Manipulation, Verdant Recovery Light, Accelerated Growth. Oh, this one was interesting, I unlocked new spells with each level. I see. I knew that plant manipulation allowed me to manipulate plants, but what was Verdant Recovery Light and Accelerated Growth? Green magic is unique to a very few races, Dryads, Ents, and Brownies, nobody else can use it, and all of these races are very rare and not many players pick them. Said the guide. It has interesting effects. The guide spirit told me that the green magic skill was actually very rare and only 3 races could learn it. I wondered if having a specific job meant you could learn it though. There should be something like a shaman or a druid job, right? Didn't they learn it? Can't jobs learn it? No. Jobs can't learn magic, magic affinities come in the race skill tree. You can pick a job that enhances your already existing magic affinity though. If you pick being a human, you can pick your magic affinity, which can only be one. Other races have it fixated. Your magic affinity and that of ants and brownies is nature, so you got green magic, said the guide spirit. That's pretty interesting. So fire demons get fire affinity and dark demons dark affinity? I asked. Fire demons are Onis technically, and yeah. Dark demons are called Majin, by the way, said the guide. Don't forget this stuff. Calling an Oni player as fire demon might sound rude. Huh. Oh okay. I doubt it, I said. So you would be happy if someone just called you a plant? Asked the guide. No, right? Well, I would feel a bit offended, yeah. I said. I guess I get it. You cannot see other people's status without their permission, but you can see their name, race, and job above their heads, so you can know the basics about them at the very least, said the guide. Make sure not to confuse a skeleton player with an actual monster skeleton. Oh okay, I get it. I decided to check the 3 spells in more detail now that I could. Plant manipulation. Cost, 10,500 MP, varied. Cooldown, 10 seconds. The natural magic that every green mage has grants them the power to manipulate plants that they directly touch, shaping them to their imagination. The larger and more complex the shape they take, the more mana they require. Plants can be left permanently shaped in the form you desire or brought back to normal shape without mana cost. Verdant Recovery Light. Cost, 50 MP. Cooldown, none. The natural ability of all green mages. Being close to nature make you an excellent healer. Using the power and life of nature, you can recover basic wounds and the health bar will increase once more. If used near a forest, the spell leaves a status effect that double automatic recovery on a target for a minute. Accelerated Growth. Cost, 200 MP. Cooldown, 20 minutes. By employing the power of nature, you're able to accelerate the growth of living beings for 10 minutes, doubling their total growth speed. Players, NPC, and tamed monsters receive X2 EXP buff and their HP and MP regeneration is also doubled. Plants you're raising and also cattle receive a X2 boost to their growth speed and can grow more beautiful, with double the chances of becoming high quality or extra rare quality. What? This is amazing. All these spells are very useful. How come a race that boosts EXP gain is not widely used by other players? I asked. What is wrong with people? There are other spells that can boost EXP gain, such as the bishop spells, which are more common classes amongst parties, and they're even more specialized healers, supporters, and can deal strong holy light damage as well, said the guide. Meanwhile, the Dryad is a bit lacking in all of that. Ents and brownies too, Ents are way too slow too, and brownies seem to specialize even more in growing plants than anything else. And maybe digging the dirt. I see. I guess it is not as incredible as I thought. I sighed. Agriculture, LV1. As a farmer, you're incredibly close to nature and the agriculture of plants is your greatest understanding. You're capable of raising plants at an amazing speed, being able to also help the soil gain nutrition in the most efficient ways, and more. While raising any sort of plant, their growth speed is accelerated by x5. Any plant you raise with care and time will have a guaranteed higher rank than they would originally have. You're able to recycle plants by turning them back into seeds of a quality rank lower. The soil you take care of will grow healthier, and you are able to innately enhance the soil with nutrients that you can make out of other items. You can appraise any type of plant in the game. Interesting. This supplemented very well the race skill I got. But it was all about raising plants. I should really get to make a farm right away after I was done with these quests. Perhaps if I could get the help of the squirrel folk, that would be even better. And lastly, AGI up, LV1. Increases agility stat by plus 10% with each level. Oh, that one was quite simple. I guess that was it. My only attacking methods were plant manipulation or shape-shifting my own body, both consumed mana, but were the only way I can fight. Alright, I was ready, and I only spent about 5 minutes checking that, so it was not too much. Lady Planta, those mushrooms there, the purple-colored ones that got spikes atop their heads, they're behind those big orange ones, kill those, they should drop the item, said Acorn at my side. I see. Come with me then, I said. Make sure to stay behind me, dear. Okay. Acorn slowly walked at my side as we began to sneak around. We walked behind the bigger mushrooms and skipped the walking mushrooms walking around. If we enraged them all by attacking one, it would get pretty dangerous, so we had to snipe out the purple ones and then get out of here. We need 5 spiky purple mushrooms, right? I asked. So we have to kill 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, there are around 8 of them scattered all around this mushroom canopy place. I guess that's enough. Yeah, that should be enough. So, what's your strategy? If we got closer, the poison might weaken us or kill us off. Sighed Acorn. This is why nobody has tried hunting them. I see. Well, my strategy is simple, we won't even need to move near them, Accord. We'll snipe them out from a distance, I said, then turned to orb over my shoulder. Guide, do monsters follow you when you hit them? If they see you, said the guide. If they can't find you, they'll begin searching for you. Okay then. I got an idea. I can shapeshift my body to any plant I have in mind, right? Can I detach my own body and fire it? I wondered. I had not thought about it, but is it possible? Maybe, he wondered. Not even he knew, perhaps no other Dryad player had ever tried this before. Let's see. I looked into my hand and then shaped it as sharp thorns that grew long. That alone cost me around 20 mana, but I knew that if I shaped too much, it might cost way too much, so I left them like this. Your hands are thorns now, Lady Planta, asked Acorn. Yes. Look. I pointed one of my fingers towards the moving mushroom, the nearest purple mushroom, which had suddenly stopped wandering around and stood there for a while rather dumbly. I am sorry, little one. I apologized to the creature, then I consumed 10 more mana. The thorn of my finger then blasted off like a bullet. Bang! Wow, it worked. It even released a sound similar to a damn gun. Clash! Grow! The purple mushroom suddenly was attacked, as a thorn flew into its body and pierced it. I saw its HP suddenly drop by 30 out of 100. They were not as deadly as actual bullets, but they worked as long-ranged attacks. And, ouch, I saw my HP bar in detaching my own finger cost 1 HP. Well, that was not too much, my HP was 50 though, so I cannot abuse this too much. Amazing, said Acorn. Now, fire an acorn while it's still confused. I said. Okay. The squirrel folk boy suddenly took a big acorn from his item bag and pointed it at the mushroom that was still somewhat dizzy and confused from the attack. Hwa. Flayash. Clash. Grai. The acorn flew towards the target, and just as he said, his aim was very good, the acorn hit the mushroom head-on. His attack blasted it into the ground and made it roll several times. It was so cute it made me feel bad. Gryu. The mushroom slowly tried to stand up, it had around 20 HP left, more than enough for me to finish it off. I pointed my second finger at it and then, fire. Boom. The thorn crossed through the air and reached the mushroom, and hit it instantly. The mushroom gave a pitiful groan of pain, as it quickly died. It fell over the floor as its eyes turned X-shaped, which was quite cartoony. Poof! And then, as the guide once said, it turned into particles of light and left some items behind. Something that looked like a purple-colored mushroom cap showed up, and some money too. They were all instantly added to my inventory. You defeated a walking spiky purple mushroom, level 3. You gained 350 EXP. You gained 55 gold. You acquired the spiky purple mushroom, X1 and poisonous mushroom, X1 items. How odd, I got 2 items out of it. What was poisonous mushroom anyways? On top of that, the creature included another item. I looked into my inventory, and there was the spiky mushroom, which seemed non-poisonous, and then a small, purple-colored mushroom that was poisonous. Interesting. I wonder if I can take out the poison and eat it. Now that I think about it, were these mushrooms edible? Maybe I could make mushroom soup. Oh my, somehow these mushrooms now all look quite appetizing and my fear of killing such cute things has suddenly disappeared. Ah, it had been a while since I ate some good mushrooms. Nice. Did you get the dropped items? Asked Acorn. Is the item there? Yes, it is. Good teamwork. Killing stuff from afar fits me better in the end, it is more secure that way, I said. Now let's kill the other one in there. Okay. Now that I've gained some more confidence, we sneaked around the mushroom forest and reached an area near another purple mushroom. I pointed one of my fingers at it, and quickly shot it down with 2 bullets in one hit. Boom! Boom! Gryawu! The double impact left the small mushroom rolling around the floor. It got so angry it suddenly released a large purple-colored smoke that started to spread around and reached me faster than I thought. Ugh! Cough! You've been inflicted with poison status, 5 minutes, your HP will go down with each second. Ah, crap! I ran away from the smoke as I saw that Acorn managed to evade it in time. I was about to use my healing spell on me, but Acorn took out a small green-colored tonic and gave it to me. Please drink this. It can heal and cure poison. I made it using recovery leaves that we cultivate back at home, said Acorn. Oh my, thank you. I drank the potion, which was quite bitter, like the bitterness of a very strong tea, and I felt the poison fade away instantly. This is amazing, I said. You could have used these with the people. No, they cannot fend off my asthma, they are good for treating it, but not curing the disease. Sighed Acorn. I see. Well, quickly shoot down the mushroom, look, it is coming right towards here. I said as I pointed at the mushroom. Acorn quickly took out an acorn and fired it at the mushroom right on its face. Boom! Grye! Poof! It died on the spot. You defeated a walking spiky purple mushroom, level 3. You gained 350 EXP. You gained 55 gold. You acquired the spiky purple mushroom, X1 and poisonous mushroom, X1 items. The moment the mushroom was defeated, we both gained EXP, and I acquired the dropped items and gold. It seemed like that NPC somehow cannot get these items. It was weird, but I was not in the mood to question this game mechanics for the moment. More than that, there was something else that happened after that tiny mushroom perished. Your race and job level have increased from level 1 to level 2. You gained plus 10 skill points and stat points. All your stats have increased. Ah! I leveled up. Why you did? Were you level 1, wondered Acorn. I thought you were an ancient fairy. I'm not ancient, instead you say I'm actually quite young in a sense, I was just born, I said. I think. Oh. I guess that's why you're level 1 then. But the abilities you used are clearly not those of a level 1, said Acorn. Let me check something. I looked into my status and saw that my stats had increased. I had read about this before, every level increased in both race and job increases your stats depended on the race and job you are. Warriors naturally got more strength and vitality, and mages received more intelligence, and so on. Player name, Planta. Race, Dryad, LV2/30. Race EXP, 250/2000. Job class, Farmer, LV2/20. Job class EXP, 250/2000. Satiation, 100/100. HP, 50/50ths-70/70ths. MP, 250/250-300/300. STR, 12-17. VIT, 12-17. DEX, 12-17. AGA, 16-28. INT, 35-47. WIS, 40-50. Luke, 30-35. Race skills, 3 out of 10. Spirit of the Forest, LV1, Photosynthesis, LV1, Green Magic, LV1. Job class skills, 2 out of 10. Agriculture, LV1, AGI up, LV1. Skill points, 10. Stat points, 10. Equipment. Spirit of the Forest robes. Bracelet of Nature. Crown of Spirit Wood. Seed pouch. My stats increased. But by a little bit only. I guess the rest of the increase should be done through the stat points. This was something I've read a bit earlier in the forums. It was recommended for players to spend their stat points in their major stat. It meant that if I was a warrior, I would increase my strength, if I was a tank, I would increase HP and vitality, and if I was a mage, I would go for intelligence and maybe MP. How many stats does a single stat point give? I wondered. How many? Well, 1 for 1. Except with HP and MP, they give 2 points in exchange for 1 stat point, said the guide. Your class is bad at physical strength, and you need MP for literally doing any attack, so you're more of a mage. Increase your MP pool as much as possible for now. That's what I recommend. I see. But I increased my MP by 50 with a single level though, I said. Shouldn't I increase another stat that increases less frequently? I guess you can do whatever you want, but mana is important, said the guide. Didn't you use like 200 mana just to finish off that dark beast? If you don't want to waste a lot of mana potions, you should invest in mana. Ah, you're right. Let's see. I guess I will dump it all into mana for now. Ding. You exchanged 10 stat points. Your MP has increased by +20. Now. Can I pick a new skill? Oh, how do I level skills? Using skill points too? I asked. Yeah, 2 skill points is equivalent to 1 level. Each skill has a different max level while the race skill level increases when you evolve, so you cannot use skill points on that one. Now your farmer and dryad skill trees are quite vast at the stages you are at. This is mostly because both the race and the job are good at a lot of little things but never specialize in anything aside from raising plants, said the guide. Anyway, you can select a skill and acquire it by spending skill points. So pretty much using 2 skill points will level up a skill to level 1 and make it usable. Which you can place in the skill slots afterwards. But remember that you can only have 10 and 10 skills, you can't have more, so you should be careful what you pick. If you pick too many skills, you won't be able to use them all. Sometimes investing in already existing skills is better. But it depends on what you want. Alright, let me see what I got here. I looked into the skill trees of both race and job class, and found a couple of skills that were available for them. Skill tree, Dryad. Plant synthesis, LV0. Life drain, LV0. Spirit magic, LV0. Natural charm, LV0. Daughter of nature, LV0. Spiritual shield, LV0. Plant companion, LV0. Nature's rage, LV0. INT up, LV0. Whis up, LV0. MP up, LV0. Skill tree, farmer. Tame, LV0. Cooking, LV0. Brewing, LV0. Crafting, LV0. Sewing, LV0. Fishing, LV0. Alchemy, LV0. Robust body, LV0. Farm animal companion, LV0. Farming tools usage, LV0. Terrain adaptability, LV0. Soil manipulation, LV0. DX up, LV0. HP up, LV0. Wow, there were too many skills to pick. What should I even choose in this situation? I truly felt overwhelmed by the sheer amount of choices, but deep down I really wanted a few of them. I had 10 skill points and therefore I was able to pick up to 5 different skills, but if I didn't level up my other skills, I wouldn't grow stronger and I might even get stale. So I cannot really go crazy, I had to pick what I really need now. As there was some level limit, it meant that I got 5 skill points per level of race and job. I had 50 levels I could potentially increase, which meant that I had 250 skill points in total. I smiled a little. I was quite good at math. However, I needed to remember something. I had to spend 2 skill points to level up a skill, and when I saw that some skills had a max of level 20 such as green magic, it meant that I couldn't really get all my skills to max level with these points. At best I could only increase the level of a skill 125 times, which meant that I could probably afford 10 skills at level 10 at most. Perhaps 11, but there were clearly some skills I wanted to reach level 20 with, such as green magic. This was complicated. Screw it, I was what other players call a casual player, so I really shouldn't think so much about min-maxing, especially since my goal was not becoming the top player or something. I should pick whatever I want. And what I wanted was. You have exchanged 8 skill points. You learned the life drain, LV1, tame, LV1, cooking, LV1, and farm animal companion, LV1, skills. You have exchanged 2 skill points. The level of the green magic, LV1, skill has increased to level 2. Green magic, LV2, has unlocked the plant boost, wood shield, and seed creation spells. Oh. There were so many things one could get for just being level 2. This game was really generous with their players, wasn't it? I was beginning to see why people had so much fun leveling, I guess. So much customization really excited me. And it seems I could even evolve if I reach max level in my race and do job class change when my job reaches max level. That would probably bring a whole new set of skills as well. Anyways. These were the skills I picked up. Life Drain, LV1. As a powerful life attribute spirit, you're able to manipulate the life of your enemies and drain it directly from their bodies. Any attack you deal will drain 20% of the damage dealt as HP, and 5% of the damage dealt as MP. This one was an obvious choice, draining HP and MP from a foe was essential. I can already do it with my racial skill, but this will boost it even further, giving me the ability to acquire MP based on 5% of the damage I dealt. Which meant that if I dealt 30 damage to a foe, I'd get 1.5 MP. Wow, that was so little. Well, it was still something, and it would increase as I level it up. Tame, LV1. As someone deeply connected with nature and animals, you're able to tame a monster that is willing to be tamed or that has submitted to you. Beating a monster to near death might not guarantee a successful taming. Monsters are prideful creatures that sometimes prefer death over being with a jerk. Try to be nice with the creature you want to tame. If a tamed monster is badly treated, it might run away. Treat them well and keep them well fed. As the level increases, your maximum amount of tamed monsters increases by +1. Current max amount of tamed monsters, 0/2. This was also a given. I really didn't like fighting that much, but if I could find companions to do it for me, all the better. I could tame up to 2 creatures, but what should I tame? And how? It said that even if I beat something to near death, it might not submit to me, so I had to try other methods. Maybe tasty food could work. Cooking, LV1. Grants access to the ability to cook in-game. Real-life abilities can be transferred to the game, however, as the level increases, the quality of your meals will also increase, and might even include special effects that grant temporary buffs to those that consume them. I wanted to cook, so I picked this one. Farm Animal Companion, LV1. Channel your connection with the typical animals that are used in farms and summon a random farm animal to become your companion. This summon will be loyal to you from the get-go and doesn't count as a tamed monster. It can develop on its own and require food and care. Every 3 levels of the skill, you can summon a new companion. Each level slightly increases the strength of your farm animal companions. If a farm animal companion dies, it can be summoned again, but 50% of their gained strength will be lost, and they will start with 0 closeness with you again, so make sure to take care of them and not sacrifice them. Max number of summonable farm animals, 0/1. And lastly, this one. There was also another skill named Plant Companion, but I decided to leave that one for later, because if I could get something like a cow, then it meant I could probably get milk. Or if it was a sheep, then I'd get wool. But maybe I could get something even better. If I got something like a chicken, I could get myself an egg-producing machine. Ah. Maybe I shouldn't think of farm animals like that, but they were farm animals for a reason. Such creatures could produce resources, and that was why humans kept them. Aside from meat, that was, but I was not going to sacrifice a pig if I got one. I guess I should summon it right away. Wow, you picked a bunch of weird skills, said the guide. I guess your race and class combination really gives you some weird mix of skills, huh? Shut up and watch. Summon Farm Animal Companion. Flash. Suddenly, a magic circle emerged above the ground in front of me, as the figure of a creature standing on its 4 feet slowly emerged from it. What could it be? Me. Oh. What? You summoned a creature. Incredible, said Acorn. That's. Seriously, sighed the guide. I shouldn't have expected a legendary creature. What emerged in front of me was a beautiful creature. It had white and long, silky hair, a large pair of white horns, and wonderful yellow eyes. It was a goat. You have summoned a white goat, female LV1. And it was a female. That meant she could give milk, maybe. Me. Please, dear, shut up. You're too loud. Me. The goat continued to groan until the mushrooms started to notice us some more. And there she was, my glorious goat. I used to live in the countryside when I was a little girl, since my parents lived in the house of my grandparents. It was only when I grew up that I ended up moving to the city with my husband. But back then, I always played around with the animals we had there on our own little farm. We had chicken, ducks, gooses, cows, and goats, and they were all lovely. I loved them all. But I always ended up sad when one of them suddenly disappeared. I was very stupid back then, so it took me a while to learn that my grandpa killed them so we could eat them. It was a harsh truth I learned when I was a little girl, and for some time I hated my grandfather for doing that, but ultimately, I ended up giving up. I decided to not grow more attached to the farm animals because I understood my grandfather and knew that it was his way of living. I loved him, and knew that hating him over that was just very immature. Nonetheless, I was never able to take the life of one of those farm animals myself, even when my grandfather wanted me to do it, so I would lose the fear I had for it, but deep inside I just wished that we didn't have to kill animals to eat them. I guess I have changed from back then. It was just some stupid thoughts that any children would have. Nonetheless, as I saw how there was a cute goat at my side, I couldn't help but have my heart melted by her beautiful and fluffy appearance. I wanted to pet her head and walk around with her, and feed her grass, and cuddle with her like I used to do with the goats in the farm. They always used to lick my face. I was very happy. But, this girl. She was not stopping her screams. She was screaming way too loudly. What's wrong with her? Was my goat a bad one? Was the summon a failure? Is she bugged? What's wrong? A name? Belle. I name you Belle. Like, the little goat I once had. The name, Belle, has been assigned to the white goat. Me. Belle suddenly calmed herself. Was she desperately asking me for a name? Did she had to be so loud? Now dozens of mushrooms are walking towards us. Crap. Lady Planta, this is bad. The mushrooms hate loud sounds. They're coming for us, we ended up enraging them, cried Acorn. I am well aware of that. Let's go, come. I said. I grabbed Acorn with my hands and then jumped over Belle's back. Me. Belle didn't seem to mind, as I asked her to run. Run. Belle. Run. However, she didn't run in the direction I wanted to. She moved to the other side and charged at the mushrooms. What? What was wrong with her? Suddenly, Belle's eyes turned red, and her horns glowed brightly with mana. She suddenly pointed her horns at the upcoming mushrooms of various colors, and hit them all with her horns and blew them away. Clash! What the heck is going on? Cried Acorn. Your goat summon is blowing away all the mushrooms. She's awesome. What the? She indeed had a lot of strength, but this is ridiculous. Why is your goat so insane? Asked the guide. It must be the randomizer. Summons have randomized natures. And her hidden nature is. Warmonger. Warmonger, you said. Why is that even a nature? I asked. These game developers are way too crazy with their choices sometimes. For the first time ever, I agree with you, said the guide. Me. Belle continued to run around the mushroom canopy. Her hoofs left large marks over the mushroom caps we stood on, as she pushed all the mushrooms away with her horns. Most of them already had half their health depleted, and the smallest and low-level ones already began to die. Clash! Ding! You defeated a small orange walking mushroom, LV1. You gained 80 EXP. You gained 20 gold. You acquired the orange mushroom cap, X1 item. Me. Belle rammed at the mushrooms even as her MP went down to 0 after she drained it all in her horn attack and charge skills. This time, she only used her sheer strength and slammed at the slow mushrooms so fast that they couldn't even release spores to defend themselves. Clash! Ding! You defeated a small orange walking mushroom, LV1. You gained 80 EXP. You gained 20 gold. You acquired the orange mushroom cap, X1 item. Boom! Ding! You defeated a small orange walking mushroom, LV1. You gained 80 EXP. You gained 20 gold. You acquired the orange mushroom cap, X1 item. Ding! You defeated a large green walking mushroom, LV2. You gained 220 EXP. You gained 35 gold. You acquired the green mushroom cap, X1 item. And then, Belle suddenly glanced at a purple-colored mushroom, and charged at it angrily. W8. That one is poisonous. I cried. My Belle didn't stop, so I pointed my hands at the mushroom and fired several thorns at it in quick succession. Boom! 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 Cry. The mushroom was hit 3 times by my thorn bullets, as I call them, and quickly died on the spot. Wow, did I just get way stronger after leveling up to just level 2? Well, my bullets already did 30 damage, and the mushroom was strong but weak in HP, so it had 100 HP, my bullets now did 35 damage, enough for 3 bullets to finish it off. Amazing. You defeated a walking spiky purple mushroom, LV3. You gained 350 EXP. You gained 55 gold. You acquired the spiky purple mushroom, X1 and poisonous mushroom, X1 items. Belle angrily hit the mushroom corpse away before it could even turn into light and angrily tore it apart into shreds. What? Why did you do that? Bad goat. Stop already, Belle, all the mushrooms are escaping now. Me. However, Belle was a bloodthirsty goat, she chased down the mushrooms that were on the verge of death and began to jump over them. She crushed them into the ground and tore them apart with her sharp hoofs. Clash. Boom. Crash. You defeated a small orange walking mushroom, LV1. You defeated a big orange walking mushroom, LV2. You defeated a gray walking mushroom, LV2. You defeated a giant red walking mushroom, LV3. She did the same with every single one of the mushrooms, which were all weakened. Meanwhile the ones at full health jumped away from the mushroom canopy and just escaped her fury. Conditions have been met, Belle has increased to level 2 and learned the Berserk mode, LV1, skill. What is this ridiculousness? You learned a skill by leveling up. Ah. I guess that's how it works for summons. I wondered. Me. Belle answered me angrily, as she suddenly crushed a large purple mushroom that was half dying on the ground. You defeated a walking spiky purple mushroom, LV3. You gained 350 EXP. You gained 55 gold. You acquired the spiky purple mushroom, X1 and poisonous mushroom, X1 items. Belle. Please stop already, I am getting dizzy. I cried. Mee. However, Belle was utterly insane. I felt like she was the reincarnation of some sort of demon god or something, because she was just going completely insane. And after she leveled to level 2, she gained a new skill that only helped her get angrier. She suddenly exuded a red aura from her body, and she charged at the last mushrooms around and crushed them down into pieces and used her horn attack repeatedly now that she regained her MP after leveling. Me. Boom. She suddenly jumped high into the air, which made me feel like throwing up the food I had for lunch. Belle then fell like a meteor and stomped over 3 different mushrooms, which even had a poisonous one included in the menu. She crashed so strongly that the mushroom cap serving as floor broke apart and we ended up falling over the ground below. Uaf. Woo-ah. This is crazy, cried Acorn. Unlike me, he seemed to have enjoyed the thrill. Clea was. When I opened my eyes, I found myself over the forest floor. My HP had gone all the way down to 10, but it was slowly regenerating. I looked around and found Acorn, he was safe as he fell over me. And Belle was on the floor eating grass as if nothing happened. Me. Don't me. You were way too crazy. What was all that about? I asked Belle. Me. Belle didn't seem to care about what I was saying, as she began to lick my hand. Ah. But still. Why did you go so insane over there, girl? I sighed. Belle continued licking my hand and then she waved her tiny tail around happily. She seemed so innocent and cute, a complete opposite from the total warmonger she was a few seconds ago. This is crazy. I never thought a summon could be so aggressive. She just killed things using sheer anger. Sighed the guide. I have to report this to the developers. Don't. I like her that way. Even if she's crazy, she can do all the killing for me, right? I sighed. It is better that way. I guess. I had realized that Belle had an amazing potential, this girl could truly become a strong companion for me and Acorn. I slowly crawled towards Acorn and woke him up. It was already getting dark, so we had to move back to the village and let him rest inside of his home. Yua. What happened, he wondered. Well, my summon went berserk. At least we managed to kill the 5 purple mushrooms, and look, I leveled to level 3. What about you? I asked. I also leveled up. I guess I got shared EXP. He said. Your summon is amazing, Lady Dryad. But I thought dryads would summon things like plant monsters. Not, an angry goat. Ahaha. This is, well, it is what it is. I sighed. Right. Acorn stood up and brushed off the dirt on his clothes. Belle, come here, I said. Me. Belle walked to our side obediently. Can you go there? I asked as I showed her the mini-map and marked the village there. Me. She seemed to be able to, so we rode her once more, and she began to run towards the village at a great speed, which was quite a surprise. I had leveled to level 3, but I wanted to leave the assessing of stat points for later. I got a bunch of items too, but I want to check them tomorrow as well since I was actually quite tired and I wanted to sleep. Well, here we are. Belle brought us to the village at an amazing speed, then she suddenly sat down in the grass, seemingly a bit tired. Nonetheless, her satiation bar was still quite high. She had eaten a lot of grass, which seemed to be her preferred food, so she was able to fend for herself quite well as well. It seemed like summons were more independent than tamed monsters that seemed to require more care. Here are the purple mushroom items, I wrapped them around a bag, keep them for now, Acorn, I said. Thank you, miss. Do you want to stay the night at my hut? Asked the little squirrel. No, I am going out for now, so wait for me tomorrow in the morning, I said. Okay then, thank you very much for everything, Lady Dryad, he said. And thanks to you too, Belle. Acorn petted Belle, as she licked his face. Slurp. Yug. Like that, I decided to log off. Belle seems to remain in the world if I log out, which actually seemed rather weird, but it appeared that you could leave a summon and make them do stuff for you. So I left her with the task of protecting Acorn while I was off. When I opened my eyes again, I was inside of my house, rather tired from the small adventure there. I decided to go make myself some instant noodles and then I slept. I really missed my daughter. I found myself inside a hospital room. This room. It was quite familiar. Of course, how could I forget it? It was the hospital where I gave birth to my beautiful daughter. I felt her warm little body in my arms. That moment when I gave birth to her, it was very painful. Many times I felt like I was about to die. But when I finally got her in my arms, as she cried loudly, I couldn't feel any happier. I think it was the happiest moment in my life. Even more than when my husband proposed to me. My precious little Elayne. She was so small, and wrinkly like a raisin. But she was the most precious thing. She's so beautiful. My husband at my side smiled warmly, as he caressed her cheeks gently while she was being breastfed. Isn't she? I am glad she's healthy. Ha! I am so tired. You should rest for now, he said. The doctors say that women are the most delicate after giving birth, you need some good rest. How can I rest when I have this precious little treasure in my arms? I just can't. I sighed. I want to be awake all night just admiring her. My husband smiled warmly, as he kissed me. Thank you for bringing her into our life, he said. It was hard, but you did it well. You're really a hard worker. Well, thank you for being at my side, I said. Now you have to prepare to clean poopy diapers, Ugh, you're right. He sighed. But for her, I would do anything. So how do we name her? I asked. I I want to name her after my grandmother, who died some years ago. Said my husband. Elayne. Is it possible? Is it okay for you? Elayne. I like it. Let's name her Elayne then, I said. I'll name her Julia like my young sister. Julia, I remember her too, said my husband. I am sure that she's in God's embrace now. Me too. I sighed. Me too. Elayne Julia then. Two beautiful names from two wonderful women. Said my husband. I'm sure she's going to grow up into a healthy and nice girl. I can't wait to see her grow up. Me too, we are up for a ride. I said. We have to prepare well for everything. Yes, but with you at my side. He said with a faint smile. I am sure that we'll get through anything. Ah. Dear. I love you. I love you too. Ah. It was all a dream. I woke up at 9 a.m. due to the alarm clock and it seemed that things were back to normal. Did I really have a dream about that time I gave birth? Maybe missing my little girl was really making me remember some old memories. Sigh. I looked at the other side of my bed, as I found it empty. I slowly moved to the side and hugged the pillows there. This side was where my husband used to sleep at. Now that I was sleeping all alone, it feels so empty. Maybe I should get a smaller bed. But I cannot really bring myself to move aside the bed where he used to sleep with me. I closed my eyes and breathed in slowly. I buried my face into the pillow. His scent still lingered here and smiled sadly. I've washed the entire bed by now, but this single pillow I hug every morning. I have kept it well clean, and all, but I have not washed it because I fear that the last remaining part of him would fade away from my life if I do. I didn't want that. I wish you could have lived a bit longer. I missed you so much. Something warm trickled down and I soon realized that tears spilled down my cheeks. Ah, I was crying again. I was such a crybaby. Okay. Time to wake up. No more crying. I jumped out of bed and quickly went to the bathroom, and washed my face with some cold water, and cleaned my tears in the process. I looked into my face in the mirror. Brown skin, emerald eyes, long brown hair, were there some fine lines? Not yet. But I could see that I was not really as youthful as before. I really am not. I was slowly growing older and older. Life is so delicate, it all fades away in an instant. I have to live my life better and get my relationship fixed with my daughter. I didn't want to die with regrets. Ah. Why was I crying again? Sigh. I washed my face again and then decided to take a warm bath to relax. It had only been 5 years since he went away, but it still felt like it was yesterday that he was sleeping at my side, hugging me, kissing me, loving me. I just wish. I wish I could feel his warmth once more, even a little bit more. The warm water slowly washed away my depressive thoughts, as I ended up crying some more while taking a shower. My mother always called me a crybaby. I always cried for everything, and even now, after growing so old, I was still crying. I wish I could be a bit like in the game and have strength. The strength to move forward. What would you do in this situation, Julian? I guess if it was me the one that passed away. Well, maybe you would be the same as I am. We were really inseparable. Ah. Knock, knock. Oh. Who is it? Wrapping a towel around my body, I walked outside my room and looked into the window to see who it was. It was my daughter who came, with her friend. She came with her friend. Ah. Shit. I have not even gotten clothes. And where are her keys? Mom. Mom. My daughter began to call my name. I think she's sleeping, it is like 9 a.m. after all, Elayne. But my mom always wakes up super early. Well, don't you have a key? Just take it out of the backpack, sloth. Ugh, okay. I walked towards the door before my daughter would open it. Even if I was half naked, I had to do it. Hello, I was taking a shower, dear. Oh, Anna. Welcome. I said. Mother, you're half naked. Sighed Elayne. I was taking a shower. I cried. Gee, good morning, Lady Elayne. Said Anna. Her face was red as her gaze took note of my body. Good morning, dear. Come here, I said, a tad embarrassed. But then I brushed it off as I kissed my daughter's cheek and then pecked Anna's cheek. The little Anna was a beautiful red-haired girl with blue eyes. She had been my daughter's friend since she was around 12, so I was quite fond of her at this point. Mom, I told you she was coming through the phone. You never read anything, said Elayne. I was asleep just a bit ago. Give me a break. I sighed. Let me change into some clothes and I'll prepare you girls some breakfast, okay? Anything you want. No, we'll go out in a bit, said my daughter. I cried. Come on, Elayne, let's enjoy your mother's breakfast. My mom never cooks me anything. Anna sighed. You're so lucky to have a mother that makes you tasty food. I've tasted the lunch boxes you got, they're so tasty. Sigh. Okay. Elayne quickly gave up to her friend's request. Oh my, I am so happy you like my food, Anna. If you want I can make a second lunchbox for you, so Elayne brings it to you. I said. What? Seriously, she asked. But that, isn't the food money? What? It doesn't matter. I always end up with some food left over that I have to either refrigerate or eat myself. I prefer to give it to you rather than grow fatter than I already am, I said. Now girls sit there for now, I will come back in a second. Okay, we'll wait for you, Lady Elayne, said Anna. You're way too clingy with my mother. Said Elayne. What's wrong? Jealous? If you don't take advantage of such a good mother, I might end up stealing it from you, hee. Giggled Anna. Don't joke with stuff like that, said Elayne. Gay, in the mornings you're always so dead serious. Sighed Anna. I heard the girls talk about stuff. It seemed that even Anna found my daughter overly serious all the time. I am glad she was not like that only with me, but at the same time that also worried me. I quickly moved back to the bath and finished bathing, washed my hair and then quickly got some clothes while drying my hair with a hairdryer. I swiftly wore some sandals and went to the kitchen to cook something for the girls who were sitting there discussing about the game. Elayne, have you reached level 200 yet? You're so slow. Said Anna. I am already level 200, and I unlocked the new leveling area. My pet evolved just now, so the phoenix is even stronger. She just gained the ability to take a humanoid form now. Beast tamers must have it easy. Said my daughter. Unlike you, I have to train very hard to gain my EXP. My daughter closed her eyes in a dignified manner. Of course, they had no idea that I also played the game, so I had to pretend I didn't know what they were even talking about. You girls. What are you talking about? A game? I asked. It's nothing, said my daughter. Yeah. New Life Online. We have played it a lot since you bought the console from Elayne, said Anna. Anna. Stop answering anything my mother asks you. Sighed my daughter. It seemed that my daughter didn't like to share this info with me for some reason. Perhaps she felt a bit embarrassed or something. Oh, so you're enjoying that game, isn't it? So what are your names in the game? Did you pick some random name? I can't believe there would be someone really called after my daughter there, right? I asked. This was my perfect opportunity to know my daughter's nickname. I tried to ask it in the most casual manner as I began making pancakes batter, Anna was so attentive she quickly answered. My in-game name is Clementine, and Elayne's name is. Wait for it. Said Anna. Wait. Don't. Muttered my daughter. She's named Dark Reaper. Very edgy, said Anna. Dark Reaper. Why did you choose such an eerie name, dear? I asked and glanced over my shoulder. I smiled. You could have just used Julia or something. I can name myself however I want in the game, it also fits my race. Said my daughter angrily. She took a deep breath and then sighed. Oh, what's your race? I asked. She's a, muttered Anna. Okay, stop. Don't tell her everything, it's so embarrassing. Said Elayne. Geez. Okay. Sorry, said Anna. Well, you don't have to feel forced. I sighed. At the very least I got her name now. Time to cook something tasty then. I was going to make some pancake batter, I was already making it. That meant that I needed to go pick some cream and then some fruits. I opened the freezer and saw that there were no fruits. Where were my strawberries? I bought them 2 days ago and they're gone. Did I eat them without realizing? Elayne, dear, did you eat any strawberries here? Elayne quickly became frozen in her seat. You did. Sigh. They were for breakfast to accompany the pancakes. I sighed. Now we don't have berries. You shouldn't have put them there in the open then, said Elayne, without intending to apologize. Sigh. You don't even apologize to your mother. I sighed. Such a spoiled little girl. There's also milk missing. And, where's the cream? Wait, did you eat all the strawberries and the cream together? I asked Elayne. Elayne averted her gaze. You can't lie to mommy, you did. I said angrily. This girl really got on my nerves now. Sigh, come, let's go to the grocery store to buy new stuff. We also need milk, more bread, avocado, and other things that we both eat all the time. I said. And no buts. Okay. Elayne stood up and Anna decided to accompany us as well. I am coming too. I want to buy some snacks for later, said Anna with a smile. Okay then. Maybe I should also buy a dozen eggs, they're missing as well. I sighed. I quickly took the keys and with 2 adorable girls at my side, we walked outside of the house. We lived in a medium-sized house with 2 floors that was bought by my husband, so we didn't have to pay any rent. The entire place was ours, and will remain ours. He had made sure that even when he passed away, we would have a home to live on. Meow. Suddenly, a little black cat showed up outside. Oh, Blackie. It was Blackie, the cat that sometimes comes to ask for food. I think he was a street cat. I've never had a cat before, but he always came to see me and sometimes let me pet him. Meow. Yuwa, so cute. He's completely black-colored. Said Anna. Blackie. My daughter said, as she began to pet the cat. We are out of cat food too, so we'll buy you some when we come back, okay? Wait for us here and don't move. I said and petted Blackie's soft fur. Meow. Blackie sat down in the entrance of the house as he saw us walk outside calmly. Cats could be very intelligent sometimes, he even understood what I meant. We walked across the streets of the neighborhood. We lived in a small town in Canada named Bay St. Paul, in Quebec. It was a peaceful town surrounded by a lot of nature, although technology has slowly absorbed the town and it has become more like a medium-sized city by 2030s. But at the very least there was still a lot of beautiful nature everywhere. Some people walked around leisurely. Today was a bit cold because it was winter, so we made sure to get some coats. Although the girls were still walking with their skirts from school, they might catch a cold. There it is. We moved into the grocery store. a small store named E-Marts which had begun to spread around since 2024. I was actually working part-time in here, the pay was decent, and it's enough to feed us, although I also took another part-time job in another store that sold cars. They say that because I was pretty the people were driven inside, or something. Although I was already on my way to be 40. I didn't think my beauty would remain for that long, so I might end up getting fired eventually. Sigh, well, that was how it is for women all around the world. We entered the grocery store and quickly began to browse through things. There were a few people inside. A man that was buying some cigarettes looked at me out of nowhere as he opened his eyes. And began eyeing my entire body. Ah, well, I've gotten used to the gazes like these. I just have to not care. Alright dears, let's go buy some stuff. I grabbed a grocery cart and began to walk around and placed all sorts of things that we needed today. Some cereal is already running out, so 3 boxes should be good, 4 boxes of milk, cream, strawberries, a dozen of eggs. Oh, it seems that tomatoes are at a discount. Nice. We are eating tomato salad today, I said with a happy smile. I don't like it, said Elayne. Tomato is very healthy for you, also you eat it with hamburgers anyways, right? I asked. Today we are eating your favorite croquettes that Grandma used to make. Oh. Elayne's eyes quickly shone brightly for a bit. She really liked those. Anna had disappeared from our side but quickly came back while holding a dozen bags of potato chips, and other greasy products that were bad for your health. I'll buy these on my own, she said. Elayne, do you like any? Yeah. I like the spicy chips, said Elayne. And let's buy some Dr. Pepper. Of course. There is no better gaming night without some Dr. Pepper to go with it, said Anna, running with my daughter to grab those overly sugary drinks. Sigh. Should I try to stop them? Well. Once in a month is fine, I don't see her eating unhealthily all the time. I sighed. Oh, Elayne. How are you? Suddenly I heard the voice of a young man in his mid-20s, short blonde hair, emerald eyes, and a handsome and youthful face wearing the grocery store's shirt and holding a mop. Oh, Mark. How are you? I came here with the girls to buy some stuff, I said. Mark was one of my co-workers. He often worked the weekend as well, so when I come to buy stuff, I always end up meeting him. Although he always overreacted and seemed cheerful every time, he seemed to see me even though we see each other through most of the week. I'm doing good. You're looking radiant today as well, he said gently. Oh my, you always say those things to this old woman. I giggled. How are you? You're going to work today as well. Have you thought about taking a break? Well, I don't really have anything else to do, I just want to work to earn money. The more I work, the more money I can save to retire earlier, he said. And it's not that hard to work here, I already got used to it after 5 years. Me. Mark was such a gentlemanly young man, I'm quite happy to have met him. Now, I should leave and stop annoying him with texts, he was probably busy in the store. Elayne, I am leaving now, I will be busy for a bit, so see you soon. Take care. Mark, sure. Take care as well. With that said, I quickly left my phone charging and set an alarm for 2 p.m., while I stretched a bit and then rested over my bed, closed the door of my room with keys, and then connected to the game once more. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in my avatar, which seemed to be wearing some skimpy clothes, but I was glad I haven't encountered any player yet so I don't feel embarrassed. NPCs seem to not mind these clothes, it seemed. I looked around and it seems that everything was alright, there was no monster break or something, and it was a relaxed morning in these woods. I decided to walk back to Acorn's home, where I found him still sleeping on the bed, while Belle was sleeping on the floor. The moment I entered, Belle's eyes opened as she moved to my side and began licking my belly. Me. How are you doing, dear? You're still all sleepy, aren't you? I asked with a smile. I checked Belle's status. Summon name, Belle. Race, white goat, LV2/30. Race EXP, 1920/2000. Satiation, 62/100. HP, 150/150. MP, 60/60ths. STR, 75. VIT, 65. Dex, 45. AGA, 60. Int, 20. WIS, 25. Luke, 30. Race skills, 5 out of 10. Farm animal, goat, LV1, charge, LV2, horn attack, LV2, milk production, LV1, berserk mode, LV1. Equipment. Lucky Belle. Ah, her stats increased after she leveled up by a lot. She seemed to be very physically oriented. Summons didn't appear to earn any skill points or stat points, but they did seem to gain more stats than normal because of that. Or perhaps they get them automatically assigned. Anyhow, Belle also leveled 2 of her major skills, horn attack and charge. She also got the berserk mode skill, which seemed completely insane. This girl was really strong. I guess we already got our warrior in the party with her. Even though I never expected a farm animal to end up like her, it was still nice. She also got milk production. Maybe I should try to see her skills in more detail now that I got time and Acorn was still sleeping. Yeah, let's do that. More importantly, the milk production skill. Milk production, LV1. A skill acquired by all farm animals capable of producing milk. By spending satiation points, a farm animal is capable of producing a consumable item, milk, for the player to consume directly or use as an ingredient in cooking. Usually the cost would be 10 satiation points equals 1 liter of milk. As the skill increases in level, more delicious milk can be produced, but the satiation points cost increases as well. Oh, I see. It cost her satiation points, but now she was quite hungry, wasn't she? If the satiation points were fully exhausted, I think her HP might begin to go down and she could die, so that was not good. Let's go down to eat grass, I said. I mean, for you to eat grass, dear. Me. Belle accompanied me down there, and she jumped directly from the tree all the way down to the floor of the forest, and quickly began to eat grass. I guess she was very self-sufficient. I left her to eat grass while I decided to wake up the sleepy squirrel. I looked around Acorn's home. The young boy had a small kitchen, a stove, and some kitchen utensils as well as pans and pots, so it was all set to do some cooking. The boy really all lived by himself, didn't he? Poor thing. I could cook for him like I did for my daughter, which reminded me of something. I had leveled up to level 3 yesterday, so I wanted to check my status first, because I ended up forgetting about it because I was too sleepy. Player name, Planta. Race, Dryad, LV3/30. Race EXP, 750/3000. Job class, Farmer, LV3/20. Job class EXP, 750/3000. Satiation, 72/100. HP, 70/70ths-90/90ths. MP, 320/320-370/370. STR, 17-22. VIT, 17-22. Dex, 17-22. AGI, 28-40. Int, 47-59. WIS, 50-60. Luke, 35-40. Race skills, 4 out of 10. Spirit of the Forest, LV1, Photosynthesis, LV1, Green Magic, LV2, Life Drain, LV1. Job class skills, 5 out of 10. Agriculture, LV1, AGI up, LV1, Tame, LV1, Cooking, LV1, Farm Animal Companion, LV1. Summons, 1/1. White Goat, female name, Belle, LV2. Tamed monsters, 0/2. None. Skill points, 10. Stat points, 10. Equipment. Spirit of the Forest Robes. Bracelet of Nature. Crown of Spirit Wood. Seed pouch. I see, they increased just the same amount as before. Maybe if I evolved, I could increase the stat increase I gained per level. Although it seemed unlikely, seeing how this was a VRMMO game, there was probably some balancing which prevented people's status all bloated with gigantic numbers, right? But it felt nice to have some more MP, I could do a bit more of things now. The guide spirit emerged at my side, he was a bit late. Should I use my stat points in mana again? I wondered. A mage's most important status is not INT or WS, it's actually MP, so yeah, the more fuel you get the more you can fight and therefore the more damage you have, said the guide. What's the point of increasing your spell's damage by a small percent when by increasing your MP you can just fire another spell and deal even more accumulative damage at the end of the day? Although perhaps at later stages when you got way too much mana to care, you may invest in INT. I see. Okay then, all to MP once more, it is an important stat to conjure magic and do pretty much anything, I said. I decided to increase my MP by +20 by spending 10 stat points, and after that, I glanced at my available skills from the skill tree. Skill tree, Dryad. Plant synthesis, LV0. Life drain, LV0, picked. Spirit magic, LV0. Natural charm, LV0. Daughter of nature, LV0. Spiritual shield, LV0. Plant companion, LV0. Nature's rage, LV0. INT up, LV0. Whis up, LV0. MP up, LV0. Skill tree, farmer. Tame, LV0, picked. Cooking, LV0, picked. Brewing, LV0. Crafting, LV0. Sewing, LV0. Fishing, LV0. Alchemy, LV0. Robust body, LV0. Farm animal companion, LV0, picked. Farming tools usage, LV0. Terrain adaptability, LV0. Soil manipulation, LV0. DX up, LV0. HP up, LV0. HM. Oh. There is an MP up skill. I said. Is it good? Up-type skills are always good, but they increase stats based on percentage. As of now your stats are too low to see too much of a difference, but as they grow bigger and bigger it is where they begin to shine, said the guide spirit. Leave them for mid-game, perhaps. I see. Well, eventually I could pick anything I wanted, but there were slots for both race and job, so I cannot go all out either. I needed to pick a few skills and probably level up some. Although I had to keep in mind that non-passive skills that are leveled up usually required more mana to work. So for some skills, their leveling might wait until I was higher level so I could keep up with their necessity for MP. So I should just pick the skills that I need for now instead of thinking in the big picture for too much for now. I got my farm animal, so how about I get my plant pet too? What else should I pick? That one skill seemed like what I needed yesterday. I've always wanted to do this, but I've not done it for years since I was a teenager with Dad. You have exchanged 6 skill points. You learned the Plant Companion, LV1, Daughter of Nature, LV1, and Fishing, LV1, skills. I decided to save the other 4 skill points for later, as I wanted to use them whenever I needed them. That way I could probably boost the power of Belle if things got risky by leveling her skill up, or maybe getting another skill if the situation called for it. After all, always having some of these points saved didn't seem to hurt. Now, these 3 skills I selected are pretty good, and they will bring me a nice amount of help and things to do. I really wanted to fish yesterday, but I needed the skill. However, now that I've finally obtained it, I'll catch some fish and cook it. Plant Companion, LV1. As a dryad, your connection with nature is superb, to the point that you're able to channel your spiritual and magical power and summon a plant familiar to aid you in battle. As a summon, they can level up on their own and gain skills and stats through that method. This summon will be loyal to you from the get-go and doesn't count as a tamed monster. It can develop on its own and require food and care. Every 3 levels of the skill, you can summon a new companion. Each level slightly increases the strength of your plant companions. If a plant companion dies, it can be summoned again, but 50% of their gained strength will be lost, and they will start with 0 closeness with you again, so make sure to take care of them and not sacrifice them. Max number of summonable plant companions, 0/1. It had almost the same description as the farm animal companion skill. I guess there might be some sort of classification for all these skills, which I'd call summon type skills. They let you summon a new monster every 3 levels, so maybe I could use the skill points into these skills and get even more summons. However, the guide spirit told me that the more summons I get, the more mana they'd cost since they progressively get stronger when you summon them. A second summon cost a lot of MP to summon, and he said even if I leveled up the skill, I wouldn't have enough mana to summon it. So I had to wait a bit. He said this was a newbie trap that made them spend all their skill points in summoning skills which end up being useless because they're low level. Only the summoner class can get a lot of low-level summons, I suppose. Well, Dryad and Farmer combination gets 2, and also the Tame skill, so that was a pretty good combination. I just had to find the ideal monsters to tame, some cute ones would be good. Daughter of Nature, LV1. As a Dryad, a forest spirit, you are the daughter of nature itself. Whenever you're close to a place with a high concentration of nature such as a forest, you receive a great enhancement to all your stats and magic capabilities. While being close to a place with a high concentration of nature, your stats increase by plus 20%, your HP and MP regeneration is enhanced by plus 20%, and any ally near you receives an enhancement of plus 10% to all stats and HP and MP regeneration per skill level. Additionally, there's a 10% chance for nature surrounding you to protect you from lethal blows. This was another stat-boosting passive skill, much like the others. It did something very simple, it made me stronger in the forest. I was never leaving this place, I guess. If I walked outside the forest and went into a mountain or a city, I would significantly weaken, but dryads are impressively powerful in the forest, wow. I did a good job in picking this race, it was very strong. And lastly, Fishing, LV1. Grants access to the ability to fish in-game. Real-life abilities can be transferred to the game, however. As the skill level increases, you become better at fishing and to apply fishing techniques, while you have a higher chance to catch fishes of higher qualities and rarities. Additionally, it increases damage dealt to water-type monsters by plus 10%. And here's fishing. It seemed that it was a pretty good choice to make. So this game had its own system for fishing and there was a whole group of fishes you could get from different locations. It was like real life, but perhaps even better with even more fantastical fishes you could catch and cook. Also it gave me a bonus to damage dealt against water-type monsters. I didn't know if I was ever going to use it, but it seemed to be useful. I wonder if fishes would fight against me when I catch them. After all, there's bound to be some monster fishes, right? So perhaps it was to help me in dealing damage to them and defeating them. I used to fish with my father when I was a teenager, and I always liked to pick up fish, but after that, I often freed them. I didn't like to kill them. My father did all the killing though, as he caught fish to eat mostly. Still, we used to take pictures of our catches, and inside of his house there's a big space in the wall with pictures of me holding all sorts of fishes we caught in rivers, lakes, and even the sea. I should go visit my parents soon, bringing Elayne as well. I think it should be fun, but I miss them a bit. Anyways, I should first go fish something. I will leave Acorn sleeping here. He seems healthy, so he's not sick or something. He seems to be just very tired. I crawled down the tree and jumped over Belle. "Belle, let's go there," I said, as I showed her the mini-map. There was a big shallow river nearby that I saw that was filled with fishes, so we quickly moved there. Me. Belle was a strong goat. She immediately began to carry me on her back towards that direction, galloping as if she were more of a horse. It was quite impressive. When we reached the river, it only took around 5 minutes. She was very fast. I jumped out of her back and reached the cold forest floor. I saw the crystalline river there and heard the sound of the water flowing, which really soothed my heart. I looked into the water and then I decided to do some fishing. "Alright, time to fish." How do I fish without fishing tools?" I cried. "Gee, guide. Is there a place I can buy them?" There is the market city I told you about, which is also used for game events that any player can teleport to," said the guide spirit. "You can go there and find someone selling fishing tools, but they're expensive, even the lowest grade. This is because players themselves craft everything, so there is a bigger value to the time they spend making things. After all, this game doesn't drop equipment. People have to craft absolutely everything out of dropped materials and gathered/mined materials." I see. I guess that's a big realistic part of this game. I sighed. How do I fish then? As I thought about it, I looked into my hand, and a genius idea emerged in my mind. I slowly turned my hand into a strong and long, green-colored vine and checked if it was good for fishing. It seemed good enough. No need to buy anything expensive. I was now using my own arm as a rod. It cost only a bit of mana and that was fine. I shaped the tip of the vine into some small flower in the shape of a long, pink-colored worm, and then put it in the water. What are you even doing? Wait, it is working. The game is allowing you to fish with your hand, asked the guide spirit. I guess it is okay. If the game doesn't give me tools, I'll become the tool, UWAH. Someone bit me. Oh, the fish. A big fish suddenly took the bait. I had come up with the genius idea of using my own hand to fish. Since I could shape-shift it through the race skill of a dryad, I was even able to make a very convincing worm-shaped flower. With that said, I had not expected it to work, but it actually did, and I was able to fish using the fishing skill I had gotten just some moments ago. Something used its sharp teeth to bite my hand and began pulling further and further away. I had lowered the pain settings to the lowest possible level, but it still felt a bit stingy when I was bitten, but probably not as painful as a real bite would actually feel like. It's a good thing that there was a pain setting, because if we were having just 100% the same pain as real life, I don't think I would be playing this game, but it would probably not be allowed by the governments either. Anyways, back to the fish. I tried to pull as hard as possible while I moved backwards. The strength given to me by some of my passive skills was being very useful now. The extra strength was what I needed to pull harder. Splash. "Whoa, it's a big one," said the guide spirit, amazed by what just showed up out of the river. It was a large, almost a meter big, blue-colored fish. Its fins were sharp and long like blades, and it had 2 sharp yellow-gold eyes, with beautiful azure-colored wave-shaped patterns across its entire body. Oh boy! This thing is like some tuna, I said. It is very heavy. Splash. I wasn't able to pull it outside of the river, so it fell into the river again and tried to escape while trying to tear apart the bait, but that was part of my body. As long as I resisted, it wouldn't be easy for the fish to take away my worm-shaped flower bait. Splash. I once again pulled the back, but it was getting harder. The fish was getting stronger and I wasn't able to exert more strength than what I had as stats. How annoying. But I was almost there. Splash. Goop. The fish suddenly made a weird sound, as it jumped out of the river, and suddenly it generated several water bullets out of thin air. Yeah. It conjured water magic and conjured 5-centimeter big water bubbles that it began firing at me. The guide spirit grew alarmed as he told me to give up on this aggressive and strong fish. Wo. Watch out, Planta, he said. Just throw that thing away, it is too big. You won't be able to catch it. Wood shield. Truum. I conjured wood shield, a green magic level 2 spell, and almost 150 MP were wasted on that, but wooden shields automatically emerged from the ground and defended me from the deadly bullets of water. Boom. 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 The water hit the wooden shield as several cracks emerged in the shields, but it remained firm and strong. I can do this. I have always liked fishing, and my father taught me ways to catch heavy fish that resisted the most. He said that the best you can do was form a good position and stand on your ground. However, that was quite hard to do in the middle of the water in a boat. However, on the ground, I can do it. I quickly moved, taking a few steps back and gritting my teeth. I began pushing more and more, while the fish tried to attack me with his magic constantly. I am not giving up on this tasty fish. No way. I cried. I want fish. With my resolve within my heart, I couldn't falter. I really wanted fish, so I wouldn't give up no matter what. I looked into my status and saw my satiation meter going up and down constantly. Doing so much force with my body really exhausted me, but the power of photosynthesis really helped me at regaining satiation out of just the grace of the beautiful sunlight bathing my body. I can do this. I can do this. Splash. Once more, the fish was out of the river, and then, I hit the ground with my feet and moved my back backwards, while pushing towards my chest, and then. Boom! The giant fish hit the ground. Goop! The fish began to move around the floor, attempting to reach the water again, but I quickly moved towards the fish and extended my other hand into many vines, forming a natural net and catching it. I gotcha. You big ruffian. I laughed. I began to pull it more and more into land, as the fish seemed to struggle to breathe, and began to asphyxiate. It seemed unable to use magic, perhaps its MP was out. Why, you actually caught it, said the guide spirit. What kind of woman are you, seriously? A mother. I said. Goop. The fish seemed to be on its last breath of life, and it seemed to grow weaker and weaker until, after a few minutes of struggling, it ceased to move and seemed to be dead. Ding! You have caught a giant blue-finned pike, LV6. You gained 600 EXP. You acquired the title, Beginner Fisher. Oh. It is like an item now. Can I pick it up? I wondered, as I touched the fish, and then it suddenly disappeared and entered my inventory as an item. But I also gained EXP because it died. So I guess it also counts as a monster. Wait, this was great. I could gain EXP by just fishing. I gained EXP by just fishing this guide. I said. Is this how it works? Yeah, apparently the fishing skill does that. He said. Fish are monsters after all here. You catch it, it dies, and you get EXP, but no gold or anything else. However, you get the whole fish carcass instead. You can click it in the inventory to see the description and information of the fish. However, unlike other stuff you get from monsters such as their meat, you need to cut down the fish personally. Oh. Sounds like fun. I was actually good at it. Well, when the fish was already dead though. I sighed. My grandpa forced me to butcher fish and lose some of my fear. When they were dead, it wasn't so bad. Aha, said the guide. Just remember, this is a game, so don't have hard feelings, it is just an item now. Okay, I get it. I said. However, I will fish a bit more. Maybe there are smaller species around. And like that, I decided to continue fishing. Now that I had gotten a knack out of it, it wasn't so hard, and I was able to easily bring a few fishes, but each time I fished, my satiation meter went down, as if it were stamina in those mobile games that didn't let you do all the stuff you want. When my satiation meter was around 20, it was regenerating very slowly, and I felt very tired and hungry. But I managed to catch 3 more fishes, although these were smaller. Ding! You caught a mud catfish, LV3. You gained 300 EXP. You caught a red specked bass, LV2. You gained 200 EXP. You caught a white crappie, LV3. You gained 300 EXP. Your fishing attitude has increased. You're becoming a good fisher. Even the system praised me for fishing 3 more fishes. Although they were not as awesome as the pike, they were still meaty, and I couldn't wait to eat them. I decided to follow the guide's words and think of this as a game, so no hard feelings. Also, I gained a nice amount of EXP. I was already almost reaching level 4 in both race and job class. Who would have thought that fishing would net this much EXP? People should really just sit down and catch fish instead of going around smacking poor little animals. Well, I guess fishes are also poor little animals. Ugh. Okay, let's not think about it and let's head back to Acorn's house. On the way back, I remembered I had yet to summon my planned companion. I had summoned the farm animal and got Belle, so I was hoping to get something quite impressive now, or maybe I shouldn't have my hopes up. I wonder what a plant can do to help me out. I quickly conjured the skill, as a magic circle in front of me emerged, shining with bright green color. Flayash. What began to emerge from it seemed rather small, with a big flower as a head and several roots as legs, which resembled more like tentacles. It had a large jaw in the middle of its yellow-colored petals, with dangerous-looking sharp teeth. You have summoned a carnivorous amber lotus flower. The flower had the size of a dog, and it slowly began to crawl towards me. It was a bit scary, but it was a summon, so it has to be friendly, right? No matter how scary it looked, it was a new friend. Hello there. I said, as I tried to touch it, but then its jaws moved incredibly fast and tried to catch me. Crunch. I swiftly moved my hand away, as the flower ended biting its own teeth in frustration, and then it began to move a long and slimy tongue outside, as if it were very desperate to eat me. What? Aren't you a friend? I asked. The flower closed its jaws, but it lacked lips, so when they closed and curved upwards, it smiled maliciously back at me. It seemed to be even laughing evilly. Yua. Guide. What is this thing? Why is it so evil? I asked. It scares me. Does it want to eat her master? No. Summons shouldn't do that. I think it is just playing a bit rough with you, said the guide. It is a species of carnivorous monster plants that devours anything on sight. But let me check the hidden nature for you. It is, that's a weird nature. Do you have bad luck or good luck? I don't know anymore. What? What's the nature? I asked. Well. This plant companion nature is trickster-like. It likes to play pranks, said the guide. Seriously? Is this why it suddenly began laughing weirdly? I asked. I fear that Belle might get angry at her. Don't worry, summons shouldn't attempt to hurt one another, that has never happened before. I think, said the guide. For now, let's go back to Acorn and cook something so you can get done with that. Why, you're right. But what name should I give to this little trickster? I sighed. I glanced at the golden-colored lotus flower and her eerie smile, as I came out with a fitting name. Loki. I'll call you Loki because you're a trickster, I said. Fitting, right? Loki? Sure, you can name your pets however you want, I guess, said the guide. And like that I decided to glance at Loki's status while it seemed to be mildly happy to have been named. Summon name, Loki. Race, carnivorous amber lotus flower, LV1/30. Race EXP, 0/1000. Satiation, 100/100. HP, 60/60. MP, 80/80. STR, 55. VIT, 35. DEX, 30. AGI, 35. INT, 30. WIS, 15. Luke, 15. Race skills, 4 out of 10. Carnivorous flower, LV1, predation, LV1, rooting, LV1, spray, LV1. Equipment. None. Oh, it was an all-rounder, wasn't it? And she got 4 skills as well, just like Belle. These 4 skills seem to be able to boost the power of the plant quite well. Predation seems to grant her the power to permanently gain some of the strength of whatever she devours, that's a bit strong. And then there was rooting that allowed her to stay in place while rooted in the ground, which allowed her to nutrients. This skill healed her HP, MP, and satiation faster. And lastly, spray allowed her to inflict a random status ailment by spraying pollen on a foe. Loki, you're scary but you seem to be pretty strong. I said. Good girl. I attempted to pet her again, but she ended up biting my hand this time. Chomp. UGH. Bad plant. Bad. I looked at my status because I found that there was a new title on it. Apparently, titles were something that one gained after doing certain things in the game. They were by no means unique, and there was even a guide to how to get most of the basic non-quest related titles, which were mostly about doing something with a specific skill, such as crafting an equipment, making a potion through alchemy, and more. There was a title named Beginner Fisher, that was granted after catching your first fish using the fishing skill. So I acquired it. One person could only equip a single title at a time, but they granted a special little bonus, and they're mostly like collectibles too, although they came in the form of medals that showed in a special area of the inventory and each one had a different design. The Beginner Fisher medal title shows a fish jumping out of water. It was very pretty, so I was going to equip it right now. You've equipped the Beginner Fisher title medal. And, tada! Now my name tag had Beginner Fisher below. How cute, wasn't it? I wonder if I could one day get the Expert Fisherman title and show off how amazing I was fishing fish to other players. Ah, come to think of it, I haven't met any players since I started playing. I wonder where they all are. Well, I could go meet them right now if I go to that market town or whatever it's called. But I was quite fearful of big crowds, so I didn't know how I would be able to handle that well. Maybe out of necessity I would end up eventually going there anyways. After all, if I wanted to sell off my veggies one of these days, I should go there. Now, let's check the new title while we were on our way back to Acorn on top of Belle. By the way, Loki didn't seem to mind Belle, but Belle looked at her as if she were some salad, and attempted to eat one of her petals, but Loki sprayed her pollen and paralyzed her. I had to heal her using my green magic, and I ended up reprimanding the two, although I didn't know if any of my messages got through these two dorks. Anyways, right, the title's info. Beginner Fisher. Acquisition conditions: catch 1 fish through the fishing skill. Equip bonus, plus 20 HP plus 20 MP plus 100 fishing power. A title given to a fisherman that is just starting their adventure in the world of fishing. The world is filled with fishes everywhere. Make sure to fish in any body of water you find around your path. You don't know what you might find. Apparently, there were many hidden stats, and one of them is fishing power. There was also mining power, blacksmithing proficiency, and so on. Each one is like an attack stat but for these types of non-combat thingies. You get better and stronger at it with more of that stat. This title would make me even fiercer and stronger while fishing, so that's all good. I think I can get another title if I catch 10 fishes, then 30, then 60, then 100, and so on. That's a lot of fish. Will I ever be able to catch them all? I wonder if I could find a fish that could become my tamed pet, but they would dry out while being out of the water, so maybe not. And here we are. The beautiful trees of the Squirrelkin village greeted us. This was our second day here and we had to gather more of these quest materials with Acorn, but for now, I want to cook something tasty we can eat together. After that, we might go into a short adventure before taking a break to cook lunch and eat with my daughter and Mark. Everything is going nicely and according to plan. I climbed up the trees and reached Acorn. It had taken just 20 minutes on my way to fish and back here, so it wasn't anything too long. I quickly moved to the messy kitchen he had and decided to clean everything a bit. The kitchen had a special and weird artifact that generated water through some weird blue rock in the sink. By looking at it, I discovered it was called water spirit stone, and through mana infusion, it generated water out of nowhere. That was convenient. I used the water to clean stuff while Belle and Loki chased one another around the house. Those kids were going to wake up the little acorn. "Hey, what are you doing now?" asked the guide. "I am going to cook. I got the cooking skill, so I am going to cook, obviously," I said. "Cooking in a game where you can just go to the market and buy some cheap food to fill your satiation. Even more, you can just use photosynthesis," he said. "You really like to waste your time." "Ugh, will you stop being so rude with me?" I asked angrily. "I am just trying to pass the time and cook something tasty to my new friend. What's so wrong with that?" "Ah. I guess there's nothing wrong with that," sighed the guide spirit, as the bulb of blue light moved to the side and stopped annoying me. "Good. I've been very patient with you, but you should really try to be nicer with an old lady like me," I said. "I am a mother too, so be respectful. I am treating you well and respecting you, so the basic thing you should do is do the same for me as well. It is not so hard to be polite with people. My mother taught me that. If you're always polite with people, you'll make an impression on them, and they'll know you're a good person." "Okay, sorry," sighed the guide spirit. "I am just an AI program to assist you in progressing through the game. Seeing you doing things that go against the guide is a bit frustrating, but I suppose anyone can enjoy the game however they want to." "Yeah. Glad you understood. Now, let's make some tasty stew," I said with a smile. I opened my inventory and dropped a series of items over the table. They were all consumable items, but I was going to cook them instead of just consuming them raw. Yesterday in our mushroom hunt there were a lot of dropped mushroom items, mostly caps. I had checked them and the ones that were toxic were left out at the side. However, there were many that were actually edible, and of all types of colors as well, such as orange mushroom cap, blue mushroom cap, small green mushroom cap, and more. I decided to use a kitchen knife that was in the kitchen here, and cut them down into pieces because they were way too big. Most had the size of an entire plate, although there were some small ones which I threw as they were into the stew. I also took out the horned rabbit meat which was already butchered for me when I picked up the dropped item. It was a beautiful white meat with the bones and all except the internal organs, even the head was gone. It was very clean, so I simply chopped it down into chunks and threw it into the pot, with some water generated by the water spirit stone, and then I added some spices I found in here, such as oregano, some salt and black pepper. There was also another ingredient, a red-colored dust named pepperine, so I also added it. It seemed to have a fragrant red smell. It could make this stew a bit spicy, but that was all nice for me. Without realizing it, I was already using the cooking skill, as it showed above my head that I was cooking, and it seemed to be some sort of status, somehow. Well, whatever was the case, the food was ready, so I began to boil everything together. Similarly to the water, the fire in this place was started through a red rock named fire spirit stone. I wonder where Acorn got these from. I was going to ask him when things were ready. Of course, I was not done cooking yet. While I left the horned rabbit and walking mushroom stew being made, I decided to check the new items I got, the fish. I had caught 4 fishes, so I was going to check each one of them. After they die, they give some EXP and also become a whole item, so I had to butcher them first before cooking them, although I planned to make them salted and grilled, so I only needed to take out their insides. Giant blue-finned pike, LV6, rare rank. A powerful and big fish that is capable of manipulating the water currents to move at fast speeds underwater and catch prey with its giant maw. It is also capable of defending from foes trying to fish them by firing deadly water bullets, and they have even been seen to catch small animals that wander near rivers by shooting them down with their magic. A rare rank fish that can be made into a series of tasteful plates by a skilled chef. Make sure to bring it to someone with the cooking skill to make it shine. Someone with a cooking skill? You mean me, right? Ha! Farmer class was amazing. It seemed that production-based classes were very separate. A chef often doesn't have the fishing skill, and vice versa, but farmer was an all-arounder that had all of it but never truly mastered anything. Pretty cool. Mud catfish, LV3, normal rank. A common fish found in shallow rivers and lakes. It is big and slow, so it's easy to catch. Its meat is tasty and goes well with a stew using some other spices to give it some more flavor. Red specked bass, LV2, normal rank. A slightly less common fish found in fast-moving rivers. It is fast and has several red-colored specks over its body that makes it stand out from the rest. When enraged, it will become completely red and attack at sight, so make sure to catch it quickly. White crappie, LV3, normal rank. A small, white-colored fish, a common fish in all types of rivers. It is moderately fast but easy to catch nonetheless. It is tastier when cooked simply by covering it in salt and grilling it. I see. They all got a bit of info, but they were all edible anyways, so that was all good for me. However, some seemed to do better at being made in other things, such as stew or grilled, and others were just okay with anything. But I suppose you could bring the most flavor by cooking them in their preferred ways. Alright then, I will make the white crappie and the red specked bass into the grill. The other two will be saved for now. I still have to think of a way to cook this giant pike. Maybe I could chop it down like tuna and eat it as sashimi. Or simply make steaks out of it, or bake it into the oven. Or make a stew. There are many ways to cook it. Oh well, I gotta get to it before it became too late. I used the kitchen knife to take out the two fish's entrails and then washed them with a lot of water. Afterwards I took out two small branches from the tree, washed them off, and stuck the two fishes into them after having covered them in salt, and then, I placed the two sticks over a small bonfire in the chimney. And it was all done. I washed off my hands and sat down over the chair while waiting for things to get done. The stew was already almost done though. I tasted the broth, and it was deadly by how delicious it was. Acorn slept soundly over his little bed. He dreamed about eating acorns and healing his people, or something like that, most likely. He was very tired from yesterday, so not even all the noise I made woke him up. I decided to walk outside and noticed that the trees were giving out acorns, so I picked some up and decided to crack them until the center, which was edible and had a nutty flavor. Even in this game I could eat acorns for free by just picking them from a tree. I walked back to the home and decided to crack some of the acorns and then put them on the stew before it were to boil completely, while I also decided to roast some in the bonfire. Time passed flying. After 10 minutes, the stew was boiling hot and ready to eat, and the roasted acorns had become toasty brown and were also very soft now. Acorn had woken up by all the delicious smells, and jumped out of bed. What is this? Planta. Did you cook all this tasty stuff? Those are roasted acorns, my favorites. And, stew. Rabbit stew with mushrooms. It is red, he wondered, as he walked to my side. Good morning little acorn, I said. I cooked something up so we can start the day off with some energy. Oh, look, this is Belle, I think you remember her already, and this one is Loki, my new plant companion. Oh, you summoned another monster. Amazing. With Loki, we are a 4-man team, said Acorn. Like this, most of what we have to do will be a breeze. I am so hungry. Here you go. I served Acorn a big plate with stew, a lot of meat, acorns, and mushrooms. The stew was slightly spicy and flavorful. the broth from the rabbit and the mushrooms were really good, and the last addition of acorns made the food even tastier. Aside from that, there were the roasted acorns to snack on, and lastly, the fish, which was already grilled now and ready to eat. So much food. Since my grandma died, I've barely been eating acorns all day. I remember she used to make a mushroom stew with bird meat before. It was very tasty, he said. Acorn quickly took a spoon and decided to drink the soup. His eyes opened wide as he drank it, and he even licked the spoon. This is tasty. So tasty. Planta, you're amazing at cooking, he said. You also added pepperine, right? That's the red color. Yeah, I found it in your kitchen. Sorry for using your things without your permission. I sighed. There's nothing to apologize for, he said happily. He took big chunks out of the rabbit meat, ate the acorns and the soup, and then the mushrooms. He was enjoying everything together, and the flavors melded together perfectly. After that, he also ate the grilled fish and seemed happy to be alive by how tasty it was. Did you go catch fish? He asked. I never knew you had the knack for fishing too. Amazing, you're really the daughter of the goddess. Haha, little one, you're really praising me way more than you should, I said. I also decided to taste this food, even if it was a game. The scent, the warmth, and everything was very realistic. I began with the broth. It was spicy, a bit sweet, and had a smoky flavor as well, and lastly, the flavor of the rabbit meat was really nice too. The mushrooms gave a good touch to it as well. After that, I ate the horned rabbit meat. It was soft and it literally tore apart without me even having to bite it off. The mushrooms were soft and chewy. I liked filling my cheeks with them, and lastly, there was the boiled acorns added to them, which were also very delicious and with a nutty flavor. Acorn decided to make some tea, and he quickly gave me a cup of a very fragrant aromatic tea with mint, which was sweetened with honey. It went well with the stew and the grilled and salty fish. When we finished eating everything, I felt like I had been reborn. It was way too good. It has been a while since I ate such freshly caught fish, even less rabbit meat and such big and high-quality mushrooms, oh right, and the acorns as well. Phew, I ended up eating like 2 more plates until my satiation meter reached 100, and acorn too, so we emptied the entire pot. I also shared a plate with Belle, and she ate it all without caring if it was meat or not. I guess the goats in this world ate meat. A single plate increased her affection for me, and her satiation filled up completely as well. That was really amazing. While I relaxed after the meal, I checked into some weird system windows I ignored for a while until now. Ding! You have prepared a horned rabbit, walking mushroom, an acorn stew, and salted grilled fish. You gained 400 EXP. You gained 200 EXP. You acquired the title, Beginner Cook. Your cooking is improving. Keep cooking more tasty meals that make others smile after eating them. Oh. I got EXP from cooking. What is this? Yeah. I ended up crying a bit out of surprise after seeing this, but what was happening right in front of my eyes wasn't an illusion, it was real life. I had gained EXP by cooking. What's happening, Lady Dryad? Asked Acorn. Did the pepperine make your stomach ache? There's a bathroom there. And no. That's not it. I cried. Actually, sorry for making a fuss, never mind me. The guide spirit spoke to me about stuff I had actually nor bothered researching. Using production-based skills grants EXP after using the system linked to them, such as the fishing system, the cooking system, the crafting system, alchemy system, and so on. Said the guide spirit. This is how those that main chefs or fishermen and more can level up after all. Now that I realize it, the farmer job class is a bit broken in this area. The other players look down on it alone, but isn't this amazing? If you're good at these things like you can just gain EXP by doing things that are not even killing. See? The combination of dryad and farmer is amazing. I totally didn't do it on a whim, I said. Why yeah. You're terrible at lying, you obviously did it on a whim. Sighed the guide. Nonetheless, you got very close to leveling up again, you just need to cook something else I guess. I guess I can leave that for later then, I said. For cooking I needed more ingredients, and even then, I had to concentrate on the game's quest now, not cooking or fishing, that was just some side fun I have. Well, now that we are done here, we should get back to what we were doing yesterday. Let's go meet my grandpa before going, is there any food left? Asked Acorn. And no, we ate it all. Wait a second, I'll prepare him a small fish stew really quick. I know a simple recipe, I said. At the end, I ended cooking for the elder, and I added my own green magic as an experiment too. I ended up making the catfish as a stew, while adding some acorns and more mushrooms. This time it was a smaller pot, so it was prepared quickly. Ding! You have prepared a delicious catfish, walking mushroom, and acorn stew. You gained 400 EXP. Your race and job level has increased from level 3 to level 4. Your stats have increased. You gained stat and skill points. No way, I just leveled up. Ah! Cooking was the best. We moved the stew towards the room of the elder, where we found him resting. However, the smell of fish and mushrooms quickly woke him up in an instant, as he sat down in the bed and greeted us. What is this enchanting smell? Fish, he asked. Yeah, fish. Elder, Lady Dryad made some catfish stew for you, it got mushrooms and acorns too, said Acorn. I also got you some mint tea for your sore throat. Oh my, what a blessing from the heavens. The elder seemed to have suddenly regained his youth as he began to eat the stew rapidly, the fish, mushrooms, acorns, and soup, all of them were eaten in an instant, he was really hungry. Had he only been eating acorns? For such big squirrels, that was really not enough. He suddenly regained part of his vitality, and seemed way younger and, way more energetic as well. Was this how the elder truly was? He left me shocked. Amazing. The sickness effects almost dissipated completely, the miasma is still there but I feel way better. Lady Dryad. Why your food is an excellent treatment to lessen the effects of the disease. He said desperately. I don't know what kind of power you use on it but it doesn't take out the disease or something, but it certainly makes you feel better. It does. I never knew my cooking would do such a thing, I said in surprise. I suppose I can cook for all the town after we go out. How about it? I actually caught a very big fish some time ago. Oh, interesting. If you could give your food to the people, I would be forever grateful. And like that, my journey as a chef in a game world started. A healing chef. It seemed that my cooking actually can heal. Well, not exactly heal, but it could maintain the people's health. I never expected that, I mean, real-life food didn't do that, right? Well, kind of, it could maintain people's health with calories, vitamins, proteins, and more. But it was still not the same as this, right? There was certainly something magical about this whole situation. I asked the guide about this, and he quickly answered. I have never seen this happen before with a quest, he said. Nor I've seen this happen in a character that cooks. But I think your food gained some healing power because you used green magic on it, didn't you? Oh, I did, I said. Well, that must be it. He said. You must have used some healing spell on it. I had not thought about it because actual people that pick a job class that can learn the cooking skill are very, very rare. Like, I think there are less than 40 in the whole server. What? That's a lot. Anyways, where do you get all this info from? I wondered. I have some partial access to the database, and also I was loaded with basic info, said the guide. Nothing strange, all of us guides are like this, but there is a large quantity of the players that completely ignores us, as they find us annoying. Another part of them end up selling us as an item in a random shop. That can happen. I wondered. Why would they do that? Well, they feel like they know everything because they read forums online or something, said the guide. They also dislike our presence. People are often not like you, Planta. You have a lot of patience. It comes with being a mother, I guess. I said. I had to get used to my baby crying, getting hungry, having to breastfeed her, changing her poopy diapers, and more. So that really fortified my patience. Mothers are truly monsters of their own, said the guide. What? And nothing. He said. Anyways, check which spell ended doing this to the food. Okay. I had gained some new spells after green magic was raised to level 3, but I had not checked them yet, although I had used Witch Shield before, and while I made the food I randomly conjured whatever healing spell I had, sprinkling it on the food like a spice. Plant boost. Cost, varies. Cooldown, 30 seconds. A special spell that every being connected to nature can easily conjure. With this spell you're able to boost the growth of plants comparably to the amount of MP you utilize. However, there is a certain limit per day. Wood Shield. Cost, 150-500 MP. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Gather your magic and channel the connection with nature that you have. As long as there are nearby trees within 20 meters of you, you're able to conjure a wooden shield to protect yourself from upcoming attacks. This shield durability is based in your INT and WS stats. The more MP you use, the larger the shield becomes. Seed creation. Cost, 201,000 MP. Cooldown, 1 hour. Utilize your great connection with nature to plants to generate new seeds from the plants you have raised previously. These seeds will have the lowest possible rarity rank, but will grow at twice the speed of other seeds. All these spells seemed useful but none of them was the one that helped at cooking. If there wasn't any of the new ones, then the spells that I ended up conjuring were Verdant Recovery Light and most likely Accelerated Growth. Those two were supporting skills that enhanced a target's regeneration and stats and growth, so there wasn't any other alternative than these two. I think it wasn't anything new. I used Verdant Recovery Light and Accelerated Growth, I said. I see. The guide looked at the Elder and Acorn status, as he found they had a status that said Satiated, and another that said Accelerated HP Recovery. They seemed to last for a long time, not just a few minutes like the raw spells. I think they emerged because of the food. Well, I should check the stew then. There was still a bit left on the pot, maybe the item info was still there? Delicious catfish, walking mushroom, and acorn stew, rare rank. A delicious stew cooked with love and care by a great cook using freshly caught catfish, walking mushroom caps of various colors, and acorns. It has a delicious fishy flavor that is combined with the earthy flavor of the mushrooms and the nutty flavor of acorns, making for a perfect combination of flavors converging together. This plate has been enhanced with magic and can increase the recovery of health and mana for 48 hours upon consumption, alongside increasing the growth speed and the resistance to negative status ailments. Eat while it's still warm. Recovers 50 of satiation and 200 HP and MP. I see. So everything in this game has its own status. It was kind of fun, wasn't it? This one stew got its own description and, just as I thought, it said that it can enhance and heal people. That was wonderful, wasn't it? With this we could really help the squirrel folk resist the disease while we searched for the items. I am so happy. It meant that if I work hard, I won't see anyone dying. Hopefully. In fact, we should make stew for everybody right now. I wanted to prioritize people's health while I could, to think that my cooking would be able to do something good for others. It only made me very happy. Now, I should get to cooking. I guess I was going to make a massive stew using the giant fish I got. Well, I wouldn't use it all, but I'd chop it down into pieces. Meanwhile, I could also get some goat milk from Belle, so I can leave some cheese in the making. Let's cook something together, Acorn. I said. But what about going to gather the materials? He asked. We'll do that after everybody eats their fill. I said. Don't worry, we'll do it. Oh okay then, said Acorn. Your cooking is really amazing, so I trust you. And like that, we moved towards Acorn's house again and I immediately asked him to take out Belle's milk. Acorn was very nervous while Belle looked at him with her menacing goat eyes. For an instant he couldn't really grab her tits because he was too scared of getting attacked. Belle, allow Acorn to take some milk. Me. Belle let Acorn do it as she licked his face. It seemed she was friendlier than he thought she was. At the end, Acorn gained the courage and began forcing her milk out. The white-colored liquid began to quickly come out of her tit, and fell over a wooden bucket. Do that for a few minutes while I am busy here, okay? I asked. Oh okay. I got it. Said Acorn nervously. I moved to the kitchen as the giant blue pike was atop the table. I took out my washed knife and quickly began butchering it out. I slit open the stomach with a single slice and let out all the innards, and after that, I began cutting down on the fatty meat directly. It was almost as big as a tuna, so they could be cut down into large chunks of pure meat. The bones of the pike were very big as well, so it was easy to detect them. Like that, I ended up piling dozens of chunks with a large bone piece attached to them. I also cut the entire head into 4 chunks and added them to the stew to add a lot of flavor. Lastly, I added the shrooms, acorns, and the spices. Pepperine was the way to go as well. I guess it was the same as the others. I wished we could have potatoes, carrots, and other things too, but maybe I could plant some or something one of these days. I left the large pot boiling. There was more meat to work with, of course. I wasn't going to just leave it at that. I decided to cut steak-shaped slices of the pike's meat, and poured some salt on them, and a few other spices and left these steaks resting for now. After the stew was almost ready, I would fry them over a pan using some acorn oil. How is the milk extraction going? I asked. Gee good, I think I got a few liters now. He said. Nice, now that's enough, I said. I looked at Belle who was eating a big pile of grass I picked for her beforehand. Taking milk out of her takes out her satiation, but that was easily resolved by letting her eat grass while milk was taken away. That way, Acorn gathered around 8 liters of goat milk while she still had satiation above 60. And it was slowly increasing as well. Excellent. Now, want me to teach you how to make goat milk cheese? It is very tasty and goes well with bread. Ah well, you guys don't get bread. I asked. Why you know how to make goat milk cheese, Lady Dryad? Asked Acorn. It is impressive how much you know about everything. Ahaha. Well, I guess, I said. I used to live in the countryside with various farm animals, so I naturally learned how to make cheese out of cow, sheep, and goat milk. Now it was time to prepare cheese and even butter while we were at it. It was a good thing to do as the stew boiled. While the large pot of stew currently boiled in its place, I decided to move into another recipe and make some cheese. Of course, making cheese was not something instantaneous. It took a lot of days for it to get ready, and we also needed specific bacteria for it, so I was mostly trying it out for now to see if it works. This game was very realistic, but I don't know if they added cheese-making mechanics into it, so it was worth a try. First of all, I decided to filter the milk out of any crumbs it might have, and then, I put it to boil, for a few minutes until it boiled. After that, the goat milk was going to be left resting and that was where you're supposed to cover it with this bacteria, which separated the proteins of the milk and other things. The idea was to leave it until the goat milk slowly separated from the liquid and the solid, and this solid part was what was concentrated into making some cheese. For now, I left a few liters boiling for cheese, while the rest was boiled in a smaller pot so we could drink it with some tea later. It must be pretty good just like that. As I waited for the milk, I moved towards the stew and sprinkled it with my magic. The spells that I used were verdant recovery light and accelerated growth. That was more than enough to make the food glow with a mystical color. After that, we sat down over the table as we discussed a few things about our journey and where we should go after this was done. However, the stew was getting ready, so our discussion was interrupted midway through. "Lady Planta, I think the stew is ready," said Acorn. "I know. Let's turn off the fire then," I said. When the stew was done, I took out the steaks of pike I had saved and began to roast them over a pan with some acorn oil, which was good enough to fry these thick chunks of meat shaped as steaks. "Yuwa, that smells so nice," said Acorn. "Acorn, you already ate before, this is for the rest of the people, remember that," I said. I know that," he said, a bit embarrassed that he let himself get so tempted by the food. When the steaks were done, we quickly served them in a small plate and then the stew in a larger wooden plate, and we began to distribute it around all the houses. It was convenient that I was able to make the plates and they instantly turned into a singular item, so I stored them all inside my inventory and then just had to take them out to distribute them to the people. Many of the squirrel folk had been eating just acorns lately because they couldn't even wake up to cook anything for themselves, and they were also not that good at hunting either, so they had nothing to eat other than water and dry acorns, which perhaps wasn't the best for people that were not really like normal squirrels. There were a lot of families in quarantine inside their homes, and we entered them leisurely, as we distributed the plates and made them eat the stew and the steaks. Some seemed a bit dizzy and we didn't even know if they should eat or they might throw up. Luckily it turned out to be a pointless concern because these squirrel folk ate happily and at the end, they didn't throw up anything, so it was all good and dandy. After this, it seems everybody ate a lot and are pretty happy, aren't they? I wondered. Why yeah, it's all thanks to you, Lady Planta, everybody feels way better and might be able to resist the disease a bit better. Sighed Acorn. It really means a lot what you've done. Ah, don't worry about it, it is nothing, I said with a smile. I looked at the system windows showing what I had earned. Ding! You have prepared a blue spike stew with walking mushroom and acorns. You have prepared blue spike steak fried on acorn oil. You gained 450 EXP. You gained 200 EXP. It seemed that they gave me all some EXP, the steaks were various, but they all counted as the same food preparation interestingly enough. And with that, I had prepared even more food and gained some EXP in the process. Like this I didn't even need to fight anymore, I could just continue cooking and... No, wait. I still needed to hunt monsters for food, fishing is also like, technically hunting monsters, fish monsters at that. So. I guess I was not really escaping this at all, aren't I? Yeah, it was still pretty much the same. I still needed to hunt monsters and other things to gain materials and cook them. Damn. Oh well, that was how life is, you couldn't really expect it to be all made, you sometimes still had to keep working hard and everything else. Even in a game. I just had to deal with it, and just think of these monsters as food. I guess this game was helping me surpass this fear I had from taking another animal's life better than my actual real life. I was about to continue our journey with Acorn, but suddenly, the alarm clock sounded within the game settings. It was possible to put an alarm clock in-game too, so when a certain time came, you could log out. Acorn was inside of the elder's home as of now. I was watching him preparing some concoctions he wanted to make to help us out on our journey, but now that I have to leave, I will have to sadly leave him behind for a few hours. Sorry Acorn, I must go do something right now, can you wait a few hours? I promise I'll come back as early as I can. I said. Oh. Sure, I am busy here so don't worry, whenever you come back the potions should be ready then, said Acorn. Please, take care, Lady Dryad. Thank you. You too. I said. I quickly logged out and then took the VR helmet out of my head. That thing could get a bit hot sometimes, and when you took it out after playing for a few hours, your head got all heavy. Ah! I forgot something important while I was in the game. I needed to research my daughter's player avatar. I knew her name. It was Reaper. Dark Reaper, I think. Well, I remember that the guide said that he could research players as long as he had the names. I should do that later though. I had to go make lunch now. Today I'll make croquettes and what else should I add? Perhaps mashed potatoes? That sounded nice. I could also make some salad and so on, and that should do it. Even though Mark was coming to eat, I told him that I wasn't really going to cook anything too fancy, so I hope he didn't expect a big fancy dinner or something. I walked outside my room as I found my daughter and her friend inside my daughter's room. The two girls were sitting over the bed while resting with these helmets on. They seemed too peaceful, as if they were sleeping. Full Dive VR was really something else. I remembered that my husband always dreamed of Full Dive VR like in his fantasy novels like Sao, but that never became a reality while he was still alive, sadly. It only was around 4 years after he passed away that it finally became true. I smiled sadly. I wish you could be here to enjoy one of your dreams, dear. It truly became real and it was as fantastic as you always thought it would be. I remembered that he always followed the Twitter of all these big game companies to see how the progress of virtual reality continued, but aside from headset VR, there wasn't the true VR that he had seen from his novels and anime. However, who would have known that the true VR would become a reality but not by any of these big gaming companies but by another completely different and new company named Nexus Corporations. It wasn't Sony, nor Nintendo, nor Microsoft, and certainly it wasn't Valve. Now all these old games based in the old VR and the game console had received a pummeling hit in the market. Their games were not selling as much as before and most of their clients all moved to Full Dive VR, buying Nexus Corporation's products and even games they themselves made, such as brand new Fantasy Online, their most popular game so far. These other gaming companies have announced that they have managed to make some contracts with this corporation and they'll produce games for their console, but it seems that they have yet to even be capable of replicating their consoles. Nintendo was the only one of them that was refusing to embrace Full Dive VR and it was still producing games on their Nintendo Switch V2. Nintendo would always stick to old school, even now when they're earning less than 10% of what they used to earn 5 years ago. Full Dive VR has really hit the gaming market pretty hard. I was never an addict for games, but my cousins always brought their games to my house when I was a little girl, and my husband also had a big collection of gaming consoles and games, which he loved to play, so I kind of know all of that. He also made me play with him and I eventually liked a lot of the games. Sometimes I ended playing some all by myself, but I enjoyed them the most when we played cooperative games. I suppose Nintendo was still pretty good with those sorts of games. Most of my memories were about playing such games with him. Sigh. I miss him. Now all his gaming consoles were collecting dust, and so were his video games too, but I couldn't really bring myself to throw them or sell them. They're the treasures of my husband. I would never do such a thing. All of his anime figures and everything else. I kept them inside of his room and cleaned them once a week. In the future, I was going to give it all to Elayne and leave it up to her to decide what she wanted to do with them, but I was sure that she'll take care of her father's collection. She loved him a lot after all, and always played games and watched anime with him. Anyways, I needed to get ready and prepare some lunch for my precious little princess and her friend, and Mark too, my good friend from work, which I inadvertently invited to eat with us. I was a bit dummy there, but he seemed to be happy to come, so it was a good ending. I took out the croquettes from the freezer. They were as fresh as always. I eyed the appliance with a smile. This freezer was the latest generation one and possessed a technology that seemed to be able to neutralize bacteria inside, which makes it possible for food to not rot for a while. These croquettes were as fresh as yesterday, even more as I wrapped them with plastic foil. This freezer was also made by Nexus Corp. They're the biggest corporation as of now, even beating Sony, Samsung, and Android, and they make most of the Next-gen technology, although it didn't have the most affordable prices, they're not completely expensive that only the rich can afford. I took out some fresh potatoes and began to peel them nicely. After that, I cut them into medium-sized chunks and began to boil them in a pot to make mashed potatoes. Meanwhile, the croquettes were covered in flour and a bit of more spices and salt, and then, I left the oil to heat up in order to deep fry them. While doing that, I cut some onions, lettuce, and tomato to make a nice and fresh salad, and of course, we couldn't forget the lemon. After being asked by Elayne to come eat lunch with her and her family, Mark hurriedly moved back home to prepare. He took a warm bath and washed himself well enough. After that, he changed clothes into some casual attire that made him look good, then he shaved and put on some perfume as well. He was pretty much ready by now. He took out a fine wine from the storage room inside of his apartment, where he stored food and wine, and he took the most high-quality bottle he could find, one that cost hundreds of Canadian dollars. He would have never drunk it in such a casual situation as of now, and he actually wanted to save it for New Year's or Christmas, but he really wanted to use it now to enjoy this special day with Elayne as much as possible. Mark lived alone inside of his apartment, which was rather close to the market where he worked as the manager or boss, as they called him, although he didn't really own anything there. But he did decide who he would hire or even get someone fired as well, so every co-worker was always forcefully nice to him due to his position, and because of that he could never make true friends. Everyone was always just interested in his position. But when he contracted Elayne almost 5 years ago, things changed for his life. At first he had pitied the woman because her husband had recently passed away due to terminal cancer, and although she was left with some money, that would certainly not be enough to maintain her and also pay the bills. The bill included her daughter's high school, which was quite an expensive and prestigious one, and then there was the need to save money for her college. Due to that he ended up hiring her and looked to see how she would work. He had found her attractive from the get-go, but there were also many pretty women in his work, and most of them were just nice with him because he was the boss. Some had even attempted to seduce him in very direct ways, which only made Mark feel like people were only interested in him due to his position. Of course, those women were later on fired for misconduct. However, Elayne was truly different. She was gentle and nice, and although Mark thought she was like that out of interest like every woman he had met in the work, he later realized she was simply put, innately nice. He had seen her acting nice with everyone, not only for the first months to make up appearances, but she kept being nice with everyone for years, and years. 5 years have already passed, and she was still the same, with a gentle nature, a nice personality, a motherly and lovely smile and, honestly, she was way too nice for her own good, and Mark even began to worry that someone would take advantage of her personality. Without realizing it, all this time he had been slowly falling for her more and more, until this year, where he had finally kind of realized his feelings for her, and had been thinking on ways to approach her more. The two were in a friendly relationship for a long while, so he didn't know if Elayne had any feelings for him. But the thing about her husband was something big. It wasn't realistic to think that she would develop feelings for him when she was married for over 10 years with her husband before he passed away, and even had a daughter with him. Because of this, he always kept himself prudent with her, and didn't want to abuse his position to force her into doing something unwilling either. He was also a good and gentle man, as good as a Canadian man can get. His parents had taught him well about life, and he wasn't someone that abused his position to get what he wanted but used hard work to reach the position where he was now. He also was perhaps just as nice as Elayne, or perhaps a bit less, but he and Elayne really had matching personalities in various things, and the other co-workers all knew that he was in love with her. Whereas Elayne seemed always oblivious about these things because she believed herself to be an unattractive old woman most of the time, probably thinking that because of having a daughter, she had already stopped being attractive. Well, she still believed herself to look nice and not like a grandma or something, but she never thought too deeply about others watching her intensively. Mark just wanted to get a nice relationship. He had been living alone for way too long, and the creeping of old age was slowly approaching. He didn't want it to reach 40 while still being single and a virgin, and although he might had such opportunities in the past, all of them would be fleeting moments with women that were not really interested on him romantically, and he really wanted his first time to be special. However, he really didn't thought much about sex but more about love. He just wanted someone to be at his side, to hug him when he needed, to kiss him and comfort him when there was nobody else, and to simply accompany him through the long journey of life itself, which was always filled with arduous challenges. Mark sighed. He just wanted the time to hurry up so he could go meet her. There were still 2 hours left before the meeting, but he was already very nervous. The young man didn't know what he would say when they met or what they would talk about after all, so he was looking forward to seeing what he would do. Sigh. I am really nervous, maybe I should relax a little bit and play something. The man sat down over his bed and put on his VR helmet, quickly logging in. The first thing he did was put on an alarm clock for the hour he should go out back to his work where Elayne said she would meet him. And then, he clicked on the big logo saying, Brand New Fantasy Online, and logged in with his freshly made account around a week ago. He had recently bought the game online when it was finally on stock again. Since its launch that the game and the VR helmet had been selling like hot cakes and people were having a very hard time buying it because it was always out of stock, this incident reminded Mark of the times the PS5 came out, and how it was never on stock or when it was, it only lasted a few minutes at most. There were also a lot of scalpers, people buying the console and the games en masse and reselling them at insane prices that desperate people end up buying anyways. But Mark wasn't someone that would buy from a scalper, he had his principles, so he waited patiently all this time until he could finally get his hands into the products. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the middle of a small forest. His entire body was covered in wood, branches, and leaves, and his head was covered in the large skull of a goat, with broken horns and glowing red eyes beneath the eye sockets of the skull. His body was around 2 meters big, and his arms and legs were as thick as logs, while he had large hands with sharp wooden claws. In the middle of his chest, there was a large glowing, red-colored jewel, overflowing the rest of his body with mana. Ah, back again. This body is as uncomfortable as always. Ah, well, I've gotten used to it. He sighed. I really liked the Ents in Lord of the Rings, but I really shouldn't have chosen this race on a whim. Now I have to delete all my progress if I want to create a new character or just stay as an Ent. I read in a forum that it can eventually evolve to shape its body into something like a human. I really hope so. He thought internally, moving his enormous and cracking body covered in wood. Mark had made himself into an Ent, a race of tree people. They were similar to dryads in that they were considered the spirits of the forest, but just like dryads being a female-only race, Ents were a male-only race that only males could pick. He was a big fan of the Lord of the Ring books and had chosen this race on a whim because he wanted to see what it felt like to be a tree man, and it was honestly a bit annoying. His body was very heavy and slow, and it had some difficulties in having proper detection abilities. Ents were not liked by any player, and there were less than 10 of them all around the entire game composed of millions of players. This was because they were too slow, and had way too many weaknesses outside of forests. In a game that was dedicated to exploration of new areas, traveling across savannas, deserts, the sea, or even the sky was expected, an Ent won't be able to be as strong in such places. However, he had progressed quite a lot, and he really liked the bonuses he got by being an Ent. Although it also had many weaknesses, its abilities that benefited him by being in the forest were amazing. Not to mention that his physical defenses were also quite insane, coupled with an amazing regeneration of both HP and MP and also great magic such as green magic. He planned to stay in this race and embrace it, becoming one of its players to represent it. He was already midway through the levels, his race level and job class level were both at level 12, and he was slowly leveling up more around the Forest of Ents, which was said to be close to the Forest of Beginnings where Dryads spawned. Dryads were just as rare as Ents, so he hadn't met any players since he started playing, but he was fine with just being with himself as he played this game to mostly relax and leave out his stress. Although his class was quite conflicting with his race, he had still been training it, and its abilities were pretty interesting to play around with, but it was still a very unusual class. Yes, the class he had chosen was one that was not picked by many either. And no, it wasn't anything generic like warriors, mages, or necromancers, the 2 to 3 job class types chosen by literally every player. His job class was Spirit Beast of Wind, come. Flash. Suddenly, he conjured a special skill, as his mana materialized into a creature. A large bird made of golden and green light emerged. It resembled a 1-meter big hawk, and it now sat over his head. Crya. The hawk cried loudly, making a fuss. This was his Spirit Beast of Wind, one of the summons of the complicated and underwhelming job class named Druids. Scout the area around, this forest is way too small, I think we should move out. Thankfully there are a lot of forests in this area, and I am strong even outside of it mostly, so leveling shouldn't be hard. He thought as he walked around the forest as his beast spirit quickly flapped its wings and flew as if it were the wind itself. Flayash. Mark looked into the distance with a smile as he continued walking through the forest, until he saw what seemed to be a dark beast lurking around, in the shape of a tiger. Another miasma beast? He wondered. Spirit Beast of Earth, come. Flash. Mark quickly summoned another spirit beast, as the ground in front of him gathered together and formed into a 3-meter big bear made of stone. Gruer. Boom. Clash. Truum. The sounds of miasmic beasts being crushed to death through the power of many elements resonated across the small forest events where Mark had spawned. Their cries of agony were like music to his ears, as they meant more EXP. 3 different beasts made out of the elements of the world and represented special spirit beasts were finishing off a large group of miasma beast, a new event monster that had begun to spawn everywhere in the world after the Demon King of Dark Miasma World boss was introduced into the game with the latest game patches. Ding! You defeated Dark Wolf Beast, LV6. You defeated Dark Bear Beast, LV4. You defeated Dark Tiger Beast, LV7. Mark glanced at the battle's rewards, as he acquired several dropped items and some cash as well as EXP, the most important thing. Any player would always want to level up in an RPG game after all, and the fastest way to do it was always by destroying monsters and gaining EXP. Mark had been grinding non-stop since he started the game. There was actually a quest in this forest given to him by the Ancient Ent, but the quest by itself was about just cleansing the forest from the monsters and dark beasts that were eating away at the roots of the old ents sleeping as trees in this forest, so he had to just slay beasts, a pretty easy quest. He had already mostly cleansed the entire forest, and although monsters would continue to spawn, they were now smaller in quantity and their levels didn't go up with him, so he was being forced to eventually move out of this place and find another place with better leveling areas to increase his level. Clash. Griot. Poof. Mark used his gigantic log arms to crush the living hell out of a dark beast in the shape of a wild bat, which exploded into dark fog and dissipated afterwards. Aside from being a druid with the ability to summon beast spirits based on animals and elements, he was also able to harbor their power inside of his body. By using the power of the spirit beast of strength, in the shape of a gorilla, he was able to boost his physical strength to a great degree, especially because this skill had no cooldown as they were the specialty of druids. However, he couldn't use it all the time. Only 4 spirit beasts could be summoned at the same time, and they were not really like normal summons but more like manifestations of his powers and spirits. Although they didn't need to sleep nor eat, they would constantly drain his mana when summoned, so he couldn't bring them out all the time and had to rest after going through a grinding session. Ents were already incredibly durable and strong due to their weight and the hardness of their old wood covering their bodies. They didn't even need armor as their entire body was like an armored fortress, nor weapons as their fists were enough to crush stones. They were said by lore to be the guardians of nature, and they really made them like that by how strong they could be as long as they were close to places with a lot of nature concentration. However, perhaps by seeing how this race had not many benefits outside of such places, Mark had decided to pick the druid class which was able to harbor the power of all elements of nature, even in a desert where an ant would be at a disadvantage. He would be able to summon the spirit beast of wind and earth, or even new ones that are unlocked over time and leveling, class changing, and evolving. This way, he was able to compensate for his race's weakness through employing the versatility of spirit beast summons. But if the druid class was so good, why was it so rare? Well, that was because of its insane MP costs for everything, and how to maintain a summon you needed to constantly feed it mana, unlike actual summons that simply summon a helper that didn't need mana. Spirit users such as druids and other similar job classes were not popular as they always needed a bit of rest after grinding, and not everyone had enough time to waste. Most players enjoyed leveling up fast and exploring everywhere, but Mark liked to relax and take things easy. Phew. Well, that was nice. I can feel that I got a lot of stress out with this. He sighed in relief. Now come back you guys, or you'll drain me out of all my mana. A wind bird, an earth bear, and a fiery lion all jumped towards Mark and dissipated into spiritual essence, quickly being unsummoned. He could summon them back at any time, but for now it was better to let them rest. The gorilla-like spirit inside of him boosting his strength also disappeared quite quickly. Mark looked into the distance, as he found the border of the small ant forest, and saw a vast grassy plain covered by all sorts of trees here and there. There was also several rivers and a beautiful and large lake in the distance, and a bit farther away, there was an even bigger forest, the spawn area of dryads, the forest of beginnings. The ancient ant told me to go there to aid the people that are being affected by some sort of disease. I don't know if I should bother with these annoying quests, to be honest. He thought. I could always just go farther away into the mountains, the next leveling area, but perhaps I should stay here and see if there is any good reward. The ancient ant reward for cleansing the forest was a pretty good equipment piece. This red core has enhanced my mana regeneration a lot, muttered Mark as he glanced at the red jewel in his chest. This was the only equipment that ants could use, named Earthy Core, which was a special organ that boosted all their capabilities and could be refined by absorbing the essence of nature. There were many types of earthy cores, and each one had a different color and shape. Some even boosted specific playstyles or granted special abilities, and as an ant evolved, they would be able to equip more earthy cores inside of their bodies to enhance their abilities further. Welp, I should really get going, the clock is already telling me it's time. Mark quickly logged out as he took out the helmet and stood out of his bed. He stretched a bit and sighed in relief as a calm smile emerged on his lips. Well, that was fun. Playing as an ant is not that bad when you got a druid class. To think I would end up using the least meta of all races and job classes combined. They make for a surprisingly fun character to play. He thought, as he walked into his bathroom, washed his face a bit and decided to wash his teeth. Afterwards, he packed his things and walked away from his home, quickly moving back to his workplace where he found Jenny sitting over his chair with her legs over the table while drinking a soda. The girl had a gothic style with clothes and always wore big black boots, which stood out a bit too much. Mark sighed internally. Although Jenny was a genuinely good girl, she was also quite uneducated, but he had to admit she worked pretty good and also didn't treat him as if he were a king in a pedestal. She treated him like any other human being, which he appreciated with so many bootlickers co-workers he had experienced to be with through his job. However, what she was doing was a bit too much now. Jenny, get your foot down the table. Also, I am deducting that soda too, said Mark. Are you done with the storage things? Boss. Yeah, I am, she said. Haha, please, don't be like that, I am a hard worker. Let me have this soda on the house. No, said Mark while furrowing his eyebrows. Anyways, is Elayne here yet? Nope, said Jenny. I see you're impatient today. I bet you want to kiss her around already and say, oh, Elayne, I've always loved you. Mooch, mooch. I don't care if you were married or have a daughter. I am okay with MILFs. Yeah. asked Mark, progressively growing redder. Don't mess around with stuff like that. I am your boss, respect me a little bit. Mark sat down at the side of Jenny as he began to drink a soda as well. Jenny and he were like friends at this point, and he allowed her to talk to him like this due to their relationship. Okay boss, sorry about that, she said. But I know I'm right. You smug little. Before Mark could say any other word, Elayne entered the place in a breeze. Mark, are you there? Elayne's POV. The croquettes were already done, and the mashed potatoes too. I had also made the salad earlier, so everything was alright for now. I have yet to make tartar sauce, but I will just buy one in the market with Mark. I quickly moved out of the kitchen and checked on my daughter. I saw my girl and her friend still playing in their room, so I left them there and walked outside and quickly reached the mini market and found Mark and Jenny drinking soda together. The two seemed like good friends and a nice pair. I wondered if they would get together eventually. I always saw the two talking a lot. Jenny was a nice girl, she was around 18 and she was a hard worker. She had a sharp tongue, but she's always nice with me, although with the boss, Mark, she sometimes gets a bit over the top, but that was because they seem to be good friends and might have a relationship too. I wonder if he'll ever confess to her. That would be cute to see. Maybe he wanted to ask me for advice. I know Jenny a bit, but I don't think I could consider me her friend yet, but I'd try to help him as much as I can. I just want to see him happy, he's such a nice boss. Mark, are you there? I asked while entering the mini market and pretended I wasn't seeing them talking for a bit. Ah. Elayne, said Mark, as he got a bit surprised and grew red like a tomato. Why you're here? Yeah. How are you, Jenny? I asked. Jenny smiled gently at me as she waved her hand. Hello Elayne, I'm doing good, how about you? I just learned you invited this Casanova to eat with you, she said, suddenly smiling rather smugly. Don't let him take advantage of you or something, even if you're alone now, he might still try to be a homewrecker, ha 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 ha. Huh? What do you mean? I wondered. And nothing, don't mind it. She sighed. Jenny, you're getting on my nerves, I'm lowering your pay if you continue being like this, said Mark angrily. Ahaha, don't worry, she's cute, I said. I came here to buy something as well. Do you like tartar sauce? I do, said Mark. Want some? Yes. We quickly bought some tartar sauce and he said that it was on the house. Jenny looked at him rather pissed. Oi, you make me pay for the soda but the sauce is on the house. That's unfair as hell, she said angrily. It's not unfair. Elayne invited me for lunch, so I am just cooperating, said Mark. Huh, don't worry, you can discount it from my pay, I said with a smile while petting his shoulder. I would never. It is the least I can do, he said. I also brought a good wine we can enjoy together. Oh. Nice. Then let's get going, I said, as I quickly walked out of the market and Mark stood there watching me go for a few seconds. Was he watching my back? Did I have some kind of stain on the back of my jeans? Hey, come on now, I said. Alright, he said. We walked back home as Mark smiled back at me like the good man he always was. He always smiled so cutely, I sometimes felt like pinching stretching his cheeks. He was still young so he still got that youthful appearance of a teenager sometimes, despite being way over that age. Elayne, I wanted to thank you for inviting me today to have lunch with you. He said. Personally this time. Oh, I did it on a whim without thinking it too much, I said. But I am glad that you're happy over it, Mark. Mark suddenly blushed a bit more. Hemore, he was a very shy man sometimes, although he showed a braver face before others. When he was around me, he was always like this. Perhaps because I was his friend so he was more open. I see. Well, sometimes little accidents can bring a lot of new possibilities to the future. He said. Anyways, how's your daughter? Elayne? She's with Anna in their room playing this VR game. I said. VR? He wondered. Which one? I think it is. I said. Brand new Life Online. Do you know about it? It is often played by teens, but there are some adult people that play it. Of course I don't play it. I had to keep it a secret that I played the game to not sound awkward or weird. That was a game that young people played. If he were to know I played such a thing, he would have a bad impression of me, most likely. Oh yeah, it is something that young people play. He said while averting his gaze and getting a bit nervous all out of the sudden. Anyways, I guess she's enjoying it, but wasn't it a bit expensive? Yeah. I had to pay a lot for that thing. I sighed. But my girl really liked it, even though she's always calm and says few words. I am sure she liked it. I am sure of it. Said Mark. She seems to be a good girl. Sorry if she said something weird to you, she's not usually like that. I said. Oh, no, it doesn't matter, please don't worry about it. Said Mark. We walked back home, and we quickly got inside. I quickly walked back to my daughter's room while Mark put the wine over the table. Find EU chapters on nv/lbi. Com. Elayne. Anna. I said. Come eat lunch now, you said you wanted to eat lunch. The two girls were still inside the game, but the headset has a function that sends messages to the player when there sees somebody calling them to come out, which is a pretty convenient technology. The two girls quickly took out their helmets after logging out. Mom, I was about to reach level 190. Sighed my daughter. Couldn't you wait a bit longer? Elayne, real life is more important than games, dear. I said. Come eat with the rest of us, Mark is already here and he's waiting for you all to come eat. Okay. Elayne said. I ignored her complaints, which were very childish. Eating lunch was more important than just leveling up. Nice, I was getting hungry already, said Anna. Eating in the game feels nice, but there's nothing better than actually filling your real stomach. The two girls quickly sat down around the table with Mark in there as well. Mark decided to sit down near my left side while Elayne at my left side, and Anna to the right side of Elayne. Today there are croquettes and mashed potatoes with tartar sauce and a nice and fresh salad. I said. Mark, do you like it? Yeah, I love mashed potatoes, said Mark. I am sure anything you would cook would be tasty, Elayne. Oh my, you always are so nice, I said. I quickly served him a plate with food. The croquettes were freshly deep-fried and were crunchy outside, as I had added some panko to them as well. The mashed potatoes was creamy but not liquid at all. And lastly, I put a small pot with tartar sauce for everyone to add to their croquettes. I also put some mayonnaise, ketchup, and mustard. Tartar sauce, said Elayne. She seemed to have missed this sauce. She quickly took a spoonful and put it over her two croquettes, while adding some to her portion of salad as well. I don't like it, but I do like ketchup, said Elayne, quickly adding ketchup to her croquettes and a bit over the mashed potatoes and mixing it up until the mashed potatoes turned slightly red. I suppose she liked that flavor. Mark waited for the two girls to serve themselves before acting, then he got himself some tartar sauce over his croquettes, and then he decided to serve some wine. Wine? He asked. Sure. Can you open it? I wondered. Yeah, I brought one of these, said Mark. He pulled out a special tool to remove the wooden cap that wine bottles had, and took it out. Pop! With a small sound, the compressed air of the wine came out of the bottle, as the delicious smell of a wine that has been resting for a while filled our nostrils. The smell was quite good, and it seemed to be an expensive wine at that. Mark really shouldn't have bought such an expensive wine. Here. Mark said, serving my cup with some wine. And then he served himself. The girls were drinking the soda they bought in the mini-market. "This is a fine wine I bought some time ago. I was saving it for a special occasion, but I believe it is a good occasion to use it now," said Mark. Is that so?" I asked, surprised. "I am glad you think that." I decided to give it a go as I tasted the wine. Rich in flavor, aromatic and fragrant, it was a bit sweet too, and the aroma it had was similar to strawberries. It was quite citric, yes. It was sweeter than I thought. However, it was still quite spicy, and the strong flavor made me want to eat the food to see how it all came together. "Ooh, this is good," I said. "It tastes nice." "I am glad you like it," said Mark, taking a sip. It is really good." "Yeah. It doesn't taste at all like the cheap wine we find around the mini-market. This is really nice," I said. "Indeed. The flavor is really encompassing, my mouth is filled with it now." "Well, thanks for the meal," he said, as he quickly began to dig in. He used a fork to cut down a piece of the croquets. It had tender cooked meat inside mixed with many veggies I added and seasoned with spices, and then he ate it with the tartar sauce. Crunch, crunch. He looked like a cute hamster stuffing his cheeks with food. He looked very happy, and his face grew progressively more impressed, even raising his eyebrows. "This is so flavorful. I never thought I would eat such croquets in my life," he said. "They're better than the ones my grandmother used to make. This is amazing, Elayne, you're really good at this." "Really?" I asked. "I just made them on a whim because I wanted to eat them, but I am glad you liked them." I looked at Anna and Elayne. The two were concentrating on eating while they looked at their phones. I guess the girls were in their own world at that. "Is the food good?" I asked. "Yeah," said Elayne, as she looked angrily back at Mark. "It is." "Hee, I am glad. And don't be rude, don't look at our guest like that." I sighed. Elayne averted her gaze from Mark and continued looking at her phone. Anna smiled nervously back at us. She was acting surprisingly more polite now, perhaps even she was more polite than Elayne sometimes. "Would you turn off your phone while there are guests, dear?" I asked. "You should interact more." Elayne looked at me very pissed, furrowing her eyebrows even more. She then turned off her phone and saved it in her pocket. "Okay." She began eating with a grumpy face, but at least she obeyed me. That was what mattered, the intention. "Yes." Mark seemed a bit nervous. Elayne generated some sort of dark aura around her that made her hard to approach, which made me wonder how Anna got so close to her. We enjoyed the food while talking in between bites. Although my daughter barely spoke, Anna was quite active in the conversation sometimes. "So we are already in the middle of the year, huh?" said Mark. "We are getting close to vacation. Do you have any plans?" "Yeah, I was planning on going to visit my mom's house. Elayne misses her grandma as well," I said. Elayne didn't say anything but seemed a bit surprised. "I wanted to spend the vacations with Anna," she said after a while. Me?" asked Anna. "Elayne, go visit your grandma, don't be like this." "Ugh." Elayne seemed to not want to go see my mother. "But I would force her anyway." "I see," said Mark. If you have any free time, want to go out with me?" "Huh? All three of us looked at Mark with surprised faces. Did Mark just ask me to go out with him? Wait, that's a date, isn't it? My daughter suddenly began to look at Mark with a death stare. Her eyes could almost glow red from how suddenly angered she got, and her aura was progressively growing darker. Was she becoming the embodiment of darkness or something? Anna was surprised though at her side, while raising an eyebrow. "Wow, did you just ask Elayne's mom on a date?" she asked. And no. It wasn't like that, said Mark. I just thought it would be nice to go out. Like friends. Friends always go out and do stuff together. Like you two girls, right? All right. I said. So that's what it is. Sure thing, Mark. It has been a while since I even went out. It would be nice. I could bring my friend Rita too, you'll love her, she's such a nice woman. Sure, if you want to. But I thought something between the two, Mark barely managed to say some words before he noticed Elayne staring at him even more furiously than before. He quickly stopped talking and decided to accept what I said. It is okay, I am glad, he said. I just feel it is boring to spend my vacations inside my apartment. Sorry if that came out of nowhere. Oh no. Don't worry about it, Mark, I said. We friends have to help each other if we can. I am also alone most of the time, Elayne is always in her own world as you can see. Sounds like a plan then. Said Mark. Sure, I will try to find some time for it though, I said. I hope you can understand. I do. Sure thing, thank you for considering it, he said. Mark was bolder than I thought, but he seemed to have good intentions and nothing weird. I was glad, he's a nice man. I've never had male friends before, but I should just treat them like my female friends, right? Friends were friends no matter the gender. After we were done having lunch, we were all stuffed and Anna and Elayne decided to go back to Elayne's room. Thanks for the meal, Lady Elayne. It was pretty tasty, said Anna. Said Elayne as she walked. I sighed. I wish I could spend some more time with her and talk more with her, but she escaped the moment we finished eating. Ugh. But perhaps in the game we'd be able to connect some more together, right? At the end, Mark and I were the only ones sitting around the table, and we drank a bit of wine while talking about whatever that came on our mind. After some time, he rose to his feet. I should really go now, I don't want to bother you anymore, he said. Oh, you're not a bother, Mark, I said. Take care. I hugged him and kissed his cheek, as he blushed a bit and felt embarrassed. Why yeah, you too. He walked away rather nervously but happily. Mark walked back home with a rather happy expression on his face. After having worked hard to maintain his composure with Elayne, he was finally able to walk back home. It wasn't that he didn't like being with her, but it simply was too overwhelming. His heart was beating very fast and he felt like it was going to explode out of his chest at any moment. It was quite the overwhelming feeling that only made him more nervous, although he couldn't help but feel like his heart almost skipped a beat when she hugged and kissed him. It was an expression of closeness that Elayne did to those close to her such as her friend Rita and her daughter. He wasn't used at all with this kind of treatment. He never thought that being hugged and kissed on the cheek was something that people actually did. After the pandemic of COVID-19 that happened over 10 years ago, society was never able to fully recover from the damage caused by the intense lockdowns and the enforcements of social distancing. Things like hugging or kissing a friend became something that slowly faded away from society, and basic expressions of closeness were only shared between very close family members now. However, Elayne was a woman with Mexican family, and her grandmother's culture was always about being close with the people they cared for, family or not. Friends were friends, and her grandma always said that friends were like your second family, and that you have to love them and take care of them, so they didn't go away. Due to this, Elayne didn't really care about how society now saw such basic human interactions and was very open. She had never done this with Mark, but she did it out of instinct pretty much. Mark felt overwhelmed by her cuteness and deep down had the urge to hug her back and kiss her as well, but he thought it would be awkward, so he stopped himself. He caressed his cheek gently as he walked back home. His face was as red as a tomato. Due to his youthful face, he looked like an adorable teenager embarrassed over his crush noticing him. I can't believe it. She really just kissed me. He thought aloud. Mark walked back home without heading back into the mini-market. Instead he jumped into his bed and sighed in relief after he reached it. Ha! I am tired. He sighed. This is way too much for me. It could be said that his love for her had just increased in a single day. But who wouldn't in such a situation? Elayne was too good of a woman to be true. If it wasn't because she was already married and had a daughter, way more men would be circling around her like flies. Mark was just one of those men that didn't care about those things. Hell, he was even willing to become Elayne's adoptive father, but that didn't seem to be realistic in the end, as Elayne disliked him and seemed to see through his intentions, realizing he wanted more than a friendship from her mother. He felt a bit embarrassed with himself in that regard, because he made Elayne's daughter think he was just some perverted guy only interested in fucking her mom, while Mark just wanted a love relationship. After all, there was a very bad misconception about all men just wanting to desperately have sex with the woman they're interested with, and although there were many men like this anyways, there were also many that aren't like this. Some people were only seeking love, and Mark was one of such men. But would Elayne love him back? Well, he didn't lose anything if he tried his best. Well. It's 6 p.m. already. Ugh, I'll take a nap and maybe if I wake up with energy, I'll play a bit. He thought, as he took out his shoes and changed his clothes into some more comfortable ones. Then he rolled on bed and slept over it. Mark walked away from my house after our lunch, he stayed for a bit more afterwards and we chatted a lot while drinking the nice wine. I had asked him to bring it back with him because it was way too expensive, but he said that I could keep it. Wow, I was very surprised about that, actually. How come he was telling me to keep it? It was very expensive. But then he told me that it was okay and that we could share it again on another occasion. Geez, I guess he already tied me down to another date. Well, it was nice to have a new friend to distract myself from my daily routine for once. While drinking wine I really noticed that he was pretty handsome, like really handsome. Was this the alcohol making me feel dizzy? Well, he was indeed a handsome young man. Men my age were often not that pretty, he still had that youthful spark that made him so adorable as well. Ah, what was I even thinking? I shouldn't think such things, I was not some weird perverted old woman that was into younger men. Also, wasn't he like around 25 or something? I was older than him by over 10 years. I really sound like some perverted grandma or something. Ugh, being alone for 5 years really did this to a woman, should calm myself. I don't think he's that interested in me, he was doing this mostly out of courtesy, right? Although I was sure that he still liked me as a friend, and that was for the best. I wouldn't really know what to do if he actually liked me, but I am pretty sure he's closer with Jenny, so he's probably trying to find a way to date her. Although unlike what I thought, he didn't ask me for advice at all. Is he really planning to do it or not? Maybe I should give him some courage next time. He was still young after all, he gotta take the risks while he could. And well, quite honestly, he was not risking anything much. Although I remembered that he once told me that he had dated co-workers before, but he disliked them afterwards because all of their intentions were always about money and being given raises in the job. They were never truly interested in him romantically, which really sucked. I really hope he didn't see me as one of those people. But I think he didn't because he was very nice to me. He was a good man and I'm sure he deserved a good woman as well, so I hope his love life can receive what he deserved one of these days. I was sure that when he gets a family and has children all of them will be as cute as him, I could even be their nanny. While washing the dishes, I checked the time and it was around 6 p.m. and close to 7 p.m. already. Well, time surely flew by, perhaps we'll just have some instant ramen for dinner I guess. I doubt my daughter and her friend will come out now. If they would, it was probably only to go to the bathroom. They got all the snacks of the world, so they'd probably be going to take breaks between and eat their snacks, so the girls were going to be fine for now. Phew, I really filled up my stomach eating a lot of croquets though, I was full, and there was also that wine. Should I go play the game while being slightly drunk? I think they advised against that. So I should probably take a little nap before that. I moved back to bed and jumped over it, and then I set an alarm clock for around 8:30 p.m. and then I dozed off. Ding! Ding! Yua. When I woke up, the alarm clock was ringing, it was already dark outside, and I slept a big nap for around 2.5 hours. Well, that was a long nap, but I used to do this all the time when I didn't have much to do, but now that I got the game, I should play it again. I checked the alcohol levels in my blood, I am still in the moderate, a few cups of wine won't go away with a nap. Nonetheless, I feel way better now and not drunk like before, so I guess I could play the game better for now. However, before I could play, I checked my phone and found some messages from Mark and Rita, my two friends. Rita, hey, Elayne, are you there? How have you been enjoying the game, friend? I'm going to play it next week, what's your char? Race and job class? My son felt embarrassed to introduce me to that stuff, so I had to research myself, haha. Rita, I was researching about how to make money quickly on the game. It says that production-based classes are very rare and those make money off selling what they make, but it sounds a bit complicated. Nonetheless, it is better than working outside, to be honest. Rita, I also saw one about being a sex worker. Apparently, the game allows for close interactions with those you add as friends, so you could even become some sexy race like in Succubus and have sex for money. And because it is all virtual, it is not real, isn't it? Wow, I wonder how virtual sex feels like, oh ho ho. Yep, that was Rita, she hasn't changed a single bit. She's really quite a pervert sometimes. Did the first thing she thought about the game was having sex on it? I am pretty sure her husband was still with her. Wouldn't it be like cheating? Yeah, I hope she was joking around and not for real, but you never knew, this woman had been like this ever since high school. I decided to answer her right away so she doesn't get weird ideas. I had to stop her before she did anything weird. If she wanted to, I could help her craft stuff or something. Acorn was an alchemist, so he might even help us out in that regard. Elayne, Rita, don't joke around like that. It would still be like cheating your husband, don't ever think about doing that. I am not letting you. No way. Also, my in-game name is Planta. I made a dryad with the farmer job class because I saw that they can grow a farm and there are various activities that don't relate to fighting, and I really don't like fighting. Although I still have been forced to do it sometimes. But it was still pretty fun. Apparently, each race has a different spawn place, but we can gather in the free market city, where any player can teleport to automatically. She was probably busy doing something else because she didn't read the message right away like she often did, so I left her that message and moved towards Mark's messages. He seemed to have left something small. Mark, thanks for inviting me to eat today, it was very fun, and your cooking is amazing, Elayne. I am looking forward to eating again with you one of these days so we can finish off that wine. I hope you don't drink it until then. I guess it was a very polite message, I should leave him something short as well to not annoy him that much. Elayne, okay. Thank you, Mark. Good night. That should be enough. I had never been that much into chatting online, I really just preferred to talk with people in person, but that nowadays made me someone very rare, huh? Well, for now, I should log into the game again. I think I was level 4, and I have yet to check my status. I should probably get some new skills or perhaps level up a few others. I had to think about this a bit more deeply though. I put on the VR headset and then dived into the game. I don't think I'll play that much longer though. I like to sleep early. I logged back to the game and I found myself seated inside of the chief of the Squirrel Kin's house, and there was also Acorn napping over a small bed made of hay. He had almost a dozen flasks filled with a green liquid sitting at a table at his side. He seemed to have taken a nap, seeing how I wasn't coming back yet. I was so sorry. I also took a nap, and I was quite tired. I then looked into the current quest and saw that we still needed a bunch of materials, although at the very least we got the mushroom part done for. Dark Essence, 1 out of 10. Black Core, 1 out of 10. Morning Flower Dew, 0 out of 5. Spiky Purple Mushroom, 5 out of 5. Leaf of Youth, 0 out of 5. Golden sap, 0 out of 5. Damn it. At the very least we got to get something of this bunch today. I knew that Acorn was the only one aware of the way to all these materials, so I had to sadly wake him up. The big squirrel boy looked so cute sleeping, I ended caressing him for a bit. His fur was so soft, I wanted to adopt him. But he was an NPC friend, not a pet that I could just go around petting. So with that in mind, I stopped having these weird thoughts where I wanted to make Acorn my little pet and slowly attempted to wake him up by shaking him a little bit. Acorn, wake up. I am back, I said. Dear, wake up. He muttered. F5 more minutes, Grandma. Ah. I guess his grandma used to wake him up early in the morning. He must miss her a lot. Was his grandma like his mother? I haven't seen him talking about his parents at all. Were they alive? Well, it would be rude to ask, so I have not asked those types of things that might be hurtful. HMNGH. Oh. Ah. Acorn finally woke up after I caressed his head with a bit more intensity. He jumped out of the bed made of hay as he realized I was standing there looking down at him. He quickly regained his composure as he licked his tiny hands and washed his face with them. I guess that was how squirrels do it. Phew. Sorry for that, I was taking a nap to regain some energies. I think there's still time to go look for some stuff, right? He checked out his window and saw that the sun was still in the sky, just slowly going down. Yeah, it still should be enough time, so what should we go pick now? I asked. Anything closer to here aside from the mushrooms? I think we almost extinguished all the mushrooms from that area. He sighed. Mushroom monsters come from an underground cave or something, but they take a long time growing up into adults and then sprouting out of the ground, so I guess we are mostly free from those guys for a while. Yeah. No more mushrooms? Oh well, I got a lot of dropped items from them, enough mushrooms to cook for a month or more, I said with a smile. Well that's good, said Acorn. Anyways, the closest item we got is the golden sap. It is the sap of a specific tree named Ash Tree of Life. It is a small tree said to have grown from a small branch of the Yggdrasil tree. Just like the Tree of Beginnings. There is a small family of ash trees of life to the northwest, so let's go there. It should be a short trip if we go on top of Belle. Me. Belle was right at our side, as she was also napping with Acorn. Loki was seemingly sleeping too as she remained quiet near Belle. I didn't know if plants slept or not, but I think they do. Well, Loki was a monster plant so normal rules don't exactly apply to her as we know it. Nonetheless, with that said, we decided to move out. I took a peek at each citizen before we went out. Most of them were back to sleep, but looking at their status, they seemed healthier, so that soothed my heart. I guess they'd be able to endure it more. Just wait for us, we'll surely find the materials and create a cure. We moved down the tree into the grassy forest floor below, and we mounted our fierce steed. Belle was strong enough to carry all three of us, including Loki. Without any apparent problems, she quickly marched towards the destination that Acorn told me. I was able to indicate Belle where to run by clicking into a certain point in the mini-map. The sound of her legs crushing branches and the grass below was heard everywhere as we moved forward, but it seemed that monsters were not near so we were kind of safe, and Belle would crush anything that got in the way anyways. For around 20 minutes, we simply moved as fast as possible towards our location. The beautiful forest was getting a bit darker now, but I was willing to work at night to get what we wanted. Here we are. After half an hour, we arrived at our destination and we found ourselves in a small patch of grass in the forest, which was separated from the rest of the forest for some reason. In the middle of this patch of grass, this small area, there were a few dozen small ash trees, with gray-colored branches with green leaves, emanating a mysterious aura from within. We are here. It seems that there were no monsters, that's nice to know, said Acorn, as he jumped into the forest at first and began to move towards the ash trees at a fast speed. As he moved, I decided to follow him with Belle and Loki at my side. I looked around but it seemed that there was nothing dangerous, so it would be a nice and safe trip. That's nice, eh? However, before my eyes, a creeping and large shadow was slowly lurking right at the side of Acorn, coming directly from the depths of the forest, and then, it jumped right towards us. "Watch out, Acorn!" I cried, as I extended my hands and suddenly shaped them as vines, grabbing Acorn and pulling him back before the enormous creature was to crush him. Boom! The creature was so heavy it made the entire ground tremble, and it blew us away with ease. I ended up falling over my own butt, which was rather big thankfully, and I caught Acorn on my arms. I lost some HP, but it was regenerating automatically. "GYU." The angered and cute voice of a creature was heard. I looked at the entity made of darkness. That was definitely a dark beast. But what kind of dark beast is that? It had the shape of a mushroom. When I looked at the beast information, something intriguing showed up. Dark Beast Mushroom King, LV7, Elite. A powerful dark beast formed from the leftover negative energy and miasma contained from dozens of walking mushrooms that were indiscriminately massacred all at once. It is filled with resentment and will chase down those that killed the mushrooms that gave birth to it at all costs. It possesses a deadly venomous pore that can paralyze and inflict poison on a target, which will lower their HP over time. It can also jump very high and crush an enemy with its big weight. What? It was the mushroom we killed yesterday? No way, is this all my fault? Wag. It was because I summoned Belle and she just killed everybody. I am sorry, mushrooms. Have they come to haunt me now that we assassinated them? Ugh. And its HP bar was so big. It was definitely a boss monster. What kind of game was this where they make a boss monster chase you down? It was as if the game just wanted you to die for once. That's a big dark beast. And a mushroom? Asked Acorn. I can sense it, Acorn. This dark beast was born from the miasma that the mushrooms we killed yesterday had. I sighed. It is all my fault. And no, don't think about those things, please, he said. We have to kill it now. If we run away, it will chase us down into the village, and if this thing can jump so high, it could even destroy all the houses in the trees. Yua. It's coming again. Gyu. The giant dark beast Mushroom King suddenly gathered a large quantity of energy in the form of darkness within its body. The energy concentrated within its tiny legs, and then the mushroom jumped high into the skies once more with an explosion of this dark matter, leaving a lot of dark smoke behind. Flash! It is falling, run! I cried, grabbing Acorn as Belle and Loki followed me from behind, and then, the giant mushroom fell right over the place we were just a few seconds ago. Boom! The enormous tremor it provoked was very loud and strong, and it even cracked the dirt and stones behind, leaving a large crater where the mushroom had to crawl out of it for a bit. Wait, that's it. Was this a boss pattern? So even in this game they got something like that? Every time it fell, it created a small pit that it had to crawl outside from, giving us time to hit it. Acorn, hit it with everything you got. I said. I quickly decided to attack myself. I didn't have many attack skills or anything of the sort. Green magic seems purely defensive or supportive, but that's enough. I used the buffing spells Accelerated Growth, and Verdant Recovery Light, which both gave a slight buff to a target, and I conjured it on both of us and Belle and Loki. After that, I slowly shaped my hand into a large and sharp spear made out of wood. Hardening the wood was hard and it took a chunk of MP, but I didn't have much of an option now. Controlling the trees was unrealistic because they were far away and would cost too much MP. Okay. I prepared these explosive potions just for the occasion, he said. Explosive potions? I asked. Acorn took out a small red flask from his pocket, containing a strange red liquid that glowed very brightly. It seemed to emanate the aura of fire and combustion. This was definitely not a potion. Was this a Molotov bomb but in a fantasy world? I made them out of a special herb that has a sap that combusts when it touches another specific sap, this black one. This is fiery sap and this is oil, said Acorn. Acorn, that's not a sap. Well, whatever, try it out then. I said. Okay. As we moved around, Acorn quickly throwed both of the flasks over the head of the angered dark best Mushroom King, as the flasks shattered into pieces over its head. The black oil mixed with the fiery sap and then, a combustion effect happened, an explosion of fire, actually. Boom! Wow, it worked. Haha. Laughed Acorn. This is the first time I try this out. Goo. The giant mushroom began to burn, constantly taking damage on its HP, as it now gained the status of burning and was taking constant damage. Nice. Although the damage by itself was not as big, as it lowered around 7% of its HP, it was a good chunk nonetheless. GYU. GYU. However, the mushroom only grew angrier at our attempt at damaging it, as it finally jumped into the skies once more. It began to quickly fall towards our exact direction with amazing precision. I quickly jumped over Belle once I grabbed Acorn, as Loki followed next, and then Belle moved us away in time. Boom! Another tremor happened, but the mushroom not only just jumped this time, instead it angrily released a purple-colored smoke all around its body. These were the poisonous spores. The dark beast Mushroom King hit the ground, generating a loud tremor that almost threw us off balance, and the second after, its mouth opened and it began to release a poisonous smoke, which were actually its spores. The mushroom had decided that it would be better to poison us to death. I might be a player and can die and revive, but Acorn is an NPC, and it is said that when NPC happen to die sometimes, they can't revive. So, I cannot let him die in front of me, I have to make sure he lives. Acorn. Pull back. I stepped back with Belle and Acorn was almost caught in the poisonous smoke if it wasn't because I grabbed him in the last moment. I desperately tried to attack the mushroom to stop making it do this attack, pointing my whole wooden spear arm and then detaching it from my body and firing it as a projectile. The spear flew quickly out of my body, I felt a slight and near-numb pain, and my entire arm was gone, but the spear of wood reached its target accurately, and hit the mushroom in the head. Clash! Pew! The mushroom groaned in agony with its cute-sounding voice, which only made it more eerie to confront, as it began to feel dizzy and tried to take out the spear from its head, but the small arms it had couldn't reach the spear atop his head, and the damage of the fire and the spear piercing its body only made it slowly lose more and more HP. Alongside that, the first impact of my attack dealt around 15% of its HP in a single blow, that's insane. However, my own HP also took a big hit, detaching my body parts and firing them costs me HP, and that time I threw off my entire arm, so I lost a whopping 40 HP. I desperately conjured verdant recovery light on my lost arm and slowly regrew it, into a new wooden spear, of course. My HP and MP regeneration was pretty insane within the forest thanks to my various passive skills, so my HP was back up to normal in just half a minute since I fired the first wooden spear. Wow, that attack was awesome, said Acorn. Let me attack as well. Acorn suddenly climbed one of the trees at the border of this patch of grass in the middle of the forest and took out 2 flasks of liquid from his item bag, throwing them over the mushroom that was still struggling to get out of the pit it created by itself. Crash! Floosh! The flasks shattered into pieces over the cap of the mushroom, as both liquids came into contact and reacted with one another, generating an explosion of flames that once more started to consume the mushroom's body. The flames slowly began to diminish its HP, but it wasn't going to go down with that alone. The flames from the previous attack only lasted a few seconds after all. How many of those do you got left, Acorn? I asked. Around 3 more. He said. Do you got healing potions? I asked desperately. Yes, here. Have 4. Said Acorn, throwing 4 flasks towards me, which I caught by extending my hands into a net made of vines, that cost around 60 MP, surprisingly. I caught the flasks, and for a moment thought about putting them inside my inventory, but that would be bad because I would have to constantly open it to take the flasks, which takes time. So I stuck them between my breasts. I commanded Belle and Loki to stand by and guard Acorn. If they get closer to the mushroom to attack, they'll get poisoned, which is bad. This thing cannot be fought from close range, sadly, so Belle, who is a fan of that, would only end up dying from poison, and Loki too. Plants are also weak to poison type, and she's not a poison type plant, so she's not immune to it or something. Goo! The mushroom decided to finally jump. After managing to crawl out of the hole, it gathered dark energies and then jumped high into the skies, slowly falling down right towards my direction. Boom! I managed to escape by jumping away, but the mushroom was tricky this time. It quickly unleashed its poisonous spore smoke all over my back while I was running away, quickly intoxicating me and inflicting the poison negative status effect. What a pain. I put myself back up together and used my own body shape-shifting once again, pointing my left arm at the mushroom and firing yet another powerful wooden spear. The spear flew through the wind, impacting the mushroom in just a second after being fired. Clash! Jai! The mushroom was now down to less than 50% HP. I quickly drank a flask of potion made by Acorn and then generated another new wooden spear, firing another one for a second time. Clash! Gyuu! The dark beast Mushroom King let out an agonizing cry. As it got angrier than ever, its eyes grew redder and it suddenly gathered darkness atop its cap. Suddenly, a large sphere of darkness formed, and it was fired directly at me. Wood shield! Wood shield! Wood shield! Truum! 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 I desperately conjured the wood shield spell, as 3 thick shields made of hardened wood emerged one after another in front of me, protecting me from the sphere of darkness which impacted and destroyed the first 2 like nothing, but having lost its speed and force from hitting them, the third managed to block it before it exploded into black smoke. Boom! Gyuu! The mushroom seemed tired, and it was surprised when it saw that I have actually managed to survive. It got even angrier, so it fired a deadly sphere of darkness directly towards me as fast as possible. The sphere of darkness flew towards my direction, trying to crush me once more. Does this thing has infinite MP or something? Boom! The sphere of darkness clashed over the floor as I managed to jump away barely by shaping my legs as spring-like branches and jumping several meters into the distance like a rabbit would. Clash! I fell pretty badly though, as I lost 20 HP by just falling into the floor. Ouch! I took out another flask and drank it desperately, while I heard the angry sounds of a brave squirrel child. You bastard! Take this! Triple explosion. Crash! Acorn suddenly threw 6 flasks, 3 containing red liquid and 3 containing black liquid, as all the flasks shattered over the head of the mushroom, and the sheer amount of oil and combustion liquid made up for a loud explosion. Boom! Goo! The mushroom was greatly surprised and impacted by the explosion. Its HP was already below 20%. It was time to finish off this bad boy once and for all. I pointed out my arm at it, no, my 2 arms, and shaped them as wooden spears, firing both of them at the same time. The spears flew through the wind, piercing the mushroom's face a second after being fired. Cleowas. Gyuu. The mushroom quickly lost all of its HP with my double attack, as its HP bar quickly began to deplete to 0. The dark beast Mushroom King slowly began to dissipate, as its entire body exploded into black smoke, leaving behind item icons that flew towards me and were stored inside my inventory. Ding! You defeated the Dark Beast Mushroom King, LV7, Elite. You gained 2,500 gold. You acquired the Dark Essence, X3, Black Core, X3, and Mushroom King Soul, X1 items. You gained 3,500 EXP. Your race and job level has increased from level 4 to level 5. All your stats have increased. You gain skill points and stat points. You acquire the title of Big Game Slayer. Loki, level has increased from level 1 to level 3. Loki has learned the Vine Attack, LV1, skill. Bell, level has increased from level 2 to level 4. Bell has learned the Aura Attack, LV1, skill. Big Game Slayer. Acquisition conditions: defeat a boss-type monster. Equip bonus, plus 50 HP, plus 50 MP, plus 20 all stats. A title given to a brave player capable of defeating a boss-type monster. It can be done alone or with a party. You have proven your courage as a warrior and you've managed to defeat one of the menaces of this world. The gods are cheering for you. Oh wow! I acquired a new title too. And it has some nice bonuses compared to the other two I had previously. I guess killing monsters is really the way to progress better in this game. Although I cannot say I had a good time with this. At the very least I ended up not consuming all the potions, there were 2 left, which I quickly gave back to Acorn. WL. That was tiring. He sighed. I saw my life go through my eyes back then. Yeah. I want to go to sleep. I sighed. This was quite too tiring for me. That was incredible though, I never thought that you could do such a thing as firing wooden spears so precisely. He said. I never thought that dryads could do such a thing. Me neither, but I seem to have the power to shape my body into any sort of plant. So I just thought about something long and sharp that can pierce through things with strength, and my arm magically covered itself with wood and shaped itself very sharply. I said. Incredible. Said Acorn, as if his admiration for me grew more. After that, we moved to gather the sap, which came out of these trees. Acorn took out a knife and began to carve the wood one of the biggest trees, until suddenly, large quantities of sweet and golden-colored sap began to come out like a literal river. Acorn quickly filled 5 bottles with it and then I closed the tree wound with plant manipulation, regrowing the wood back over the wound. Trees are living beings, so of course they get wounds, it is important to heal them as the spirit of the forest. And done. We cannot abuse this too much, taking out too much from this sap would kill the tree because this sap is like a tree's blood after all. Thank you for healing it for me. Said Acorn. And thank you for giving us some of your sap, Sir Tree. Acorn petted the tree respectfully. It seems that the people that lived in this forest was very respectful of life and treated trees as sacred living beings which they had to respect for the things they gave out, they were venerated. We mounted over Bell and then, we moved back to the village, where Acorn stored the items we have gathered until now inside of my inventory where they could be kept secure, according to him. And after that, we decided to have a small dinner to fill up our satiation meters, which were plummeting to almost 20, we were really exhausted and very hungry. There was a lot of fish left from the big pike, so I decided to cook some fried fish fillets and made a small fish stew with mushrooms and acorns. We also decided to use some of the sap and made tea with it, it was very tasty. You cooked blue pike fish fillets. You cooked blue pike small stew. You gained 100 EXP. You gained 200 EXP. Ah, sweet, I even gained some little EXP out of it, how nice. Now, to the important part. While enjoying the food with Acorn who was also reading through a book rather concentratedly, I looked into my status. Player name, Planta. Race, Dryad, LV5/30. Race EXP, 600/5000. Job class, Farmer, LV5/20. Job class EXP, 600/5000. Satiation, 100/100. HP, 90/90th-130/130. MP, 370/370-390/390-490/490. STR, 22-32. Vit, 22-32. Dex, 22-32. AGI, 40-64. Int, 59-83. Wis, 60-80. Luke, 40-50. Race skills, 6 out of 10. Spirit of the Forest, LV1, Photosynthesis, LV1, Green Magic, LV2, Life Drain, LV1, Plant Companion, LV1, Daughter of Nature, LV1. Job Class Skills, 6 out of 10. Agriculture, LV1, AGI Up, LV1, Tame, LV1, Cooking, LV1, Farm Animal Companion, LV1, Fishing, LV1. Summons, 2 halves. White Goat, Female Name, Bell, LV4, Carnivorous Amber Lotus Flower, Name, Loki, LV3. Tamed Monsters, 0/2. None. Skill Points, 24. Stat Points, 20. Equipment. Spirit of the Forest Robes. Bracelet of Nature. Crown of Spirit Wood. Seed Pouch. I had gained a nice amount of stats. And it seems that because I didn't look into my status before, it shows the increase from my level up from level 3 to level 4 as well. How sweet. Now, should I spend some of these points I got? What skill should I get now? Or should I level up some? I wonder what doesn't cost a lot of MP even if high leveled. It wasn't that recommended to max out skills early on because their full capacity cannot be achieved with low stats and low MP, so it would be a waste. Skill points must be spent wisely. I looked into my status as the guide spirit spoke to me quickly after. As always, he recommended me to spend the stat points into mana so I could always have more fuel for any situation. Even using the fishing skill intensively used a bit of mana, so that was actually a pretty smart idea. I never thought I would be min-maxing MP from all stats, but it made sense now that I thought about it. As always, spend the stat points into MP, that's the best course of action, said the guide spirit. After reaching a certain level, probably after reaching your second job class, you could begin spending them in other stats. I guess. But MP never ceases to be useful and your other stats could increase more easily with crafted equipment. I see. Then all to MP. Ding. You have exchanged 20 stat points for plus 40 MP. Ding. Due to having reached 500 MP in less than level 10, you have acquired a new title, Apprentice Magician. As I checked at my stats again, spending the 20 stat points gave plus 40 MP, so that was nice. And, what's this? I gained a title by just assigning my stat points into MP. Seriously? I was a magician. But my job class was farmer. Oh well, let's check this out before moving on. Apprentice Magician. Acquisition conditions, reach 500 MP before level 10. Equip bonus, plus 100 MP, plus 40 INT, plus 40 WS. A title given to an apprentice magician whose stat points have been proactively assigned into MP. You have reached a quantity of MP that not many players have reached at this stage. As an apprentice magician, your journey as a mage is just starting. Wow, wasn't this title pretty good though? Although Big Game Slayer gave a nice bonus to all stats, this one was more specialized in magic. And then there were the other titles about cooking and fishing, but I could freely switch between titles depending on what stat gain I need. They're like equipment in that regard, but easily given out instead of having to craft them by hand, which seemed hard for me at the moment. Every time you evolve you could equip another title, said the guide. So hoarding a lot of titles by doing different types of achievements is recommended. What? So I could equip 2 titles when I evolve? I asked in surprise. Yes, every time you evolve you change. Your existence becomes greater and you can use more of the power from your race as it develops its true roots. You know, they said that every race descends from a god, actually, and your own race is created by Gaia, the goddess of life and souls. Every time you evolve you develop more of those roots. It is the same for every other race, said the guide spirit. Because your existence becomes greater, you could equip more titles, gaining a title slot with each evolution. I see. But how many evolutions are out there? I wondered. Well, a lot. I couldn't really tell you all of them, and each evolution has prerequisites and are attached to quests, the same for job classes, so make sure to always pay attention to NPC. Well, at least the Tree of Beginnings, he's the one that handles our quests, said the guide spirit. I understand. It seemed that to evolve into a stronger species or even upgrading my job class required interaction with NPC and to unlock different quests as well. How interesting. Well, for now I should use my skill points into some new skills, or probably upgrade my other skills in the process. I mean, I think I got enough MP for them, although I didn't know if the level 3 green magic spells could be conjured leisurely. Most of them were very costly to make any effect at all. Let's check the skill tree again first. Skill tree, Dryad. Plant synthesis, LV0. Life drain, LV0, picked. Spirit magic, LV0. Natural charm, LV0. Daughter of nature, LV0, picked. Spiritual shield, LV0. Plant companion, LV0, picked. Nature's rage, LV0. INT up, LV0. Whis up, LV0. MP up, LV0. Skill tree, farmer. Tame, LV0, picked. Cooking, LV0, picked. Brewing, LV0. Crafting, LV0. Sewing, LV0. Fishing, LV0, picked. Alchemy, LV0. Robust body, LV0. Farm animal companion, LV0, picked. Farming tools usage, LV0. Terrain adaptability, LV0. Soil manipulation, LV0. DX up, LV0. HP up, LV0. I could pretty much pick anything I wanted, or all of them. But I have now begun to understand why there was a skill restriction of 10 and 10. If people were allowed to wield more than 10 skills of race and job class, it would be a bit too much. I didn't know if they were allowed to use more when evolving or changing job class though. Can we equip more skills by evolving or changing job class? I wondered. The guide spirit answered me rather swiftly, coming out with a clever answer. Do you actually think the developers would allow you to do that? 10 slots for both are good enough, he said. If you players were allowed to wield more skills than these limits, you would become way too overpowered and there wouldn't be much of a challenge in the game. You could switch skills as much as you want to prepare for any situation, so it is nothing too hard. Like changing equipment, I guess. Oh, I guess it would be a bit broken if we were given a lot of skill slots. I said while giggling. Your skill tree keeps expanding with each evolution and job class change too, so these won't be the only skills you'll ever have available. Make sure to choose wisely what to spend your skill points on. You can't spend them all into buying skills, saving for leveling them is also important. Okay, I get it. I will only get 3 skills this time. Ding! You have exchanged 6 skill points. You learned that Spirit Magic, LV1, Spiritual Shield, LV1, and Robust Body, LV1, skills. You exchanged 10 skill points. The Photosynthesis, LV1, Green Magic, LV2, Life Drain, LV1, Cooking, LV1, and Fishing, LV1, skills levels have increased by 1. The Green Magic, LV3, skill has unlocked 3 new spells, Plant Whisper, Recovery Antidote Sap, and Tracking. And done. I got a bunch of new stuff to check out, and I get some sort of fun by always looking at it, so time to check out everything in detail. First of all, I decided to learn these 3 new skills because they sounded pretty interesting. I have not spoiled myself about skills in the game's wiki page or fandom page, so I was just going blind into the game for the best experience, but these 3 skills piqued my interest. Spirit Magic, LV1. The magic that only special races connected to the elements and nature can conjure. It is a special magic that calls forth the power of elemental spirits. To summon elemental spirits, the player must be closer to a dragon veins and conjure the magic. Depending on the spells, spirits can go with the player or only work once with them. Each spirit has a different personality and not all of them might like to be with you, others might not even hear your call if your heart is not pure enough. Make sure to always be polite with spirits, they're giving you a favor, not the other way around. Available spells. Level 1, Dragon Vein Detection, Land Spirit Call, Spirit Enhancement. This was a very interesting magic. So it only worked in certain areas of the world. It was more like a geomancer, right? I remembered my husband used to play that class once in a Final Fantasy MMO. But sadly all these old MMO got suspended after the full Dive VR boom, so all those memories were gone. Well, at least this skill was similar to that. It could conjure spells only in certain areas. Let's see the spell's details as well. Dragon Vein Detection. Cost, 10 MP for every dragon vein detected. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Channel the spiritual power within you and detect various dragon veins across the map. After conjuration, you're able to accurately detect dragon veins within 20 meters around you. Dragon veins appear all over the world and can be of many elements. Land Spirit Call. Cost, 200 MP/400 MP/500 MP. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Channel the spiritual power within you and humbly call upon the help of the land spirits, who surge from earth-type dragon veins to aid you in battle. They can emerge in 3 variations, Small Rocky, Boulder Golem, and Land Titan, randomly. Spirit Enhancement. Cost, 200 MP. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Utilize your connection with spiritual energies and enhance your affinity with spirits temporarily, while also enhancing the power of all spirits you've summoned for battle or support by plus 20%. Looking at all these 3 spells, I was left surprised and rather fascinated by the intricate mechanics of this magic, it sounded so fun. I was going to use it tomorrow to help us out. Apparently, I could just detect dragon veins, and from them, I could summon different spirits. It said that there were many elemental spirits but the only ones I could summon for now were land spirits. And now, the other 2 skills were also pretty useful. Spiritual Shield, LV1. Call forth the power of the spirits dwelling in nature to generate a powerful spiritual shield around you, which can block up to 20% of all damage taken in exchange for MP. This acts as a passive skill that can be turned on and off, and the cost of MP varies depending on the damage taken. Increase the level of the skill to reduce more damage. This was a very simple skill but one that would come in handy for me. It was pretty much my own version of the magician's mana shield skills, which allowed them to have a shield at all times that decreased damage taken in exchange for their MP. It seemed to be pretty useful, so I was going to use it whenever there was a big fight to come so I didn't have to run away as much. Robust Body, LV1. As a farmer your body has to exercise in the fields and constantly move to maintain your farm at all times. Due to this, your body naturally grows stronger and capable of harboring larger quantities of stamina. HP, STR, and VIT are increased by plus 10%, and your satiation meter depletes at half the speed. This was amazing. With this, my satiation wouldn't go down so easily and I could do more stuff like fishing, cooking, and in the near future, settling up a farm and farming. And it also enhanced HP, STR, and VIT. I didn't know how much I would be using STR, but that's still a useful stat for stuff like fishing because you needed a lot of physical strength for that one. With all these skills, I was left more than satisfied for now. After checking them out, I decided to rest for the rest of the night and log out. See you tomorrow, Acorn, please take care, alright? I said, as I petted his little squirrel head. Sure thing, Lady Planta. Please sleep well, he said. Thank you, sleep well too, I said. As I was about to log out, I suddenly remembered something. Wait. Guide, could you find a player named Dark Reaper? The user is a female and close to level 200. I said. Huh. What with that out of nowhere? But sure. I can. There are over 50 people with name variations of Dark Reaper, they just add numbers or letters at the end or beginning. Oh, there's a guy named XXXX Dark Reaper XXXX. I guess that's not her. Is this the name of your daughter? She really chose an unoriginal one. Please don't criticize my beloved princess naming options and just search for her. Oh okay. I had just asked the guide spirit to find my daughter through the player search function, which allowed anyone to search for players through their names. It was an easy way to add someone as a friend without always having to be in person with them, I believe. It was simple to use, but guide spirits seem to be special assist AIs made exclusive to help you do all these things for you, so I just let him do it for me instead. He was amazingly fast at searching and more, so he found what I wanted right away, but there were a lot of people called Dark Reaper with many variations, it seemed to not be an original name. Why did my daughter just choose such a weirdly common name? She should have chosen something more specific and rarer. I mean, amongst the entire server there was nobody called Planta, actually. I guess there were not that many Spanish players. Well, even Spanish players would think that Planta was a dumb name, so yeah. Maybe she wanted to sound cooler. Let's see. There are many players with a name like this, it is insane. However, if we use the filters you said, such as a female character and being near level 200. I guess the number goes down tremendously, despite what you may think, there are a lot of casual players that never reach that high of a level, or take a long time leveling, so those close to 200 are not everybody. But there is a good chunk, however, if we filter it by females there are. Oh wow, that's surprisingly short, he said. How many? I wondered. 3 people left. There is Dark Reaper 2015, Dark Reaper 678, and Dark Reaper 2.0, these are all female characters with a level close to 200. The first one is an Oni with the Samurai job class, a human with the Assassin job class, and lastly a Moon Elf with the Necromancer job class. There's a lot. Okay, now, you have to choose who, or we could just send a message to all 3, he said. No. Wait. If I even send a message, what can I even send? I cannot just go and say, hello my dearest daughter, or something. I am supposed to not reveal my identity. I need to find a way to contact them, know who's my daughter, and then befriend them and get closer to them all while not revealing I am my daughter's mother infiltrating in a game for her sake. I said. Damn it, you're really so annoying with this stuff. Okay, then what do we do, he wondered. People in this game resemble their real-life appearances, right? Is it due to the scan thing? I asked. Mildly, but the race can change the appearance a lot. A simple beard can make someone unrecognizable sometimes, or having a different skin color and horns, or for example, you're covered in leaves all over your body for example, said the guide. Nonetheless, do you think you can recognize her based on appearance alone? Yes. Is there a way to see their appearance? I wondered. Well, this game has a thing called Ranker Live, which is an option for people to do live actions while playing. All these 3 players are high-level players that do Ranker Lives showcasing their bossing and mobbing while leveling up and gaining more power, said the guide. Bossing and mobbing? What is that? I wondered. This game has special monsters named bosses, you already fought one, right? They're super strong and there are certain areas of the world map where these bosses spawn every few days after dying, so people can go proactively to kill them and gain more drops from them, slowly accumulating them. They have chances to drop amazing crafting items, give good EXP, and more, so every player at high level goes bossing every week, and it is one of the end goals of the game to be able to defeat some of these bosses to gain loot, said the guide. Mobbing refers to grinding, the act of killing a lot of normal monsters that players refer as mobs. Players work towards the ability to kill many monsters at the same time and go to special areas infected with miasma and dark energies where monsters spawn at insane rates to gain more EXP and gold. I see. That's a bit complicated. Do people have so much time to do this? I wondered. Hardcore players dedicated their lives to games, they usually have ways to make money out of the game through selling items themselves and more, said the guide. Also, there are several functions that work like real-life pages. Ranker Live is a system function that serves like YouTube or Twitch. People in the game show live streams of them playing. The more people watch, the more views they get and the more ads the game developers can show to people, earning money out of it, which is given to the live streamers as well. Well, only a little part of it, but that's enough to make a living. So that's how it is. That's pretty interesting. Is there any other ways to earn money through it? I wondered. There is also the subscriber options and membership options. To subscribe to someone you really like, you can do it for free and always get notifications when they start doing something, and the membership option is people that use either large quantities of gold or real-life money to pay someone every month to get some benefits, such as special chat emojis, or even being able to contact the player personally and become their friends, he said. There's a lot of fan service involved. See, can I become a live streamer then? It would be fun and I can make money out of it. I said. My dream is making money out of the game so I don't have to work so much every week. Well, nobody watches newbies, so I doubt it will help. He sighed. But you could try. Anyways, these 3 Dark Reaper players all have their own Ranker Live channels, so let's take a look at their latest video and let's see their faces. And like that, the guide showed me a few videos of the 3 girls. They were all playing the game rather interestingly. The first one to see was Dark Reaper 2.0, who was a moon elf, a purple-skinned girl with sharp and long ears and long silvery white hair. Her appearance was like that of an adult woman in her late 20s to early 30s, so she was certainly not my daughter. She was soloing a giant boss resembling a scorpion in the middle of an arid desert. Wow. And she actually beat it at the end by using her abilities as a necromancer. She attacked the boss with all sorts of undead summons until it died. Secondly, Reaper 678 was a human girl. She was the one that looked the most like her real life probably, but she had long pink hair and was wearing tight black clothes over her body. She was using her 2 daggers as her only weapons, which seemed to be infused with large quantities of dark energies. And she used them to slash hundreds of monsters by running over a volcanic land. The enormous golems made of lava dropped dead into pieces as she ran around with her daggers. It was a spectacle to behold. So these were high-level players, they're just completely different, aren't they? And well, her appearance was not like my daughter. She looked like someone Asian. Although Asian women usually look younger than they are, she certainly didn't look like my daughter. And lastly, my only last hope, there was a rising star ranker that had become high-level incredibly quickly. In just a few months after starting her new account, she had reached level 190 already, and was slowly getting to level 200 already. This girl was dark, blue-skinned Oni, with a big vertically positioned red eye in the middle of her forehead, and 2 long and blue-colored horns coming out of her forehead, around the vertical red eye. She was quite tall, and slim as well, and she wore beautiful samurai armor that was crafted using various materials dropped only by boss monsters. She also wielded a powerful katana that was able to unleash blue flames for incredibly powerful slashing attacks. She was an amazing player that fought incredibly well, and she even had a friend with her most of the time, that could summon a phoenix. Wait, she looked a lot like my daughter, if we took away the skin color, horns and that third eye. That's my daughter. I know she's her. I said. Incredible, the discerning power of a mother knows no limits. Said the guide. Foo-foo, of course. A mother has to always know and recognize her daughter no matter what. I said pridefully. I see, well, as you can see, well, this girl is amazing though, she already surpassed the 1 million subscriber mark in just like 3 months since she started. And she got around 200,000 membership users that are all simping for her. Your daughter has an awful lot of fans. And they're all creeps, said the guide. Ugh. So my daughter has become that type of person now? Oh well, it is not so bad. Alright? I wondered. Why yeah. Anyways, she's earning an awful lot of money, does she tell you this? He wondered. No. She hasn't told me anything like that yet. It is a bit dangerous for a girl her age, at only almost 16 years of age, to go around with an awful amount of money. But she doesn't seem to be spending it around on weird things or wasting it either, she's probably saving it. She hasn't even told me about it though, maybe because she could think I would disapprove of this as a career. I sighed. Well, maybe she's saving for her future, I believe my daughter is mature enough for that. Wow, did you just figure out all her mind and thought process in just a few seconds? Mothers are really incredible, said the guide. Yeah, I know my girl more than anybody in the world, I said. I know how she is, despite showing a cold expression and exterior, she's a sweet girl that's also very intelligent and mature. I see, well, how are you planning to get closer to someone so popular in-game? I am pretty sure she got so many fans that she has her DMs disabled, said the guide. Well, let's try sending her a message. I said. I quickly wrote something down. Hello. My name is Planta, I am a dryad/farmer newbie that just started playing, I wish I could have a high-level ranker player to be my coach or something. Would you accept me as your friend? It was simple but it had some charm to it, so I sent it to her. And then. Ding! This player had disabled direct messages from non-friend players. Damn it. Then I'll send her a friend request. Ding! This player has disabled friend requests from players below level 170 range or that are not related to an already added friend. You've gotta be kidding me. What was this? Elayne. Why would you be such an asocial person to do something like this to your mama? This was awful. Why? Ugh. Ack. Ah. Sigh. I looked into the video, seeing Elayne and her friend Anna beating down a powerful boss in the shape of a giant wolf made of darkness named Fenrir. The two girls were demolishing it until nothing was left out but materials. Sigh. I guess I am going to have to do it the hard way. I'll try to find another way, somehow. But how though? I sighed. Well, you could try being a live streamer, if you get popular enough, she might try to befriend you, said the guide. Oh. Good idea. Seems more doable than just leveling all the way to 170. After I decided that I'd become a ranker live streamer even at a low level, I chose to go back home and logged out. I slowly took out the helmet from my head and suddenly realized it was around 11 p.m. and I had yet to even eat. I was so hungry. Help. I quickly ran to the kitchen and made myself a quick meal. Some instant ramen was not bad at all, there was this delicious chicken soup flavor, and I'd also make 2 toasts and a tea to go with it. I liked dipping the toast in the soup after all. While the water boiled, I went to take a look at my daughter. She was such an important and amazingly influential figure in the game, but here she was just a silent and shy girl. It was a big contrast with reality. Well, while all those people were dying to talk to her, I was here and I could talk to her as much as I want as her mother, he. I opened the door and found my daughter and Anna, who had stopped playing the game and had the headset out. The two were lazing over the bed while snacking on several open bags with salty snacks while drinking very sweet soda and watching some anime about a reincarnated caterpillar or something. It was similar to the spider anime I saw years ago, but this one was a caterpillar that evolved into a fairy named Kyr. Kiren or something. These types of isekai anime were still the boom for youngsters these days, especially those that went hardcore into game-like worlds with skills, leveling, and other things included. This one had all of that and more. The main character constantly gained skills as she devoured things, and then fused the skills and chaos ensued afterwards. She evolved constantly. This was season 3 of the anime and now she's a goddess or something. Well, that escalated quickly. Hello girls. Sigh, you're eating a bit too much of that, how about eating something for dinner instead? I wondered. Want some ramen? Ramen is filled with the same processed stuff as these snacks, said my daughter. There's little difference. But I prefer snacks. Don't worry about us, Lady Elayne, we are good, said Anna. Alright then, don't stay up until too late, okay? I sighed, as I entered the room and kissed my daughter on her forehead and then walked away. The girls just wanted their own space, so it would be rude to constantly meddle with them and annoy them more than enough. They were pretty distracted watching that series, so I left them on their own for now. I went to make the ramen and the toasts were also done, so I grabbed everything and placed it over the silver plate, and walked back to my large room. I placed them over my bed and turned on the TV. I decided to watch some more of these Ranker Live videos to see how they were. There were a lot of videos of them just hunting monsters or looking for specific crafting items that people requested of them to show the monsters that dropped them. I continued checking my daughter's videos, they were quite interesting, and gave me a nice amount of insight about how she fought and all. It seemed that she had 2 more friends that were often with the 2 as well, a guy with red armor holding a giant axe and shield, and a mature-looking woman, resembling to be in her mid-30s who had long blonde hair and seemed to be human race. She was some sort of elemental magician. When I finished eating, I decided to leave the things in the kitchen and then walked back to my room to prepare for bed. I stepped into the bathroom to brush my teeth, and once I was done, I headed over to bed and snuggled into my blankets while I continued to watch videos. I searched for cooking, crafting, and other things that people could be doing in their streams. There were a few people showing cooking in-game, but there were barely a few compared to the rankers, and their audience was very niche at best. Fishing was even worse, almost nobody did it. And then I searched for videos about farming, and there was absolutely nothing. Nobody was farming. Well, not even I was farming yet. I should get to do that after I was finished with the squirrel quest. The Tree of Beginnings should cut me some slack hopefully. I'd try to get the entire quest done tomorrow. There were some materials left to obtain, but with my new powers and skills, it shouldn't be so hard. Maybe I could live stream about farming. If nobody was doing it, I would be the pioneer. After all, farmer was a new job class introduced this last patch, and old players were not willing to delete their previous characters just to play a boring all-rounder job class, and most new players searched for guides about best race and job class combinations for bossing and mobbing, so they're never interested in the rest of the game's mechanics such as farming, cooking, fishing, and so on. Well, this game's main selling point was the realism of the NPC, the enormous world to explore, and all the little details everywhere. It is a game where you could literally have a second life, but people just treat it as another MMORPG where you have to just obsessively level up and get stronger so other people could praise you for being so amazing and get the fulfillment of being strong, something that we could really achieve in this boring real life. Oh well, I would try my best, even if I got like 1 or 2 viewers, I'd be happy with just that. I just wanted to have fun as well, although I also wanted to meet my daughter in-game. Ha! Elayne, why did you make it so hard to reach you through a game as well? I ended up falling asleep while watching videos, and the TV turned off automatically when it realized I wasn't looking at it anymore. Ding! Ding! UWAH. When I woke up, it was already the next day, and the alarm worked pretty well because it woke me up right away. And now, I was awake. What should I do? Ah! I was so sleepy. I looked around the room and found that the sunlight was slowly pouring in from the window. I looked outside the window for a bit, and idly watched the people walk through the streets and the sun that had risen into the clear sky. It was a pretty beautiful day. I could go out for a bit, although despite how beautiful it was, the temperatures were very low and the snow was still there, so it might not be the best either. And I was more of a stay-home mom. I decided to see if my daughter and her friend were awake. It was around 7 a.m. so I assumed that they wouldn't, and yeah, I found the two sleeping leisurely over the bed. Ah, they're so cute. I looked back at the kitchen and decided that I wasn't that hungry, so I decided to go back to sleep. It was Sunday, so why the heck am I waking up so early? I'll just slack off some more. When I woke up again, it was around 1 p.m. Yuwa. I didn't mean to sleep that much. I rushed to the bathroom and took a warm bath to refresh myself, and then, I decided to cook some breakfast. I found my daughter and Anna still sleeping. I assumed they were most likely playing until like 5 a.m. or something. I was glad they're not skipping sleep, but it was still bad that they played until it was so late, especially full dive that made the mind so exhausted after playing for a while. I doubt I would be able to play so much without the breaks I took. It was certainly taxing for the mind to play so much. Those players that played all day must be experiencing a lot of headaches. They should take some days off if possible. Oh, well, the game had so many things happening all the time, it was hard to skip a single day. I didn't even know what I would do through the week now that I really wanted to continue playing anyways. Tomorrow I was going to be busy from the morning until like 7 p.m., so I wouldn't be able to play as much. Damn it. My work was fine and all, but I wish I could just leave it and live from another source leisurely. Despite being a hard worker, I was internally a very lazy woman. I guess this was because my husband spoiled me too much, but I had to keep working for my daughter. Well, she was making some money out of the game already. But even then, it was probably not that much, and it didn't mean I would suddenly ask her to support her mother. That would be way too awful and embarrassing. In the end, I decided to walk outside to the mini market where I worked to buy a few other things I forgot yesterday. Amongst them, I needed more sugar and salt. I didn't have any. And asking my neighbor for it would be weird. I didn't think that he would give me anything, and might even not open the door for me. People nowadays didn't like other people pestering their lives. Welcome, Elayne, how are you doing? Jenny greeted me today. She was as cute as ever. This black-haired girl was around her 18s, and she had a very youthful and adorable face. I guess she kept her child's face even after reaching 18. She was also the youngest working here, and a friend of Mark. I think Mark was interested in her. Hello Jenny, I'm doing fine. I think I overslept. I woke up around 7 a.m. but ended up going to sleep again because it was Sunday, but then I woke up and it was 1 p.m. I said. Ha ha ha. I sometimes sleep until like 3 p.m., don't worry. She laughed. Oh really? You might have a bit of a problem with your sleep schedule. I said worriedly. Nah, I'm fine, no worries, she said. I quickly went to pick the sugar and salt, and also decided to buy myself some snacks because these girls couldn't just keep eating all they wanted while I didn't enjoy life either. So I decided to pick some cookies covered with chocolate and another one with strawberry jam filling. They're small packs with 10 each, but that was enough for me. I really liked cookies. I also bought a cold green tea and a cold milk coffee bottle too, so I could have some refreshers while playing. See? I could also load myself with some gamer food. Although mine was way lighter than what the girls eat, I really didn't like these overly sweet sodas. They made me have headaches and increased my blood pressure way too much. My family had hereditary diabetes after all. My daughter at the very least only ate this much like once or twice a month, the rest of the month she eats quite healthy. I think. And there you go. That's it then, said Jenny, as I used my debit card to pay for the things. Anyways, Jenny, have you seen Mark? I wondered. He takes the weekend off. He was just here yesterday because he forgot to do some things, said Jenny. What? Looking for him? And no. It is not like that. I sighed. I was just wondering. So how did your lunch date go yesterday? She asked. Did you two had some lovely fun? Was the wine good? Yeah. Why you knew? I asked in shock. Of course. I was here when you boldly invited him for lunch, just in the storage. But I heard everything, she said with a smile. How did Jenny know about this? Well, she just said she eavesdropped on what I did yesterday when she was in the storage. What was she doing this for though? Why was she teasing me like this? Was she jealous? Wait, did she like Mark and was jealous of what I did? There's a possibility. Please don't misunderstand. I am an old woman, I am not going around doing this to young men, I just ended doing it on a whim without realizing. I sighed. Mark is just such a nice boss, and he was just there and I was thinking about lunch, so I ended up inviting him. Okay, you don't have to worry, we can talk about this stuff all you want, said Jenny. I know Mark a bit, I could tell you what he likes or what he doesn't like if you're interested. He's a pretty cool guy but he's terrible at making friends. Making friends? I wondered. Really? Yeah, he's not that good with the ladies either. She sighed. Though to be honest there were a lot of women in here that used to be interested in getting a raise and they thought that he would give it to them if they seduced him, some had even tried to bring him to bed just to get a raise. He ended up firing them all, of course. Well, that's a bit harsh. I sighed. Is he okay with this? That was some time ago, now he's comfortable with us, said Jenny. I am only interested in getting paid and getting to drink soda and eat snacks, don't tell him I am doing it behind his back. I won't say a thing but if he asks me, I will tell him the truth, I said. Ah. Well, I guess you're way too honest, she said. Well, now. I am going out for now, see you tomorrow, Jenny. Sure. I walked outside since I didn't want to extend this awkward conversation. I really just wanted to go back home and play the game for now, so I swiftly moved to my home and then decided to make a simple breakfast. Toasts with butter, some scrambled eggs, bacon, and coffee. The girls were lured by the scent of the delicious breakfast, and quickly flew in the dining room like flies, sitting on the chairs almost immediately. I was a bit shocked, I really thought they would just eat and drink their snacks and soda, but I guess a mother's breakfast was irresistible. Hee, I see you're back for more mommy's breakfast. I said. Ah, right, I wanted to tell you girls something. Well, more like ask you something. How long did you play the game last night? My daughter fell silent and her mouth suddenly looked as if it got shut very tightly, her eyes looked a bit alarmed, she didn't want to tell me, and she was already bad at speaking but now she turned even worse, she probably didn't even know what to say. Meanwhile, Anna was smiling nervously at me as if trying to find some way to say it without being blunt. I already knew that they played until morning, but they really should turn it down for now, sleeping until so late was very bad for their health. Of course, the girls wouldn't listen to me anyways, but as a mother, it was my duty to ask them to stop, if possible. Well, I played until 1 a.m., said my daughter. Ack. Come on, don't lie to your mom. Sighed Anna. We played until 5 a.m. Yeah. That's way too much. I have been recently researching about this full dive technology, there are many cases of people that play too much and end up with headaches and some even suffer emotional distress. It is recommended to only play at most 6 hours a day, but you girls clearly played over 10 hours. I sighed. It is important to also take breaks in between hours of playthrough. Are you still playing the game for fun anymore? If you get obsessed with stuff like leveling, you're just not enjoying the game well enough, they say it is like a second life, you have to experience other things than stressfully killing monsters. Ah. Well, maybe. Said Anna. I did get a headache after playing. Sighed my daughter. We'll play less today. Also we have school tomorrow so we can't stay until it's too late. Good girl, I said. See? Listening to mama is always important. Elayne seemed as expressionless as ever, but she then ate her breakfast rather happily. I really thought she would defend her game stupidly, but she's very smart and realized the game was a bad obsession sometimes. She played for too long and got a headache when she took out the helmet. That probably meant that it really was as I said, and not just some speculative rumor made by people that think that games are bad or something. She also knew I was not ignorant in terms of games. I was not a mere boomer, as I was born in the era where games were commonplace everywhere. That age where, since I was a baby, my parents gave me a phone to play phone games or watch YouTube videos, era. So I was a modern mom, as they say. Well, actually I was not that modern, I was over 30. And I wasn't completely raised with a phone either, I only got mine when I was around 14. Truth be told, my husband was the one that helped me get accustomed to all of this, he was the one obsessed with games. Sigh. I miss him. Ah. Anyways, I shouldn't think about it so much, it only made me sad. How's the breakfast? Good? I asked. Yeah, it's nice, said Anna. Are you inviting that guy today as well, Lady Elayne? Oh, no, Mark isn't coming today, that was a one-time thing. And not for every day. I sighed. Oh. I thought he was like your boyfriend or something. You two spoke so lovingly while drinking wine. She said. Kaya, it was so cute. What? Be boyfriends? With Em and Mark? I asked in disbelief. Anna was way too free with what she said sometimes. She really should limit herself a bit. Sometimes she often spoke what was on her mind way too much for my liking. My daughter looked at me with incredible contempt, as if she was waiting for me to say something regarding this, because it was obvious he wasn't my boyfriend. But her intense stare that seemed to peek into my very soul was very strong, it felt like she was getting angrier over it. Seriously? Why are you getting angry with your mommy? Sniff. He's not. He's not my boyfriend. Elayne, don't look at me like that. I said. Why you know I only love your father, right? I haven't said anything. Sigh. Anna, please refrain from talking about everything you have on your mind, okay? I asked. It is a bit rude, dear. Anna looked back at Elayne with a bit of fear as well, the dark aura my daughter emanated was certainly not normal. Her stare was so intense it felt like the Oni avatar she had suddenly transferred to her real-life body and gave her the same intimidating factor or something. Yuga. Sorry. I am very sorry, I misunderstood. She said. Sigh. That's fine, it's okay. I said. At the end we finished breakfast rather hurriedly, and then we all went our separate ways once more. My daughter and Anna went back to her room to play a bit more of the game, and funnily enough, I was going to do the same thing. Also Anna had to leave after dinner, so I'd bring her home with my daughter because I didn't like the idea of two girls walking alone in the night, it was rather dangerous. I wish I had a car but I had to sell it back then when we needed money. Maybe one day I'd be able to save enough money for a cheap car. Although I was saving all my money for my daughter's college. I moved back to my room and decided to log in back to the game. Today I wanted to start off early and work into the game's quest, I kind of want to finish it today if possible. Can we pull it out? With my new skills and magic, perhaps I should have better fighting capabilities against dark beasts. I also got Loki and Bell to assist me, oh right, and of course Acorn, his potions were pretty amazing, his explosive ones deal damage and then the healing ones for support, even alchemists are competent fighters in this game, this just shows how much dedication and time the developers put into it. I moved into the game and logged in, finding myself inside of Acorn's room once more. I looked around and he was not here, was he awake? I walked outside while calling for his name, and sensed him inside of his grandpa's house. Acorn. Are you there? I entered the house and found Acorn taking care of his grandfather. He gave him a small green-colored potion that alleviated the pain of the disease. Ah, Planta. You're back, glad to see you, he said. Oh. Spirit lady, said the chief. Hello, how is the chief doing? I wondered. He's fine for now, but the disease is still there. We have to hurry and make the antidote soon. Sighed Acorn. Here's the list as of now. Dark Essence, 5 out of 10. Black Core, 5 out of 10. Morning Flower Dew, 0 out of 5. Spiky Purple Mushroom, 5 out of 5. Leaf of Youth, 0 out of 5. Golden Sap, 5 out of 5. We still need 5 Dark Essence, Black Cores, Morning Flower Dew, and Leaf of Youth. I know a route so we can get the Morning Flower Dew and Leaf of Youth quickly, but the Black Core and Dark Essences are a bit tricky. The dark beasts are wandering the entire forest so it's hard to pick them up. They're better at surprising you when you least expect it, said Acorn. I agree, we never find them around when we walk, but they show up when we least expect it to annoy us. That giant mushroom was really a handful. Oh right, I got an item out of it. I said. Which item? A mushroom cap. He wondered. Oh no. Look. I took out a small glass orb from my inventory, which had a bluish phantasmal essence inside. The figure of a mushroom sometimes would show up. This item was named the Mushroom King's Soul, and I had no idea what I could use it for, but Acorn was an apothecary. He's especially good at alchemy, which used items to make other items, so he should know a way. Do you know anything that could be made with this? I wondered. That's a summoner item, he said. Summoner item? I asked. Well, I think it also works with any summoning-like class. It helps them in choosing a summon instead of making it random. You see, this is a soul orb. They're used by summoner-type job classes so they can use it as a catalyst and summon a monster based in the orb. Oh wow. Yeah, it is an interesting item. You're a summoner, right, Lady Planta? I think you can make something out of it. How though? Do I break it? And no. Don't break it or the soul will just fly away. You have to harbor your summoning powers into it, concentrate and infuse mana into the item. It should activate automatically. That's simple. Yeah, anyone with some summon skill can summon them as long as they get a summon slot. Summon slot. The guide showed up at my side and stopped me from being disappointed after I tried to use the item once to no avail. Don't use it yet. It will not work and you may risk breaking it. You have your summon slots full, level up your summoning skills to get more slots, he said. Remember that every 3 levels you get a new summon. Well, you also get an empty summon slot for that new summon, but you can skip it and use a soul orb instead if you want to. Oh. I see. I said. Is there another way to not skip a summon though? You're technically not skipping it, the soul orb will become that summon. Soul orbs were an interesting in-game mechanic. They seemed to be dropped by boss-type monsters and it allowed a summoner-type job class to be able to use it to summon the boss as a summon. Ah, that sounded a bit confusing, but it literally meant that you were using the soul of the boss and turning it into a summon. However, there were requirements. The requirements were pretty basic though, you just need a free summon slot. Summoning skills received a new slot every 3 levels, which also allowed you to summon a new random monster within the category of the summoning skill, but you could technically make that summon a fixed monster based on the soul orb of this boss monster. Amazing. Maybe late-game summoners all have boss monsters as summons. That would be insanely good. But I guess they received some nerf to not be instantly as overpowered as the original ones, right? I would guess that's the case. However, there's more. There are certain soul orbs you can't use. Each summoning skill has restrictions of what they can summon. Summon Plant Companion can only summon nature-type monsters, and Summon Farm Animal Companion can only summon beast-type monsters, remember that. If you get an insect-type soul orb from a bug boss or something, you won't be able to summon it. In that case you could sell the soul orb to somebody else that could. I see. So that's how it works. I'll save it for now and think about summoning it later then, I said. That's a good idea. Until your summoning skill levels up you won't have more summon slots, said Acorn. I was surprised by how much the NPCs knew about the game mechanics. For them it must be as if they had always been living in a world like this. It felt like those isekai with game-like elements in the entire world and not those single-system ones that were always kind of boring. I see. Anyways, let's go on an adventure onwards to the next materials. I can't wait, I said. Yeah. So where should we go first? I wondered. Dark Essence, 5 out of 10. Black Core, 5 out of 10. Morning Flower Dew, 0 out of 5. Spiky Purple Mushroom, 5 out of 5. Leaf of Youth, 0 out of 5. Golden Sap, 5 out of 5. We looked into the list once again. We should go to the Morning Flower Dew area. This dew is very tasty and sweet, and it is within an area named Garden of Morning Flowers. They are only available up until 2 p.m. So we have to hurry or we'll have to wait until tomorrow morning to extract. I haven't gone alone there because the path to this garden is pestered with dangerous monsters. There are small deadwood golems, lots of poisonous walking mushrooms, and also a lot of vengeful crows that attack anyone that get into their territory, so I'll need your help and that of your summons, he said. Sure thing. Let's get there immediately then. I have already grown a bit more, so I think I can kill monsters. And more easily I suppose. As long as I think this is not real. I sighed. Real? He raised an eyebrow. Oh well, the monsters turn into particles of light, so don't feel so scared. The items dropped can be handled with care afterwards. Acorn didn't really understand what I meant, and that's for the best. The guide said that NPC were not aware that this was a game, nor that players are players. They call us travelers at most, and just think we have special abilities that let us log out. Even if players tried to talk to an NPC about players in the game, they would not understand and just treat you as someone crazy, which would lower your closeness with them, so it was better to just not say anything regarding that to them, to not bother them with things they'll never be able to truly understand. I think they're programmed to reject the truth somehow and find it unrealistic. We quickly descended from the trees and walked into the forest floor, then jumped over Belle. She quickly led us through the vast forest of beginnings. It was a beautiful place, always with big trees and wondrous vegetation at every corner. There were small butterflies of many colors flying around the flowers below the trees, and we also found some mushrooms growing from them. There were a lot of items that could be gathered, but for that I needed the time, and we didn't have time to go leisurely picking up special medicinal flowers or mushrooms when our mission was to save the squirrel folk from death. The road was simple and we had to just cross a small river to reach a wondrous garden made of yellow gold flowers. These were the beautiful morning flowers. They only blossomed from 5 a.m. to 2 p.m. according to Acorn, and it was already 1:37 p.m. We had to hurry and pick them up. We can extract the dew out of them easily, right? Let's pick up some flowers, I said, as I jumped out of Belle. Wait, don't. He said. What's wrong? I wondered. Grow. The moment I tried to step into the garden, several beings that were completely still and camouflaging as dead wood on the floor began to move. They suddenly stood up, reaching almost 2 meters. These were deadwood golems, right? The small ones, right? Why are they so tall though? Grow. The golems quickly began to stand up one after the other. There were 6 of them, and they were all 2 meters tall, made out of dead wood. These golems had literal log-like arms and legs, strong enough to crush anything below their height with ease. And they had a single red light in the middle of their chests, which shone eerily. Damn it. Those are the deadwood golems, they stand here in silence and only attack if we get closer to the garden. I was planning on attacking them while they rest so we can get an advantage. I guess we won't. Sighed Acorn. You should have told me that beforehand, Acorn. I cried. Boom. Aff. One of the golems nearby suddenly extended his arm incredibly long, punching me with it and sending me flying through the air. Clash. Wag. Ouch. That hurt a bit. I was literally punched by a giant log. How wacky was that? And my HP. It went down by over 50%. And that was thanks to the spiritual shield. If I didn't have that active, would have been probably one shot. Dryads were very fragile. Planta. Acorn moved to my side and suddenly took out a green potion to give to me. I quickly drank it, knowing I had my own HP and MP potions, but those were way too unique to waste them away. I planned on asking Acorn to replicate them or use them as materials to make even more of these smaller potions for convenience's sake. But for now, I'll drink his green potions. I suddenly recovered around 25% of my HP back with that single little potion, as I gasped for air. The rest of my HP and MP were regenerating at a fast pace, with dozens of points per second thanks to my passive skills boosting my regeneration while being in a forest, so it's all good in that regard. I just had to fight now. The deadwood golems were slow, but they had the power of extending their log arms up to double their original length, making them able to pick up things from far away and hit me so hard like they did back then. Because of that, we have to keep our distance from them. Wait, Belle. Me. Belle was furious. Her eyes suddenly turned red-colored, as she exuded a deadly red aura from within. She wasn't able to fight the mushroom before because it was always releasing poison and she would die if she got closer, but these golems were tough nuts to crack, but not poisonous. However, I was worried, she's too reckless. Wow, Belle got angry, said Acorn. Damn it. Alright, Loki, support Belle and you two protect Acorn while he supports us from the back. I said. Loki seemed to understand as she began to laugh while showing her sharp teeth once more. Her vines suddenly grew longer and longer, forming into deadly whips, while Belle's red aura activated, enhancing her power through the berserk mode skill. Meanwhile, Acorn decided to stand by and gave potions while throwing out combustion potions to the faraway deadwood golems. And as for me, I decided to do some magic and use spirit magic. I'll summon a land spirit, wait for me. Dragon Vein Detection. Flayash. I activated Dragon Vein Detection, as I felt as if my eyes shone brightly with golden light. Suddenly, my sight changed and I was able to see things I wasn't able to see normally back then. I suddenly realized that everywhere in the map there were strange gatherings of energies on the floor, which connected to one another like veins in the floor. These were the dragon veins. And that was not everything. These veins connected to one another and seemed to be interconnected endlessly. Somehow it felt as if the spiritual energies flowing inside of them were like the actual veins of the world itself. And that didn't end there. These veins were of all colors. Red, green, blue, yellow, white, gray, black, brown, purple, and more. But I could only summon land spirits from earth-type dragon veins, those brown-colored ones. I quickly activated the land spirit call spell, as the requirement to use it was to ask the spirits to come here to aid me. I had to be humble. Land spirits, please, I beg for your help. Just after dropping those words, the energies within the entire area began to gather within the earth-type dragon veins. As this energy gathered in a single place, it then started to materialize into several creatures. There were 4 earth-type dragon veins near the deadwood golems, and all of them summoned a different spirit. The first ones to emerge were small spirits resembling 1-meter big brown rocks with little legs and empty sockets as eyes engraved in the rocks. These small spirits emanated a strong aura even though they were small. Around 2 of them showed up, and then a bigger one showed up. They were like these small rocky fellows, but they were way bigger, reaching almost 2 meters of height, and being very strong and resilient looking. I think these small ones were small rocky, while this big one was a boulder golem. But that wasn't all. The fourth spirit I summoned was the biggest so far. It was around 3 meters big. And it had a more defined body. It looked like a very muscular statue made out of stone, and seemed like a muscular man that was completely naked. That's a bit NSFW for this game for all ages. Gruyuu. The giant land spirit was the biggest. It was a land titan. Using the help of the other land spirit, the land titan began kicking and smacking the dead wood golems into the ground. He was a meter bigger than all of them, and the golems immediately felt intimidated by him. Boom! His enormous fists clashed against a golem's chest, completely breaking it into pieces and throwing it down into the ground. The entire golem was splattered into many pieces of wood, which all suddenly turned into particles of light. Wow, that's amazing, said Acorn. Isn't this magic a tad bit overpowered? I had used the power of spirit magic, but it really surprised me. The ability to detect dragon veins was great, but summoning land spirits? It was amazing. Even at level 1, the skill was already showing its worth as I was given the ability to summon different spirits. Of course, 4 was my limit because my mana was around 30 by now. Of course, it was recovering at dozens per second, so it slowly filled up. In a few minutes, it should go back to a suitable range where I could keep summoning more spirits if I want to. The spirits were not permanent, and after a certain amount of damage taken or time, they will disappear and I will need to summon new spirits. Of course, I had just summoned them, so they wouldn't go away anytime soon. The small Rocky, the boulder golem, and the land titan were bravely fighting right about now. The best thing is that after conjuring them, I didn't need to constantly give them mana, so only one-time summon is enough. If I had to give them mana constantly, that would be really a pain to deal with. Boom! The land titan's enormous fists clashed against a golem's chest, completely breaking it into pieces and throwing it down into the ground. The entire golem was splattered into many pieces of wood, which all suddenly turned into particles of light. Wow, that's amazing, said Acorn. Isn't this magic a tad bit overpowered? Ding! You defeated the small resentful dead wood golem, LV6. You received the dead wood, X2 and shattered golem core, X1 items. You gained 120 gold. You gained 600 EXP. Boom! The boulder golem caught a dead wood golem. Using his enormous stone arms, it crushed the not-so-strong dead wood into the ground, cracking the entire dead wood golem into several pieces and then using its enormous legs to crush it over the ground. This spread the dead wood everywhere, all while the red-colored core that the dead wood golems had in their chest was also shattered, killing it as well. Ding! You defeated the small resentful dead wood golem, LV7. You received the dead wood, X2 and shattered golem core, X1 items. You gained 150 gold. You gained 700 EXP. Clash! Clash! The two small Rocky were strong despite being the smallest and weakest of all the land spirit summons. They worked in conjunction and jumped high into the air. Abusing their lighter bodies, they began to jump and fall over one of the further dead wood golems, crushing its body slowly, taking apart the dead wood and making it crumble after hitting it consecutively. Boom! Ding! You defeated the small resentful dead wood golem, LV6. You received the dead wood, X2 and shattered golem core, X1 items. You gained 120 gold. You gained 600 EXP. The golem fell to the ground in an instant, being torn apart easily. Wow, these land spirits were really amazing fighters. However, after each one of them killed a dead wood golem, they all suddenly became more and more transparent and disappeared. W8. Don't leave us yet. They just suddenly disappeared, but they took down 3 dead wood golems at the very least. However, I had yet to recover enough mana to summon more of them yet. However, there was more. Belle and Loki were in the fight, and although Acorn grew excited after seeing the amazing power of my land spirits, he quickly realized they would go away pretty quickly, so he quickly took out his potions and began throwing combustion flasks over the nearby golems, setting all three on fire. Crash! 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 Groo! The three dead wood golems left suddenly cried in pain as their entire bodies slowly began to burn. Their HP was slowly going down as well, so it was the perfect opportunity to smack them. This didn't feel as bad when you think that they're just a pile of walking wood. Were golems even alive anyways? These were made of dead wood, so perhaps not. Could they be some sort of undead? Ah! This was no time to think about these things. Acorn, the flowers. Go pick some while it's still not 2 p.m. Hurry! I said. But the mushrooms and the crows must be nearby. What if you can't fight them, he said. I can. Don't worry about us. Quickly go pick them up, we'll support you, and we won't let any monster touch you. I said. Oh okay. Acorn trusted me as he ran into the garden, ignoring the golems that were being distracted by Belle's powerful horn attacks. Belle's efforts made one of them finally break its left leg, losing its balance and falling into the ground. Boom! Groo! Mee! The warmonger Belle roared angrily, as she enhanced her horns with the deadly power of her berserk mode skill, making them glow with red color, and then head-butting the golem in the ground, hitting right into its chest, the weak spot. Crash! The golem's core broke right at that moment, shattering into pieces as the golem slowly crumbled into mere dead wood and died on the spot. Ding! You defeated the small resentful dead wood golem, LV6. You received the dead wood X2 and shattered golem core X1 items. You gained 120 gold. You gained 600 EXP. Even if a summon defeats a foe, as long as it was my summon, it was as if I defeated it instead. I feel like I am stealing her kill, but that's the playstyle I decided to embrace. I was more of a summoner/tamer than anything else. Although I was pretty good at plant manipulation, I guess. There were two other golems, and as I kept my distance from them, Loki was annoying one of them by using her vines, which she used to parasitize the golem's legs, piercing the wood, and absorbing what little energy it had from the inside out. Crack! Crash! The golem's legs cracked, and it fell into the ground as well. It seemed that the way to reach them was by breaking their fragile legs. I saw Loki giggling maliciously, as she used her long vines with the new skill she got, Vine Attack, and began to whip the golem's chest, all while Belle caught the golem's log-like arms that were trying to crush Loki and began to headbutt them until they broke. Crash! Grow! Ding! You defeated the small resentful dead wood golem, LV6. You received the dead wood X2 and shattered golem core X1 items. You gained 120 gold. You gained 600 EXP. And like that, Loki suddenly broke the golem's core and killed it by merely whipping its chest. Weren't my summons amazing? Oh, and I got enough mana to summon more spirits once more. But where were the crows and mushrooms? Acorn said. I looked back at Acorn and he reached the garden, picking several flowers in an instant and saving them inside his item bag, which was like an inventory that could save many things inside. However, as he was picking the flowers, I saw them. Several shadows moved atop the trees, flashing through the air at incredible speeds. There were also other smaller shadows approaching, jumping around as they were said to be walking, but had no actual legs. These were not walking mushrooms, those were jumping mushrooms. And the crows as well, those were the shadows atop the trees. They're here. Groo! One of the wood golems was still alive, and angry. Its entire chest suddenly began to glow, as if it was trying to gather energy, and then, it unleashed a red beam from its very core towards me. Wait a second, golems can do that? Wood shield. Wood shield. Wood shield. Truum. 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 Boom. 3 wooden shields showed up, protecting me from the powerful beam, as all 3 of them were broken easily. Yet the beam almost reached me if it wasn't because I jumped to the side and began to roll through the ground. Yuawawa. Tump. I ended up hitting a nearby tree with my head, and it really hurt a lot. But I was fine, my HP was down a bit but it was constantly recovering. Dryads had amazing regeneration in the forest, and this was my domain. I won't let these monsters do as they want with the little acorn, and that damn golem, I was going to kill it. I looked at the last dead wood golem, as I ran towards it and then shaped my hand into a wooden branch, a sharp wooden branch spear. Grow. You damn pile of wood. I stretched my arm into a long spear, reaching the golem's core in an instant, and piercing it through. Crash. Grua. The golem's core shattered into pieces, and the golem's very life essence dissipated quickly after. Heh, this is what you get for messing around with me. Ding. You defeated the small resentful dead wood golem, LV7. You received the dead wood, X2 and shattered golem core, X1 items. You gained 160 gold. You gained 700 EXP. Loki, level has increased from level 3 to level 4. Loki has learned the Vines of Steel, LV1, skill. Oh, even Loki leveled up now. She learned a new skill named Vines of Steel. By briefly checking it, I learned it made her vines as hard as steel in exchange for MP, and any summon could drain MP directly from the summoner as well, so she could keep it up for a while. That's an interesting skill. However, I didn't have any time to look at the changes Loki underwent. I had to quickly move towards Acorn to help him out. After all, I promised him that I wouldn't let anyone touch him. Yua. Kra. An angry vengeful crow of almost 50 centimeters big flew down towards Acorn, attempting to attack him with the crow's sharp beak. Bell, Loki. My 2 summons obeyed my commands, as Loki and I jumped over Bell and Bell quickly brought us towards Acorn. Loki then extended her vines and enhanced them into becoming as hard as steel, catching the bird midway through the air and then smacking it into the ground. Crash. Craw. Ding. You defeated the Vengeful Crow, LV4. You received the Black Crow Feathers, X1, Black Crow Meat, X1 items. You gained 80 gold. You gained 400 EXP. Bell, level has increased from level 4 to level 5. Bell has learned the Unstoppable Strength, LV1. That crow died super fast. Loki had really become stronger now. She just grabbed it and threw it down into the ground and smacked it to death. Terrifying. And to boot, Loki had become stronger now that enemies couldn't easily attack her vines that were as hard as steel, all thanks to her new skill. Bell had acquired a new skill right after leveling to level 5 to boot, which was named Unstoppable Strength. This skill enhanced her strength while charging against an enemy, and also passively increased her STR by plus 20%. Amazing, I felt like this skill shouldn't belong to a normal goat. Is the nature of the summon affecting the skills she could learn? If that's the case, then it was quite interesting. Also, summons learn skills by merely leveling up, which was such a cheat compared to normal players. But unlike us, they only had 10 slots for skills, which were all race skills. They didn't have job classes to have job class skills. Acorn. Did you pick the flowers? I asked, as Acorn quickly jumped over Bell's back. Yeah, I did, he said. But there are so many crows and mushrooms. We'll have to defeat them to get out of this place, so get ready to fight. We are making that medicine today without a doubt. I said. All right. Kreia. Several crows quickly flew towards us, letting out angry cries that sounded just like real-life crows, and began to unleash dark auras from within their bodies. These were not normal crows. Wait, were there dark beasts mixed with them? There were dark beasts mixed with the crows. I saw them. I didn't know that monsters would allow dark beasts within them. I thought they were still different in some regard. Dark beasts were born from the miasma of the demon king of miasma, while the monsters were more like natural animals in this world, so they would easily conflict with one another. However, these crows welcomed the dark beasts and fought with them. Oh well, that made it easier to get the black cores and darkness essences we need. Craw! A trio of crows flew right down to catch us. It was composed of a normal vengeful crow and 2 dark beast crows. The dark beast crows gathered their power within their bodies as darkness started to pour outside, suddenly becoming several spheres of darkness, which flew towards us at fast speed. It was using that one skill the dark beast mushroom king once used, dark bullets. These bullets were super deadly and could easily reduce our HP quickly. I had to protect everyone before it was too late and the bullets reached us. Almost by instinct, I ended conjuring the wood shield spell that I always used to protect myself, but this time I merged it with plant manipulation and controlled the nearby trees. Combining both spells took a big chunk of my mana, but the protective shield that emerged was powerful, a whole wall made of super hardened bark that came from the ground. Boom! The shield protected us wonderfully, as the darkness bullets were turned into black smoke and dissipated rather quickly after. I had to quickly move and attack. If I stay in a single spot for too long like I always do, it will only be detrimental for us. I might have new skills but they all need mana, and anything big I make always devours most of my MP. Now that I have protected us, my MP was down once more and I had to wait a bit more time to get it back to do something noticeably strong, but that didn't mean that my allies couldn't do anything. Take this. Acorn quickly grabbed his shiniest acorn nut from his item bag, and threw it with amazing precision and accuracy towards one of the dark beast crows that were in the trio, hitting it in the head and making it fall to the ground. Clash! See Kreia. The dark beast crow felt that one pretty hard, as he fell from the skies and crashed to the ground right after that acorn hit. The dark beast was still somewhat alive, trying to get up and struggling to do so. I quickly pointed my index finger to it and converted the finger into a sharp thorn, firing it like a bullet. Clash! The bullet hit the crow from the distance accurately, and the crow quickly exploded into black smoke and died on the spot, only leaving items and EXP behind. Ding! You defeated the Dark Beast Crow, LV6. You received the Dark Essence, X1, Black Core, X1 items. You gained 100 gold. You gained 600 EXP. Your race and job class level have increased from level 5 to level 6. You gained stat points and skill points. All your stats have increased. Nice. I leveled up. Just in time. When you leveled up, your MP and HP refilled automatically, so my MP was back to full for now. How wonderful. This is what I like about games these days. The other 2 crows, which was a normal vengeful crow and the other a dark beast crow, completely ignored their companion dying, but Loki and Bell didn't ignore them. The 2 quickly charged forward. The greatest mistake they committed was actually trying to engage us in close combat using their sharp beaks and claws. Clash! Loki stretched her vines reinforced with her newest skill, and entangled the normal vengeful crow, crushing it with the power of her vines, entangling it and making the creature splatter through the entire place. Well, that was gory, but she's so strong now. What the? Ding! You defeated the Vengeful Crow, LV4. You received the Black Crow Feathers, X1, Black Crow Meat, X1 items. You gained 80 gold. You gained 400 EXP. Me. Meanwhile, Belle jumped off the ground carrying all of us, and clashed against the Dark Beast Crow who was about to throw another dark bullet attack at us. Using her sharp horns, she impaled the beast directly, using the enhancement of the Berserk mode skill, which had yet to run out. Clash! Craw! Ding! You defeated the Dark Beast Crow, LV6. You received the Dark Essence, X1, black core, X1 items. You gained 100 gold. You gained 600 EXP. We defeated the crows, but there was another group of over 6 moving towards us. No, wait, over 6 of them. How many are there? And then there were the jumping poisonous mushrooms lurking around us and slowly beginning to use their poisonous spores to leave clouds of purple-colored poison spores everywhere. Did they really not have any other tactic? Stupid mushrooms, I was tired of mushrooms. I quickly decided to conjure spirit magic and bring on the land spirits again. Land spirits, please, help me out. Flayash. The land spirits quickly heard my plea for help, as they began to surge from the ground one after the other, and they were all ready to smash. The energies from the dragon veins easily materialized for new land spirits, and this time there were 2 boulder golems and 2 land titans. I got lucky. Was this spell influenced by the LUK stat? Well, mine is quite high. Groo. The enormous land titan, which was this time over 5 meters tall, suddenly moved his enormous and muscular arms made of stone, crushing over 4 crows with a single swipe of his enormous arm. Crayish. Ding. You defeated the Dark Beast Crow, LV6. You defeated the Dark Beast Crow, LV5. You defeated the Dark Beast Crow, LV7. Growa. The other land titan roared angrily, as he looked at the mushrooms around us and suddenly gave a glorious heel sweep, crushing the mushrooms surrounding us en masse. His enormously heavy legs were able to flatten them into the ground like pancakes. Boom! Ding! You defeated the Jumping Poisonous Mushroom, LV4. You defeated the Jumping Poisonous Mushroom, LV3. You defeated the Jumping Poisonous Mushroom, LV3. Just how many died there? I think that was over 10. I couldn't even pay attention to the system messages now, things are getting too intense. A large quantity of the monsters died on the spot, but after that, the land titans dissipated into the air. It seemed that after doing a big attack, they went away, sadly. I wonder if they could stay more if I level up the skill, but that would probably cost more MP that I can handle. Grow. The other 2 boulder golems were left, and the 2 began to crush the rest of the jumping mushrooms, flattening them into the ground as if they were mere worms, and crushing them until nothing remained other than sparks of light that made various notifications emerge one after the other. Ding! You defeated the Jumping Poisonous Mushroom, LV4. You defeated the Jumping Poisonous Mushroom, LV3. You defeated the Jumping Poisonous Mushroom, LV3. Amazing. You cleaned up all those monsters, said Acorn. Ah, some crows are still left. Acorn pointed at the sky, as the last group of 10 crows continued chasing us down as we were already quite far from the garden. They were really not giving up. I could see why they're known for being vengeful and territorial. My MP was almost 0, and despite how many monsters died, it was still not enough to level up and get my MP back. Acorn didn't have MP potions, so I decided to take one from my inventory and then I spammed land spirits again. Please, help us out in this last little struggle. Truoum. Suddenly, the dragon veins resonated once more, gathering spiritual essence. I even used spirit enhancement to make the spirits even stronger, exhausting all the mana that drinking 2 MP potions gave to me. Groo. And then we saw it. It was an enormous single land spirit. It was as if many land spirits fused together, from the smallest one to various titans, forming a giant the size of half a mountain. What the heck? Acorn cried out in utter disbelief. I couldn't help but open my mouth wide. How was spirit magic so strong? Was it because this place has a lot of dragon veins and spiritual energy? Crayash. The land god, as I called him, spread his arms, and that was more than enough to crush the last 10 crows, which also came accompanied by a mysterious giant crow that we didn't see yet. Was he lurking behind them and commanding them? Oh wait, that was a mini-boss. Boom! Kra! Well, the 5-meter big vengeful crow was crushed by the enormous fists of the land god, and ended turning into black smoke. Oh, so it was a dark beast boss at that. Damn. I guess I one-shot the boss. Oops. Ding. You defeated the Dark Beast Crow, LV6. You defeated the Dark Beast Crow, LV5. You defeated the Dark Beast Crow, LV7. Ding. You defeated the Dark Beast Vengeful Crow King, LV10, Elite. You received the Dark Essence, X4, Black Core, X4, and Vengeful Crow King Soul, X1 items. You gained 3,000 gold. You gained 2,500 EXP. Your race and job class level has increased from level 6 to level 7. You gained stat points and skill points. All your stats have increased. You gained the Solo Slayer title. You gained the Legendary Warrior title. Solo Slayer. Acquisition conditions: defeat a boss-type monster by yourself within your level range. Equip bonus, plus 40 HP plus 40 MP plus 100 all stats. A title given to an incredibly strong player that has managed to defeat a boss-type monster by himself. Boss-type monsters are incredibly tough, even at low levels. Congratulations. Legendary Warrior. Acquisition conditions: defeat a boss-type monster within your level range with a single hit. Equip bonus, plus 300 HP, plus 150 MP, plus 250 to all stats, plus 30% bonus boss damage. A title given to a legendary warrior who has one-shot a boss within their level range, somehow. Congratulations, you're one of the few, less than 50 players, that has done such an incredible feat. What are these titles? EEE. Plus 30 boss damage. W8, plus 300 HP, plus 150 MP, and, plus 250 all stats. Oh my god, save me. I was about to have a stroke. What was this? Was this illegal? Was I going to get banned? But I just started playing. Just what was happening right now? Not even my mind could properly process the insane events that were happening right now, from the giant land god born by fusing many land spirits to the giant crow boss getting one-shot. I was left completely speechless. I guess I won. Haha. Ah. Amazing. That was amazing, said Acorn as he clapped his little hands. You're really the daughter of the goddess Gaia, Lady Dryad. You've awakened your divine powers already? Divine powers? What are you talking about? I think that was just some weird bug. I might get banned for something I didn't intend. I sighed. Huh? What? Asked Acorn without understanding what I was saying. Don't mind it, I said. The guide spirit suddenly appeared behind me as he looked at the scene. Countless dropped items were flying towards my inventory, and I had gained an awful lot of EXP as well. I ended up getting to level 7 already. This was not the way I wanted to play the game. Incredible. I didn't know that the land spirits would like you so much. I guess your hidden charm stat is pretty high, he said. Although the factor of your passive skills enhancing the spirits was something I didn't know, did the developers really intended this to happen? So the spirits you summon get boosted by your passive skills. This is crazy, you might really get banned. Ag. Don't say it like that. Don't worry, I saved the video and uploaded it to the live ranker system. The devs will look it up and see if it's fair or not. Why you did what? I am merely doing what I was programmed for, don't complain. On that particular day, a video from a dryad/farmer newbie named Planta was uploaded to the live ranker system, a video that showed her summoning land spirits with spirit magic, crushing dozens of monsters at level 6, and even one-shotting a dark beast boss. For many players, all these monsters were easy to deal with. They were low-level trash mobs, but the surprising thing was that they were defeated incredibly easily by someone at level 6. Such a level of destructiveness has only been achieved by players that reach levels above 100, where they begin to clean entire maps with their skills to gain EXP more effectively. Not only that, but she was able to channel the power of various spirits that shared part of her power as a spirit herself, and ended up gaining some of her passive effects, like having their strength enhanced in the forest, amongst many things. As if this wasn't enough, she had used spirit enhancement several times, making a brand new type of spirit which she named Land God. This Land God was almost 30 meters big, and it easily crushed the rest of the mobs and even a boss with a single hit. If this player were to advance further in leveling, she would become a ranker for sure, and what's worse, she also gained the Legendary Warrior and the Solo Slayer, titles that many players are working so hard to get at level 7. In fact, there were less than 50 players with Legendary Warrior. Surely, such an insane feat of power must be some sort of glitch or bug in the game, right? The entire public of the game had mixed opinions, some found her cute, others were completely enraged by her and what she did, and some other people began to discuss the possibilities of a Dryad metagame. The video, in just a few hours after its upload, ended with over 1 million views, and they were increasing constantly. Alongside that, the channel that uploaded it, the player Planta, gained over 10,000 subscribers through these little hours, although she had yet to set up a membership, as that was only allowed for players above level 100. Various threads started between players, as they all talked about the mysterious newbie. Newbie's insanity thread. Rules. Don't spam. Don't say slurs. Please refrain from sexist jokes against our new goddess or you're getting banned from this thread. Psycho69, yo, what the fuck was that? Brandon78, Psycho don't say slurs, it's in the rules. Seth56, I just saw the new video about this new player. Planta, a peculiar name. It is insane what she has done. Is she a returning player that is playing around with mechanics that she discovered before making this new avatar? Chains of Steel X, most likely, that's what most people think, she might be a returning player or something, or perhaps there's a possibility she's a GM testing some new skills. Pighead, has anyone ever used Dryads? And what's her job class anyways? Dante touch me am delicate, Dryads. Those are new races from the latest patch, there's barely less than a dozen players and they're all casual noobs. Her job class. It says in her bio that she's a farmer, lol. Psycho69, Dryad and farmer. The fuck? Who's this bitch anyways? Psycho69 has been banned from this thread. Seth56, thank you Brandon, that guy was pretty disgusting, probably some teenager that still plays Call of Duty or something. Pighead, anyways, a Dryad and a farmer. I have never heard of such a combination. Aren't farmers a very bad job class? They're new from the latest patch after the giant worm died, they're supposed to be an all-rounder production-based class that doesn't specialize in nothing other than raising plants, how come that job class can do anything? Chains of Steel X, also, Dryads aren't supposed to be just forest-locked or they're pretty bad. I guess she was in a forest so it makes sense. So she can only do that in a forest. I suppose her build has an initial impact but can't do much late game when she has to eventually move out of the forest. Dante touch me am delicate, you're talking as if there wasn't any mid-game or late-game forest areas, there are dozens, I hate the dark swamp forest and the frost spike forest, but they're all forests at the end, do they apply too? If so, she can still progress just fine. Damn, could you imagine her in the dark miasma forest? Isn't that where the new world boss is located? Holy sh*t. Seth56, I have checked the job class through forums and datamined game info, and yeah, it works with any map named forest, anything goes as long as it is a forest. Is Dryad secretly an overpowered race? Ah. Have I been wasting my time playing as a dragonkin this entire time? Well, Dryad are female only so I would need the male option, ents. And those guys have a completely different playstyle. Brandon78, hold on for a second, you're telling me that this overpowered race is locked for females only? Damn it, why can't the event where you could get that sex change coupon can come back? Some of my friends turned into girls with that item and could possibly make dryads too. Chains of Steel X, that event was too popular, every guy wanted to play as a girl to do lewd stuff. They're probably not bringing it back, bro. Pighead, anyways, what she used was spirit magic. Right? Axelworld 17, yes, she used that. I have not seen anyone with that skill. It seems to be different from druid skills. Magic cannot be acquired through job changes, so they're often unique to a small group of races. Green magic and spirit magic are unique to dryads, ent, and other spirit classes from the other elements. They are rare because spirit classes always depend on the terrain, and that's annoying to level up and do bosses quickly. Skullface00, I think I am in love, man, she's way too beautiful too. She's strong and beautiful, what else do you even want in a woman? Look at her body, she's so sexy. Is she really like that in real life? Items that can change appearance are super rare after all. Brandon78, refrain from making statements like that, you're a pile of bones but you're the horniest so far. Skullface00, well. We could say I got a boner. Skullface00 has been temporarily kicked from the thread. Chains of Steel X, isn't he your friend? Brandon78, that's why I only kicked him. Threads like these emerged all over the game. Players constantly talked about the new and beautiful player that had come to the game. Not only she had an amazing potential and was one of the less than 50 legendary warriors, but she was also a newbie with incredible beauty. In the game it was impossible for a person to change their appearance that much aside from the predefined appearance changes brought by races. People's real appearance was scanned by the game and their new bodies were made in that image. This was also why people can't normally be of their opposite gender unless they use some sort of special item that showed up only once in an old event at the launch of the game. Although there were also some beautiful women and handsome men that were quite popular in the game, even some famous people that played it for clout but were mostly ignored. She was a newbie and didn't seem to be anyone famous either. Nobody could recognize her face, as she was mostly covered in leaves that were making up her hair. However, her wide curves, beautiful slender legs and arms, and the trait that most men were howling like hungry wolves for, her big pair of breasts, were becoming very popular. Elayne's daughter and her friend also noticed this player and even Mark, but they didn't recognize her face due to being covered through the entire video, not to mention that the character profile didn't show the face of the player, and there was even a function that made your face unrecognizable by making it slightly different from real life, so people couldn't recognize you and you could play without worries. This new player is insane, who even plays Dryad and Farmer? Elayne asked as she sat over a half-dead red-skinned ogre in her avatar. A cute girl with blazing red hair and a giant phoenix at her side laughed. Isn't she fun? Maybe I'll send her a friend request. I would like to nurture such a cool newbie, said the girl, Anna. Anna, you're too busy to waste your time like that. Also I bet the developers are banning that. I have never seen the developers do any change to the game aside from new patches and stuff. They just leave all the glitchy stuff. Are they lazy, maybe? Meanwhile, within a council in a different place, there were various figures sitting around an enormous round table made of grey stone. Each figure resembled a being composed purely of elements. They were the game masters. They sat over enormous chairs made of grey stone as well, and their sizes were gigantic. They were gods amongst men in the game. Indeed, the avatars of the game masters were the gods of the world themselves. One of such gods spoke about what had occurred. It resembled an enormous volcano, constantly releasing hot magma everywhere, and being covered by eternal divine flames. It had a giant crown made of glowing red crystals over the volcano, and two terrifying eyes engraved into the volcano. The Dryads. They're very rare heralds of the gods. Gaia, you created them. Was this within your plans? I did. All spirits have the same potential. I don't think what she did was unfair to the rules. You gods know this very well. we don't have much time to go leisurely about balance. A woman with a beautiful appearance, made entirely out of wood, plants, flowers, fruits, vegetables, tubers, and more spoke with an air of tranquility. Indeed, we have never truly nerfed anything yet, because we believe it is unnecessary, said the god of fire. But this. Could any other player do the same within the spirit category? The gods began to discuss with one another for some time. They all shared their own opinions on the matter, but the will of Gaia was unwavering, and they couldn't really change her mind. At the end, because they respected the eldest of their sisters, they let the dryad be. Very well, we shall not touch her. Thank you, brothers and sisters. I am sure that this girl is special this time. She's not really interested in leveling, she only likes to make people happy, and even her motivation to come to this world was very peculiar. She wants to grow closer to her daughter, said Gaia. She has a virtuous heart. I think she's the one I've been waiting for so long. I see. Well, let's wait and see. The fate of our fragmenting world may lay in the hands of these brave people. And perhaps, even the future of their own world. I can finally see why some players just sell you off or just dismantle you, guide. You've gone a bit too far now. I never asked you to record what I did and upload it as a video. I'm not even that good at doing this kind of stuff. I just wanted to make videos while doing farming things. The guide looked at me as it floated idly in the air. It was as if he was completely apathetic to my own feelings and perhaps even confused that I reacted this way, but I could now see that he was just a cold-hearted robot. You never said it but you implied it. I also didn't want to miss out on the awesome moment, he said. You wanted to start as a live streamer, so of course I must show how awesome you are. Also, my protocol tells me to report any bugs or weird stuff to the developers and, they said it was fine. What? Huh? The developers said something? I asked. The game masters just said it is okay to do what you did without any reason other than, it's fair. Fair my ass. What is this preference they suddenly got for you? Oh well, that's for the better I guess. Apparently after reporting what I did, the game masters said it was completely fine and they didn't nerfed it nor fixed it, despite that summon being a tad bit too strong, enough to one-shot a level 10 boss-type monster. I had yet to find what had truly happened. I was afraid to check the Ranker live streaming system, but it had been roughly an hour ever since the video was uploaded, and sadly, you couldn't delete videos until 10 hours after it was uploaded for some weird reason. I was not accustomed to this sort of in-game social media, so I haven't seen anything weird yet, but then it came. As I was seated over the chair inside of Acorn's house, watching as he extracted the dew from the flowers we picked up, my direct messages was flooded with notifications alongside my friend requests. What was this? When I clicked the direct messages, there were over 50 people trying to contact me for some reason. My eyes widened. What was this? Who were you people? Why were they contacting me out of nowhere? I was a bit scared. What did they want with me? I slowly began to check every direct message. Some were rather spammy, others were weird, and some outright degenerate assholes. Roy the Ladies Man 55 has started a chat with you. Roy the Ladies Man 55, hey babe, I saw what you did there, pretty awesome. Do you got a boyfriend or anything? Have you tried having sex in-game? It is more compelling than you might think. Also, I am a level 85 player, I could carry you through bosses and help you level up all the way to my level if you join my party. Come on, answer me. XXXTentacion XXX has started a chat with you. XXXTentacion XXX, you're fucking hot. How much to smash that pussy? I got billions of gold, so just say a price. Don't worry, I'm always gentle with my chicks. Liberator 55 has started a chat with you. Liberator 55, hello, I am Liberator. Since the moment I saw your video that you've captivated me. My heart has never felt this way ever since I was a child and experienced my first crush. Please, Planta, go on a date with me. I am level 150, I can do anything you want for you. Witch of Scarlet Flames has started a chat with you. Witch of Scarlet Flames, hello Planta, I am the Guild Master of the Scarlet Witches Guild and I am a level 160 Flame Witch. I have considered in recruiting you into my guild even as a newbie, will make sure to nurture your talent, as the first newbie to have ever gotten the legendary warrior title, you're someone that will make history, please consider it. I am the new God XXX has started a chat with you. I am the new God XXX, where do you live? Yua. This was disgusting. So many creeps. I knew there were some people trying to recruit me into their guilds, but I was not really interested in any of the things they wanted to do anyway. I was not into leveling nor did I want to go beat bosses every day, also getting carried would kill all the fun of character progression, so no thanks. Also there were so many creeps who wanted to have sex with me, it reminded me of all those male friends I had in Facebook. Just a few days after knowing my husband passed out, those creeps sent me weird messages and a handful even sent me dick pics. Disgusting. This was why I ended closing my Facebook profile. Sorry, but for now I was going to just block all these creeps, disable the friend requests and DMs that were not from my friends. And done. Phew. Acorn slowly walked towards my side as he carried a small cup. He tilted his head as if he was curious about my sudden sigh of relief. Lady Planta. Are you okay? He asked. Why yeah. I am okay. I sighed. Something weird happened, that's all. Huh, okay. I made a bit of tea with dew, how about you relax for now, he said. The cute acorn suddenly gave me a cup of herbal tea with a delicious aroma, which was sweetened with the dew from the morning flowers. Oh wow, thank you dear. I smiled and accepted the cup. I sipped a little and my shoulders relaxed. Ah, it was so sweet, warm, and aromatic, it felt like my nostrils were opening up. Was I feeling a bit agitated to the point even my in-game nostrils closed up? Wow, this game was way too realistic sometimes. After drinking the tea, I decided to cook something quick. We had collected a new type of meat, bird meat from the crows. I checked it beforehand and it was edible, and looked just like chicken too, so we could make something up with that. Also, Acorn said that he collected some tubers in the morning when I wasn't here. They grew out of white flowers and were like smaller potatoes, but way sweeter. These tubers were named babrika and were something that the squirrel folk eat sometimes. He had found 5 of these little potatoes, so I decided to peel the skin off and then add them to the pot. Like the other days, I was making a simple stew with the crow meat. Let's cook something tasty then. I said. Oh. You're going to cook the crow meat? He asked. He watched as I took out of my inventory 2 crow carcasses. Their skin was actually white, and their meat was also pink-colored just like chicken. They even came without the innards for some reason, so it was easy to just cook right away. Yep. I said as I grabbed the kitchen knife and smiled. It seemed that my smile was quite malicious because Acorn looked a bit scared, but he didn't have to worry, my chicken stew was the best. I chopped the crow into several chunks, separating them and then putting them inside the pot alongside the mini potatoes. After that, I cut down some garlic, added acorns as well, which I peeled off previously, and also some salt and pepperine, the red-colored pepper-like dust that they ate, all while equipping the beginner cook title for maximum cooking proficiency enhancement. And then, I quickly put some water and began to boil everything together. It was that simple. You just threw stuff and water and then you boiled it up. Maybe if I had some onions, carrots, and more vegetables, I would make a vegetable soup first and then add it to the chicken soup, but we didn't have that here, so we would have to do it in the roughest cooking way possible. However, I wasn't done yet. I quickly cut down the second crow carcass. This time I cut down the crow's thighs and breast separately, then I threw inside the stew all the bones that I wasn't going to use. With this, I decided to use the thighs and breasts to make some pseudo-fried chicken. There was a lot of acorn oil in here, so I decided to deep fry them by covering them in acorn starch, which was another food they got. This starch had a nutty and fragrant scent. So alongside some salt, and the yolk of 2 crow eggs, which were items that also occasionally dropped from crows, but were way rarer, nonetheless, I made the batter. We actually got 3 more eggs, so I'd save them for later. Wow, what are you doing with the starch there, Lady Planta? Acorn asked. I'm covering the meat with some eggs and then salt, some spices, and lots of starch. I said. I am going to make deep-fried crow. Or well, I am going to try making that. Let's see how it ends though, I said. When the oil was already boiling, I quickly put the 4 big pieces of crow into the oil and began to deep fry them, leaving them there until the meat was to get fully cooked. Wow, I've never seen this method of cooking before, deep frying meat covered in starch. I wonder how it will taste. Said Acorn. I'm also curious. I've never eaten acorn starch before. I laughed. After half an hour of waiting, the food was ready. I served the 2 of us with some crow stew. The delicious little potatoes were indeed quite sweet, but they went well with the flavorful chicken soup. Crow meat tasted almost the same as real-world chicken too. I guess that's just in this game, in the real world crow meat was probably not that good. But because this was a game, the devs probably tried to make the meat tasty no matter where it came from. The acorns that got boiled into the stew were also like small potatoes, they were so chewy and tasty. The nutty flavor was quite elevated to a whole new level when they were boiled, and of course, the meat. It was very soft and not chewy at all, in fact, it slowly melted down into tiny pieces inside of your mouth, and it was infused with the spiciness of the pepperine, so nice. Wow, this is an amazing stew. Acorn said. Well now, time to try out the deep-fried chicken. I said. I grabbed a thigh and Acorn did the same, and the 2 of us bit into it gluttonously. I was suddenly attacked by the fragrance of acorn oil, all mixed in with the crunchiness of the fried batter and the tasty crow meat below it. Oh wow, this was amazing. The delicious oil, the meat juice, and of course the meat texture, way firmer than the stew but not too hard either. Amazing. I was so happy. All the awful things that happened earlier were placed aside and forgotten while I enjoyed the meal with my little squirrel friend. Ah. Ah. Suddenly, I saw Acorn dropping the crow thigh over the plate as he looked at the piece of meat while gasping for air. Wait, was there something going on? Acorn? Are you okay? I asked. Ah. Ah. Amazing, he cried. It's so amazing. I have never tasted something so tasty before. Even though my hands are filled with grease, I'm so impressed. How come we never thought about making food like this before? Acorn cried, as he raised his tiny squirrel hands. Ha ha ha. You scared me there, I really thought you had a stroke or something. I laughed. And no, it is just. I was impressed by the flavor. Acorn said as he began to eat the fried crow again. I am glad you enjoyed it. I said. Maybe we can give some to your grandpa and the villagers. Although there is not enough deep-fried meat, there's still a lot of stew left. Sure, he said. Ding. You have cooked, crow meat stew with paprika, acorns, and pepperine, and deep-fried crow meat with acorn starch. You gained 500 EXP. You gained 300 EXP. After having lunch, we decided to share the stew with the rest of the squirrel folk population. They were small so they didn't need to eat that much, it was almost enough for everybody. After that, we decided to resume our search for the specific items with Acorn. These items were quite special, as we needed them to make the antidote for the disease of the squirrel folk. There was this one very last ingredient we had to pick up, and here was the list. Dark Essence, 10 out of 10. Black Core, 10 out of 10. Morning Flower Dew, 5 out of 5. Spiky purple mushroom, 5 out of 5. Leaf of youth, 0 out of 5. Golden sap, 5 out of 5. The only ingredient missing was leaf of youth, which we were already moving to grab with Acorn atop of our leveled white goat, Belle, who had grown stronger through the battle quite a lot. Leaf of youth is a bit farther away than morning flower dew, that's why we didn't take that route first. We could have gone directly there after the morning flower dew, but we were too exhausted to move any more than that. Well, we'll reach it in no time atop this powerful goat, said Acorn. I see. What does the leaf of youth do? Does it make you younger? I asked. Oh, no, it is not like that. The leaf of youth receives its name from its ability to make you feel younger and more energized. It is a small leaf that grows from a small patch of plants. I don't remember there being any monster in that place aside from the horned rabbits that occasionally wander around, so it should be way safer than the other places we went before, said Acorn. That's good. I really don't want to fight any more for a while. In fact, I wish we didn't have to fight like forever. I said. Ha ha ha. That's a good joke, Lady Dryad. You're so strong that I doubt you'll ever face any difficulties in a fight. Your new spirit magic skills are amazing. You can summon such strong land spirits that is no joke, said Acorn, surprised about my power. He had begun to admire me as if I were some sort of powerful figure that he had to look up to. I really didn't know what to think about that, but I decided to let him think or say whatever he wanted. He was a young and cute little squirrel folk, so I didn't mind his attention. And here we are. We crossed through the forest, and after almost 40 minutes of traveling non-stop, we reached a very ordinary-looking area of the forest. There were large trees like always, but below these trees there were some extravagant herbs that grew up to a meter long and had scythe-shaped leaves. Are these the leaf of youth? Yes, they are. Acorn jumped out of Belle and quickly began to gather the herbs, stuffing them inside of his item bag. Although the place seemed peaceful, there were many horned rabbits wandering about. The moment they sensed us, they began to quickly jump towards our position. However, these monsters were around level 1 or level 2 at most, so I decided to leave this work to Belle and Loki. I chose to help Acorn pick up the leaves. Go have fun you two. Me. The two summons jumped into action, and Belle crushed the horned rabbits before they could even reach her, piercing them with her horns or stepping over them until they turned into particles of light. Meanwhile, Loki was even more savage, grabbing them with her vines and hitting them into the ground until they died, or devouring them with her sharp jaws. The scene was not gory, but it was still quite terrible, so I decided to not look for the moment and concentrate on the pretty plants while I was gaining small passive bonuses of EXP in the sidelines, alongside a lot of dropped items such as horned rabbit meat, pelt, and their horn. And done. Acorn saved the last leaf of youth, and we decided to make our way back to the Squirrelkin village. I had gained around 1200 EXP from all the rabbits, which were a dozen, but they're low level so the amount of EXP they give was also low. Nonetheless, we got a lot of rabbit meat that I could prepare in the future. Also, I suppose we could use the pelt and the horn somehow, but I didn't really know how we could use them correctly. With this, we got all the items. I can't believe we did it in just 3 days. This is crazy. I'll go make the potions right away, said Acorn. We moved swiftly back to the village, and then we reached the elder's house, where he was resting like every day as usual. Earlier, he had eaten some stew and felt quite well despite the disease. However, it wouldn't last forever, so we had to quickly make the antidote. I saw Acorn slowly fusing the materials into the cauldron while using the power of his alchemy skill. I could also learn that skill and I wondered if I could use it to do something. I think I could also learn that alchemy skill. Do you think you could teach me how to make potions and other things? I asked. Oh, of course. I don't mind doing so, Lady Planta, said Acorn. You can also make other things through alchemy, such as extracting the essence of products and making different types of oils. Herbs have specific oils that can be either consumed or used to make other things. The special soap we use to bathe is made out of several herbal oils. And the acorn oil is also made like this. Oh. I see. So it is good to make oils with it, I said. I always thought it was just potions, but potions can range from a lot of different effects anyways. There are even those explosive ones you used to fight, they were pretty incredible. Do you have any more of those? Yeah, but they're not the easiest to make. There are other offensive potions I could make, such as the freezing potions or the paralysis potions, but those need some very rare plants and herbs that I cannot find everywhere. The same for the combustion potions. Those plants are too rare, it is hard to come by them. Rare, huh? If I could make a small farm and raise any plants I want, perhaps we could pick these specific rare ingredient plants and raise them. Right? My skills say that any plant I'd grow will receive insane growth bonuses, so I was sure it would work well one way or another. We just needed to find a good place to make a field, where the sunlight hit directly and also was not so far away either. I'm sure the nutrients of this forest floor would do the rest, but we really need to set up a place for my farm. Maybe doing it outside the forest would be better. At the forest outskirts, maybe. While waiting for Acorn to get done with the potion, I suddenly realized it was already 2 p.m. outside, and my real-life stomach was no doubt experiencing a lot of hunger. So I quickly decided to log out for the moment to eat something. I'm going out for a bit, Acorn, I'll come back later, I said. Oh, okay. I'll have it done whenever you're back, said Acorn. I quickly decided to log out, a bit tired and exhausted from the day, and then took out the headset from my head. I relaxed for a bit over the bed's cushion, resting my head over there while stretching lazily. I really just want to laze around for a bit. I sighed. Although I always felt lazy deep down, I worked pretty hard. I hoped one day I could embrace my laziness and don't do anything. But I was hungry, so I'd go prepare something to eat for me and my daughter and her friend. Today I decided to cook some pasta. I had bought some colorful one this time around, those ones with 3 colors. They're pretty interesting, I like their flavor, although I've always wondered if the yellow one was just a normal flavor. Well, anyways, I mostly liked the green pasta with spinach flavor, but the red one with tomato flavor was also pretty good. I left the pasta boiling after opening the pack and then decided to cook some homemade tomato sauce like my mother taught me to. I opened the fridge and took out some minced meat that I left unfreezing below, and left it at the side. Afterwards I took out some onions, carrots, garlic, and tomatoes, and started cutting them up. Oh, I really missed these ingredients in the game. I wished we could find carrots or onions, they're very essential for the preparation of various foods, garlic too. I began by cutting the onions into tiny cubes several times, and as my eyes began to cry a little bit, I cut down the garlic into tiny pieces as well. I then peeled the tomatoes and diced them into small cubes and then into even smaller cubes, constantly cutting them until they ended like a tomato paste. Right after, I then grated the carrots so it'd boil quickly. Even small chunks would boil very slowly. Oh! I almost forgot, some bell peppers were a must. I took some red and yellow ones and sliced them until they turned into tiny little cubes and added them to the veggie mix, which I then put over the pot and began to soft fry using some olive oil. While doing so, I added salt, oregano, black pepper, and some basil as well. When everything was already mildly cooked, I added the meat and began to also soft fry it with the rest of the veggies, making sure to mix everything well enough. The scent of onions and garlic mixed with basil, tomatoes, and carrots were very strong, and the meat as it slowly cooked also generated a delightful scent. When the meat was slightly cooked, I decided to add 2 cups of boiling water, mixing everything together and then adding a small sachet of tomato sauce from the mini market as the last touch, slowly mixing everything and then leaving it boiling for a few minutes before it was ready. This was the recipe my mother taught me, and the one I've been eating since I was a little girl, so it was something I know is very tasty. Oh, and the pasta was almost ready as well. I should add some salt and olive oil. I should have done it before. Oh well. After everything was done, I called my daughter and her friend. The two came running out of my daughter's room and sat down to eat with me. Today I made tricolor pasta. I said. Anna, have you eaten homemade tomato sauce? You'll love it. Oh. It looks nice. Anna quickly dug in alongside my daughter. My daughter was a silent beauty as always, but she was enjoying the food. She was eating pretty quickly while enjoying the flavor. If she didn't complain, it meant it pleased her greatly. I sat down as well, and began to eat some pasta, coiling it around my fork with some tomato sauce mixed in, and I also added some Parmesan cheese. The mix of delicious flavors was like an explosion inside of my mouth, very good, way too good, in fact. Yuwa, I really needed to eat something like this, I was dying of hunger. That game food was so nice that it tricked my brain into thinking that I already ate, but when I took out the headset I was attacked by an intense hunger. This really hit the spot. So what have you girls been doing? I asked. I wanted to bring some sort of conversation. I knew that the food was nice and they were enjoying it, but it was good to also talk and interact with the family members at lunch. This was a special time where we shared with one another. It was important to socialize even if only a little bit. Nothing much, said my daughter nonchalantly, as she continued eating pasta. She was very. I guess she didn't want to talk to me. We were playing around for the most part, said Anna. Oh right, there's this one girl in the game that uploaded a video one-shotting a boss monster at like level 7 or something. She had some pretty crazy spirit magic for her level. She's making a lot of people fall for her out of nowhere. Was she referring to my own video? No way. Did they watch it? Thankfully it seems they didn't recognize me there, but I hope this didn't happen again. Ugh. Huh. I see. I said. I guess you don't really understand that much. Ha ha ha. Anna laughed. It's a good thing that they think that I actually don't know what they're talking about. It was way better that way so they don't have any suspicions. From now on, I'd try my best not to call attention from people anymore. I think it was very dangerous and it might end up getting me in unnecessary trouble. People could be really creepy sometimes. Perhaps I'd make a mask or something for whenever I go to a place with lots of players like the marketplace, or something. Thank you for the meal. After the two girls moved back to their rooms, I quickly washed the dishes and thought about what to do now. I felt a bit exhausted after everything that happened today. Also, the main quest seemed to be completed for now, although I was sure that the Tree of Beginnings would give me a new quest or something. But for now, I had decided on taking a nap for a few hours to settle my mind. I really didn't want to check any sort of social media regarding the game because they would probably be talking about me or something. Thankfully the devs decided not to nerf me, at the very least. I quickly moved back to my bed. The temperature was rather cold so I covered myself in a fluffy blanket and decided to sleep for 2 hours at least. Phew, that was a nice nap. When I woke up, I stretched for a bit, and then moved back to the bathroom to freshen myself up. After that I washed my hands and my face and dabbed a towel. Squeaky clean. I felt like it was time to play a bit more. It was around 5 p.m. by now, a pretty nice hour. I'd probably play until 8 p.m. and make some homemade dinner this time around, something that the girls could eat. Anna was probably going away late this day, so I wanted her to go with a stomach filled with the homemade food she likes. That girl had spent so much time here that sometimes it was like she's my second daughter, and knowing her, she would probably be happy about that. I quickly put on the headset and decided to log in. Being greeted by the beautiful greenery and scenery of this game, I was in the middle of the forest down the Squirrel Folk village, for some reason. I thought I was inside of Acorn's house. Oh well, maybe character displacing sometimes happened. I moved back to his home and found Acorn sleeping over a pile of hay, completely exhausted. Poor thing. I moved to check the cauldron and it had a purple liquid on it which was releasing a dark smoke. It had a very strong and citric scent, and seemed rather bad. I guess this was the antidote. Well, it was made with materials dropped from dark beasts, so it couldn't really be any good on flavor nor appearance. But good lord, this was awful. I decided to wake up Acorn, who quickly got up the moment he saw me. He seemed to have taken a nap right after finishing doing the antidote. Perhaps he was way too tired to continue and distribute the antidote, so he dropped almost dead into the hay and hasn't woken up since then. I suppose he really needed some rest after all our adventuring. It's done, it has an awful taste and odor, but it is actually the real antidote designed by Grandpa. We can finally save everyone. I wish Grandma would have survived so we could have given her the antidote too. Acorn sighed. He seemed to recall those that ended dying before we found a solution. I am sure that they're being embraced by Gaia. I remember her, she is a nice and gentle woman, I said. Alright. Good-hearted souls will go to Goddess Gaia, I am sure that none of those that perished would go to hell. I hope Grandma is watching over us. We really did it, Grandma, said Acorn. He looked up at the ceiling, no doubt thinking that his grandmother was in heaven. Are these people really NPC? They felt way too real to me. This little boy that has been working so hard with me to find an antidote. He doesn't seem to be an AI at all. He seemed like a real person. He even had religious beliefs. Maybe it was a very realistic AI. But even then, I couldn't help but find him way too real to treat him like a robot or something. I was sure that in this world, even if virtual, he's real. I am sure they are. I said. Alright. Then let's get this done with, said Acorn. And like that, we decided to spend the rest of the hour putting the medicine inside small bottles and vials. There were a dozen of them and there was even more medicine left for many people. We first decided to start off with the chief, Acorn's grandfather. Ah. The antidote is ready? Truly? He asked with amazement. Acorn nodded as he offered the vial to his grandfather. The chief drank the antidote until no drop remained. How are you feeling? I asked worriedly. Ugh. Ag. Cough. Cough. The squirrel folk chief coughed intensively, and in that moment, darkness started to emerge from his body, and jumped straight into the floor. Splash. Grya. It was a mass of miasma. It was slowly dying, agonizing, and crying rather eerily. It didn't fight back nor did it escape, it instead turned into a black liquid of pool and seemed to have lost all life. That's the miasma, it jumped right out of Grandpa. Gee Grandpa, are you okay? Asked Acorn. Yeah. Ha. I am okay, said the chief. He suddenly jumped out of bed and raised his squirrel arms. I feel as healthy as ever. Thank you, Acorn. You make your grandpa so proud. And of course, thank you too, Lady Dryad, without your help we wouldn't have been able to make it. The chief began to thank me with everything he had. I felt a bit embarrassed so I couldn't help but smile nervously at him. I petted his head and smiled back at him. Don't worry, it was just my duty, I said. You're such a nice spirit, he said. Well now, let's continue sharing the antidote with everybody so everyone can heal and get that miasma out of their system before it's too late. I said. Alright. And like that, we spent roughly an hour sharing the antidote with everyone, from elderly to even little children and babies, all of them had to forcefully drink it and then expel the deadly miasma inside of them. And the best thing was that this antidote was like some sort of vaccine too. After drinking it once, it made the body create magical defenses against the infectious miasma so it wouldn't affect the body again. When everybody had healed, I was able to count around 60 people in total, but there were way too many. The squirrel folk was a numerous group despite being the last tribe of the descendants of Ratatosk, apparently. Thank you, Lady Dryad. We are very grateful, Acorn, Lady Dryad. You're our saviors. Heroes. The squirrel folk were very dramatic, immediately calling us the heroes of their tribe and more. It made my cheeks flush. But I was happy that I could help these good and cute people of the forest. This was just the beginning, but I was sure that we'd continue working together from now on. Ding! Due to your hard work, the squirrel folk admire you as their heroine. You have gained the Squirrel Folk Hero title. A side quest to acquire a subclass is now possible. Squirrel Folk Hero. Acquisition conditions: gain the love and admiration of the squirrel folk. Equip bonus, plus 200 LUK, Squirrel Folk Trust plus 1000, active even without equipping the title. A title given to a hero that has done an incredible deed and has helped the squirrel folk survive a deadly disease. Your hard work has given you their total trust and now they see you as a hero, a person that they admire and love. This title permanently enhances your trust with the squirrel folk, and this bonus is active even without equipping the title. Wow. That's a lot of LUK. And it even comes with a trust bonus that was always active. I didn't know there were titles that had such permanent bonuses that didn't even need me to have them equipped. Although the LUK bonus was only given to me if I had it equipped, this was still amazing, way more than I expected. However, what's with the subclass? I didn't know such a thing existed in the game. All the status I see never have a subclass. So what's up with that? Maybe I should check the status of other players first. I was sure that I've not been paying enough attention, maybe. Also it said that a side quest could begin but there was nothing else, not even a clue. Jeez. As I was given so many praises of gratitude, I suddenly heard the voice of an ancient tree whispering to my ears. Well done, my daughter. You have succeeded in your mission in just 3 days from accepting it. You're an exceptional spirit, you deserve all this gratitude and also a gift of my own. Please, whenever you have time, come see me. It was the Tree of Beginnings. It seemed that it wanted to see me to give me something, so I quickly decided to leave the squirrel folk for a bit and teleported there thanks to the special ability I have to teleport to my area of spawning, which was right at the side of the tree. The enormous tree greeted me, with the face of an old and tired man. He opened his bright gold eyes, as he looked at me with a warm smile. Planta, my daughter, well done. You've helped them. The happiness of the forest is increasing, and the miasma is weakening. We are one step further from cleansing this forest, he said. Wait, there's more. I asked. Of course, there are many other things you must do. But surely, I won't just ask you to do everything right away, you can take your time. The squirrel folk problem was the direst of them all, but now you can take things slowly for now, so don't feel pressured, he said. Phew, that's a relief. I sighed. Now, come here, I shall reward you with my blessings, he said. I slowly walked to his side and while I did the embracing presence of the tree's aura of light and nature encompassed my entire body. The light and nature filled me and made me grow, stronger. Flash. Ding. You have completed the main quest first episode, Squirrel Folk's Disaster. You gained 10,000 EXP and 5,000 gold. Your race and job class level has increased from level 7 to level 8. Race EXP, 5800/8000, job class EXP, 5800/8000. You gained stat points and skill points. And here, let me give you this as well. Crack. Crash. Suddenly, an enormous branch fell from the tree himself. What? Suddenly, a large branch fell from the Tree of Beginnings himself. It really shocked me because I didn't know that something like that would be the last gift from this quest. Didn't this hurt him or something though? However, even if it could hurt him or not, he made the sacrifice of giving me one of his branches. I guess I couldn't really reject it now. But how could I use it though? It is a branch. A big branch. I said, as I kneeled and grabbed the branch with my arms. It was very heavy. This is a branch from my own body. In the past, there had been many invaders that have tried to chop me down, or to take away my branches, but they all failed. However, I have decided to give a piece to you, Planta, my dear Dryad, he said. How can I use it? I wondered. Well, it is up to you, said the tree nonchalantly. You seriously don't know how I can use this? I asked. No. Maybe make a staff. The tree suggested. Oh. I can learn the crafting skill, so yeah, perhaps. Well, anyways, thanks a lot for the gift nonetheless, I really appreciate everything. I said. Of course, it is just what you deserved, he said. Now that you're done with this quest, how about I introduce you to another? Oh, another quest. Well, I recently got some message saying something about a subclass, do you know anything about that? I asked. Subclass? I have no idea. I don't really know, I am sorry for not being able to help you. He sighed. Don't worry about it. Please don't feel down now, it is all okay. I said, trying to cheer up the old tree. Well, perhaps the fairies could know a thing or two, they're the record keepers of the forest, said the tree. Fairies? There are fairies in this forest? I wondered. Yes, the fairies live quite far away from me, in an area known as the flowerbed gardens. In that place you can find them living inside their small houses around the trees. They are a peaceful and small society. They keep records of things, and are very smart, he said. Unlike squirrel folk, they can live thousands of years, so what they know is a lot more as well. Your new quest involves them. Apparently they have been recently hiding and fending off large groups of miasma dark beasts. Although their situation is not dire as they can defend themselves, they could use some help. So there were fairies. If they lived so long, they surely knew a lot of things. I could quite possibly find someone that knows what sort of item I could make out of this big branch. Alongside that, I could also find if there was somebody that knew about subclasses. It was probably something I should search on the internet as well. Perhaps other people had also changed subclasses before, right? Surely somebody spoke about it on the internet or something. Well, that's it for now, I am going to go back to sleep, enjoy your day. And the tree just went to sleep, just like that. Hello. I guess he was really an old tree, he must have slept a lot. I shouldn't bother him anymore. I quickly decided to move back to the squirrel folk village while holding on to the branch. Like any item, the branch also had an interesting explanation about what it was, so I quickly read it. Branch of the Tree of Beginnings. A branch from the Tree of Beginnings, alone it is just a branch, but it contains an incredible amount of spiritual power dwelling within it. The branch can be used as a material to craft special items with it infused with the power of spirits and the forest. A talented craftsman is required to craft something with it. Oh. Maybe I could really make a new staff with it. The only staff I got was the same old one as always, so I didn't know if it's going to help me in the long run. Also it seemed like its stats were a bit mediocre. I needed to find a stronger and better equipment already, and in this game, I had to craft it or buy it from someone that crafts. Actually I was even surprised that I was given clothes. I could have been dropped completely naked for all I knew. And these potions were also very strong but couldn't be easily replicated. Even acorn potions didn't have such strong effects as the ones gifted at the beginning. Now, time to move back to the squirrel folk village. I also had to do a few things first. We'll probably cook something together too to celebrate that everybody was healed, and I also want to see my status. Actually I could do that right now. I had also accumulated 30 stat points, so I was distributing them all to MP of course. It was the greatest resource of my strength as of now. Player name, Planta. Race, Dryad, LV5/30-8/20. Race EXP, 5800/8000. Job class, Farmer, LV5/20-8/20. Job class EXP, 5800/8000. Satiation, 42/100. HP, 130/130-190/190. MP, 530/530-740/740. STR, 32-47. VIT, 32-47. DEX, 32-47. AGI, 64-100. INT, 83-119. WIS, 80-110. Luke, 50-65. Race skills, 8 out of 10. Spirit of the Forest, LV1, Photosynthesis, LV2, Green Magic, LV3, Life Drain, LV2, Plant Companion, LV1, Daughter of Nature, LV1, Spirit Magic, LV1, Spiritual Shield, LV1. Job Class Skills, 7 out of 10. Agriculture, LV1, AGI Up, LV1, Tame, LV1, Cooking, LV2, Farm Animal Companion, LV1, Fishing, LV2, Robust Body, LV1. Summons, 2 halves. White Goat, Female Name, Belle, LV5/30, Carnivorous Amber Lotus Flower, Name, Loki, LV4/30. Tamed Monsters, 0/2. None. Skill Points, 38. Stat Points, 0. Equipment. Spirit of the Forest Robes. Bracelet of Nature. Crown of Spirit Wood. Seed Pouch. Oh, the level up of 3 levels was amazing. Today I went from 5 to 8 so quickly. My stats increased so much, even my STR was better now. I feel stronger even physically. Maybe I could now punch a tree or something, not like I would try. Trees were my friends here. Ah, and my MP was already at 740. Wow, that's just a lot. I could easily conjure way more magic with that. Maybe I could level up some more skills now that my pool of MP has increased a bit more. Also, what other new skills should I pick? Now that I've finished the problem with the squirrels, I really wanted to relax for the moment and play as the farmer I wanted to be, so I'd probably get some skills related to that. Skill Trees. Skill Tree, Dryad. Plant Synthesis, LV0. Life Drain, LV0, picked. Spirit Magic, LV0, picked. Natural Charm, LV0. Daughter of Nature, LV0, picked. Spiritual Shield, LV0, picked. Plant Companion, LV0, picked. Nature's Rage, LV0. INT Up, LV0. WIS Up, LV0. MP Up, LV0. Skill Tree, Farmer. Tame, LV0, picked. Cooking, LV0, picked. Brewing, LV0. Crafting, LV0. Sewing, LV0. Fishing, LV0, picked. Alchemy, LV0. Robust Body, LV0, picked. Farm Animal Companion, LV0, picked. Farming Tools Usage, LV0. Terrain Adaptability, LV0. Soil Manipulation, LV0. DX Up, LV0. HP Up, LV0. There were still a lot of skills even when I had picked a bunch lately, and it seemed that whenever I did job change and evolved, there would be even more skills. Sadly there were only a total of 10 skill slots, so I'd have to be careful with what I picked. I felt a bit confused and I was actually quite tired, so I decided to ask the guide to give some recommendations. Guide, can you recommend me anything? I asked. The sphere of light emerged at my side, seemingly quite tired as well. Yawn. I was actually resting for a bit. Anyways, you're planning on starting a farm? That's actually good, you're better off doing that to take the most advantage of your race and job class combination. Said the guide. Let's see. I guess you should take plant synthesis from your dryad skill tree. It is a special skill that allows you to fuse plants together, well, not grown plants, but you can fuse seeds to create a new breed of plants, but the rank of the resulting plant will be lower than both plants. Also you'll have to grow it back up again. Growing a farm will take you several days, it cannot be done immediately like killing mobs. I see. Sounds fun. My grandparents had a farm. I said. Oh. Well, for your job class skills, I would take farming tools usage, terrain adaptability, and soil manipulation. All three of these skills are specifically made to improve your farming abilities. With farming tool usage you'll be able to use all sorts of farming tools with ease. Terrain adaptability helps at adapting to the terrain you're in and more. And then soil manipulation will allow you to manipulate the soil of your farm so you can enhance it and keep it fresh for the plants, he said. I think that should be it. With those three skills your job class skill slots would be filled at October 10th, however, if you're planning on using the tree branch, pick up crafting and alchemy, you can just switch between skills based on what you need currently. I see. Thanks a lot for your insight, guide, I said. Ah. Maybe I should call you with another name. I smiled. I had always thought about naming him differently, but he didn't seem to like it. No, just call me guide, way easier to do, he said. I will go on rest mode for now, so call me whenever you need to know anything. The guide disappeared after that, acting way more polite than he actually did through this entire time, probably being sleepy made him act more polite. But that didn't make any sense though. Well, whatever was the case, time to pick some skills. Ding! You exchanged 12 skill points. You learned the plant synthesis, LV1, farming tool usage, LV1, terrain adaptability, LV1, soil manipulation, LV1, crafting, LV1, and alchemy, LV1, skills. And done. What should I do with the rest of the skill points? I've still got 26. That's a lot, wasn't it? But I was quite nervous so I didn't want to waste them away. Well, I'd use them depending on what I need in certain situations. Tomorrow, probably late, I'd see what I can do with them. For now, it was better to check the skills descriptions in detail. What the guide told me was way too vague. Plant synthesis, LV1. Using the power of a dryad, you're able to manipulate the life of plants themselves, allowing you to fuse seeds of two different existing plants to create a new hybrid plant. This costs a variable amount of MP, and the results vary greatly depending on the quality of the plants. Any plant created through synthesis has a lower rank than the lowest rank parent. The skill success chance is 50%. If the synthesis fails, the two seeds will be destroyed. However, through leveling up the skill, chances become slightly greater, and even if failing, there is also a chance that both seeds are kept intact. Can only be used 10 times per day. Oh, quite specific, but I liked it. I suppose it was not a complete 100% chance of succeeding. If I could infinitely fuse seeds, it would be a bit broken, right? Even more, I could also create seeds using green magic, so I guess there should be a limit to everything. This was a game after all, it had to have some sort of balance, even though the game has been showing me lately that it had none. With plant synthesis I had a whole new way of creating new plants. Now the limit of 10 a day and also the chances of failure were a bit scary, but perhaps I could level up the skill to increase the success rate. Although it didn't seem that worth it if the chances to do it per day were so small. Oh well, I didn't need to overthink it for now, I was just playing to have fun anyways, and mostly to put my mind elsewhere before I get all melancholic again. Let's see the next skill on the list. Farming tool usage, LV1. As a farmer, you have the innate ability to utilize farming tools. By using farming tools, you're able to enhance the richness of the soil and also the growth of plants, and you can take care of your plants' health so they grow stronger. Farming tool proficiency increased by plus 1000, farming tool power increased by plus 1200, farming tool mastery increased by plus 20%. The mastery, proficiency, and power increases with each level. Additionally, there is a 50% chance of inflicting stun on a foe when hitting them with a farming tool. Wow! So it could enhance the growth of plants and richness of the soil. Amazing! With this I could use these skills to do my best on the farm. Hehe, I couldn't wait to get to it then. I'd build a big farm, where I could raise all the plants I want, and then I'd share them with everybody in the forest so we could eat all sorts of tasty veggies, fruits, grains, and tubers. Oh, also there was the proficiency and tool power. What's that for? To use the tools better. But weren't the numbers exaggeratedly higher? Maybe. I guess. Well, whatever was the case, this was nice. Oh, there was also a 50% chance to stun a foe. Well. I didn't think I would be using a farming tool to fight, but sure. Terrain adaptability, LV1. As an experienced farmer, you're able to adapt to any terrain and make it your farm. You can adapt to the terrain of your environment, as long as there is any sort of soil to it, you can somehow find the way to make a farm. Additionally, it grants the innate ability of adapting to any terrain within the game. Additionally, it enhances the soil richness of any terrain you make your farm by plus 50%. Each level enhances the number of terrains you can adapt into farms, and the soil richness given to them straight away. Number of terrains that can be taken over, 5. Well, this was a weird skill. Of course, this was a game, so I was bound to find all sorts of weird mechanics, but this was the weirdest so far. With this skill I could apparently just adapt any terrain to a farm. It even automatically converted the soil and gave it richness. Wow, I really never thought this could be a thing, but it was, I guess. It was quite interesting, and made you think about it a lot. Could I make a farm in the middle of a desert? What about a volcano? Could I make one in the sea? It said anywhere, so was I assuming too much there? Yeah, probably there were limits to it, but seeing how this was just a nonsensical game with fantastic mechanics, maybe it worked in weird ways. Soil manipulation, LV1. As a farmer, you have the innate ability to manipulate soil. When manipulating the soil of your farm, you can choose which nutrients to enhance, and make the soil richer. You can also shape the soil using farming tools and soil manipulation together, expanding the size of your farm as long as there is space to add to it. Based on the plants you're raising, certain types of nutrients will be needed. Corpses of animals, decomposing plants, and even feces can be used to enhance certain nutrients in the soil. Additionally, any soil within your farms receives a passive plus 20% enhancement to their richness, which increases with each level. This was also an interesting one. With this I could manipulate soil, but just soil from the farm, right? It was not actual earth manipulation. Right? It would be way too powerful if it were just that. So I guess it was limited to the soil of my farm, I suppose. Anyways, the ability seemed pretty interesting. The plants would ask for specific nutrients and I would have to give it to them by using materials, monster carcasses, decomposing plants, and even feces. Wow, I didn't know you could get feces in this game though. That's a bit wacky. Crafting, LV1. Grants access to the ability to craft items in-game through the usage of materials obtained from all sorts of sources. Items can be crafted using crafting recipes that can be acquired from certain NPC, other players, or as rare drops from monsters. Crafting recipes can also be created as you randomly make items. Every player can make their own recipes and create their unique items. Increase your crafting proficiency and recipe making ability with each skill level. The alchemy and the metallurgy skills are recommended to go along with this skill. Alchemy, LV1. Grants access to the ability to perform alchemy in-game through the usage of materials obtained from all sorts of sources. Items can be created through alchemy by placing them inside an alchemy cauldron, which must be created, bought, or borrowed from another source. Items can be created through the usage of alchemy recipes that can be acquired from certain NPC, other players, or as rare drops from monsters. Alchemy recipes can also be created as you randomly create items. Every player can make their own recipes and create their unique items. Increase your alchemy proficiency and recipe making ability with each skill level. The brewing and the gathering skills are recommended to go along with this skill. Oh, I see, they got almost the same description, huh? With this, I could both do alchemy and crafting. I could just switch it around as I liked whenever I feel like I want to make something. But even with these skills, without proper recipes I might end up making nothing good and I would even waste the entire branch off. So because of that I needed to find some people that knew about this stuff, and the fairies seemed like a good chance to find some info, while I'd also help them out with their dark beast problem. But unlike the squirrels they seemed strong enough to fend them off for now, so I would only go there to help them a bit but not really to save them. Though, I wouldn't really like to delay it too much, this was a game and I got my entire real life as well. Tomorrow I'd have to work almost 8 hours, so I'd be coming back from work very late, around 5 or 6 p.m. Sigh. Anyways, let's go back to the squirrel village for now. I moved with Belle and Loki back to the village, and then in there, we found the squirrels celebrating. They were mostly eating acorns because they had nothing else to cook, so I decided to go to the river and catch a few fishes. I only found small ones that were not hard to find. Splash! Oof, another one. Catch it, acorn. Okay. Yua. Acorn caught a green-colored fish with his hands, but the fish began jumping around and trying to move back to the river, but I quickly kicked it back to him. He grabbed the fish and threw it inside of a wooden basket. And done, with this it should be enough. We caught around 10 fishes. I said with a smile. It took us roughly 30 minutes, and my satiation was already at around 17, so I really needed to eat something here or I'd be dying. Ding! You caught a big largemouth. You caught a orange trout. You caught a red trout. You caught a small catfish. You gained 1800 EXP. I ended up earning around 1800 EXP from all the fishes I caught, so that's pretty nice. A little boost was never a bad thing, and I loved how I could gain EXP by fishing, but it ate away my satiation, so I really needed to eat something now or I'll starve and begin losing HP instead of satiation, which could kill me. I've read that dying gives you an EXP penalty where you lose 50% of your current accumulated EXP. Also, your stats were lowered by minus 20% for 30 minutes, which was pretty harsh, so I guess we shouldn't really die. I suppose this debuff encouraged people to not be reckless like in other MMO games where they just constantly die and get revived. Oh right, there was also another thing. If you're playing in player versus player mode, a random set of items would drop from your inventory, and also a bit of your money too, so that's pretty bad. If a player killed you, they can even get a part of your items and money. I guess that's why not many activated this mode. I guess if you're into killing people it's good, but the amount of people you'd find with the mode activated were very few, and they couldn't attack those without it activated. We were immune to player attacks after all. However, NPC and monsters could kill us, of course, although NPC that kill were very rare, and often are related to special questlines, apparently, where you need to stop certain NPC that were rampaging other NPC, or something. Ugh, I'm so hungry. If it wasn't for the robust body skill having my satiation consumption, I would be starving to death now. And it is already night so I cannot gain it through photosynthesis. I sighed. Don't worry, we'll eat good when we get back home, said Acorn. When we reached the squirrel village, we decided to make half the fishes into a big hot pot, using the mushroom ingredients we got from the jumping mushrooms back then, and also used other ingredients. Meanwhile, the other half of the fish were grilled with some salt on top, and everything was quickly made in roughly 40 minutes. Not so slow, wasn't it? Ding! You cooked grand fish stew with jumping mushroom and varied spices. You cooked variety of salted and grilled fishes. You prepared herbal tea with morning flower dew. You gained 1500 EXP. Your race and job level has increased from level 8 to level 9. You gained stat points and skill points. Yeah. Another level today. So soon. I guess I really cooked a lot today, so that added to the EXP. Isn't leveling way too easy for farmers? They had a lot of sources to get EXP from cooking and fishing too. Wow. This class could level up quickly as well then. Although I've noticed that the EXP decreased when I made the same dish several times, or when I caught the same fishes, it seemed that you get some bonus EXP for catching new stuff and also by preparing new things. But that bonus EXP was only for the first time, of course. Anyways, I decided to not care about the level up for now and we enjoyed the meal we had today. We gathered inside the hall, a large house atop one of the trees, where all the adorable squirrelkin sat down around a big table, with me at the end, and they all ate with a lot of hunger and liveliness. The atmosphere was nice, the food was tasty, and this tea was so refreshing and relaxing. Without realizing it, I ended up talking my mind out. I am so happy. Thank you for everything, you've made my life happier than I ever thought. Ah. Lady Dryad, really? The squirrels suddenly heard my words as they felt flattered. Yua. I didn't mean to say it out loud. After that long day, I logged out from the game and realized it was already 7 p.m. I quickly hurried back to the bathroom, spent 20 minutes there and then ran out to prepare dinner. I decided to make some rice with fried salmon, which we had quite a bit in the freezer. The pieces of salmon fried with some butter and some spices were always nice, the fluffy white rice, some veggies, and ready. It was a simple dinner, but at this hour we didn't eat that much to begin with. I called my daughter and Anna to come out and eat with me, and we enjoyed some nice time together. This time around my daughter was more talkative than before, and wasn't answered with or okay all the time. So is tomorrow anything important in school? I asked. No, but at the middle of the week there is a math test, said Elayne. Have you studied? Mommy can help you study too. I said. No, I have studied enough, she said. Don't worry about her, Miss Elayne. Elayne is a monster, she always has super good grades in everything. Is she a genius? It's so hard for me to learn though, so I always ask for her to help me study. Anna sighed. Oh, well yeah, my girl has never had problems with grades. Although I used to help her study. But now she doesn't want anything to do with her mommy. I sighed. That's not right. Elayne said while looking at me embarrassedly. What did you say? I wondered. Had she really said, that's not right? Did she mean she wanted to do stuff with her mommy? My beloved princess wanted to. Really? Nothing. Oh, she ended up not saying a thing. Come on, Elayne, your mother loves you a lot. You shouldn't be so cold. You're not that cold with me. Anna said while making Elayne avert her gaze from her. Don't get involved in another family's things, said my daughter, as she shut down Anna. Ugh. She's really stubborn sometimes. Anna shook her head. Well, don't worry about it. I said. I don't mind that she's like that. She probably has her reasons. I will wait until she can speak more with me. Elayne glanced at me for a bit, although she quickly looked at her food and continued eating in silence. Sometimes I wondered what was going on with her. She became talkative but then went silent again. I think this was just a problem between the two of us. I am trying my best, but it was hard because she created a shell that was very hard to get through. I ended up playing the game just so I could find her there and see if she was different in the game, but I ended up liking it as well, which was conflicting when I thought that I began playing it for her. Now I was here in the present, trying my best to find a way to communicate with my daughter, but it was quite difficult. Well, sometimes it was easy and other times it was very hard. I wanted to speak more to her about this, but the two girls were done with their meal, and it was time to bring Anna back home. So we quickly moved out of the house after eating dinner. Anna's house was not so far from here, just a few streets away, so we moved on foot. Her house was a small apartment, and there wasn't anybody inside her house, apparently, as the lights were off. "Well, see you tomorrow, Elayne." "Thanks for everything, Miss Elayne," said Anna. "Take care dear," I said. "See ya," said Elayne. And then, we were finally alone as we walked back home. Without anyone to intervene, it could be a good place to speak to my daughter more personally. I felt like perhaps inviting Mark for lunch yesterday got her mad, maybe she thought I was trying to replace her father. I have to quickly resolve this misunderstanding. "Elayne," I said. Elayne looked at me curiously, wondering what I wanted. Dear, what happened yesterday?" "You see, Mark is a friend of mine, he's not a boyfriend or anything like that, I don't like him romantically either, he's just a friend, okay?" I said. If you thought that I was trying to replace your father. I want to tell you that it is not the case. Your father was somebody I loved dearly. The only one I ever loved more than your father is you." Elayne looked at me as her eyebrows raised in surprise. Despite how hard she was trying to make an expressionless face, I could tell that she was bubbling with emotions. I. Was that out of the sudden? Sorry. I sighed. I was just worried you would begin hating me because of that. Our relationship is already hard. I didn't want to make it harder due to my mishaps. I won't invite him anymore. Are you okay? I wondered. No. Don't worry about it. You can invite anyone you want, she said. Really? I asked. It's your house, you can do anything you want. I don't really have the right to prohibit you for anything. She said, as she averted her gaze. You shouldn't worry so much. Don't overthink things. Elayne. Thank you for telling me that. I sighed in relief. Anne. She said. I asked. I don't hate you. Elayne looked back at me as she seemed to blush a bit. Huh. I couldn't help but grow redder as I felt that my heart was beating faster. Hearing my daughter say such a thing to me made me so happy I could even begin to cry now. I always thought she hated me for how I am. But she just said she didn't hate me. She really meant it. She really doesn't hate me. Why you really don't hate mommy? I asked. But you barely talk to me now, Anne. I've been feeling so lonely. Sorry. It is hard. Since father passed away I became like this. Elayne. It is hard. Even now. I'm sorry. My girl. Why you should have told me that before. My daughter looked down into the street floor as we walked above the snow that had been piling up over the days. I felt the sudden impulse to hug and kiss her, but I contained myself as we were in the middle of the streets. I didn't want to embarrass her. Elayne. Mommy loves you lots. You know. I asked. Why you're the reason of my life. Don't say such embarrassing things in the streets. She sighed and grew embarrassed. Oh. Hee. Sorry, I said while giggling, as I petted her head. We made our way back to our house after a few minutes, without any problems. I felt happy. I felt so happy. My heart was light as a feather. In fact, my entire body felt light. I felt as if I had accomplished something big by just talking it out with her for a bit. Perhaps playing that game. And interacting with these people, perhaps even killing monsters, it all helped me at building up a bit of courage. I don't know if I would have been bold enough to do this before. I knew that not all the problems have been resolved. We won't go back to how things were before my husband passed away. In fact, that's impossible, we'll never be able to go back to those times. We both changed after he passed away. We loved him too much, and his absence left an empty void in our hearts that had been very hard to close or to even fill. It was really difficult and we coped in different ways. For me, it made me melancholic, crybaby, and even depressed. Meanwhile, my daughter turned her heart into a stone, and covered her emotions with a shell. She probably feared to be hurt again by such tragedies. Maybe she also didn't want to worry me by getting sad herself, and this was why she became so expressionless. She didn't really hate me. But just like me, she's going through something hard. It was my duty as her mother to comfort her and love her more than anything or anyone, so she could feel happy, protected, and loved. When we entered the house, I quickly hugged her from behind. I felt her warm little body and it was so comfortable and adorable. I picked up the scent of her hair, and noticed how silky it always had been. I kissed her soft cheeks while I told her how much I loved her. "I love you so much," I cried. "You're the most important part of my life. Without you, I cannot really live." Mom. Elayne looked at me while blushing and getting even redder than before. She then hugged me back a bit. It was only a few seconds, but it was all I needed. "Since you were born, you've always been the greatest treasure of my life. And you will always be," I said. "No person can even get before you. Mark is my good friend, but he'll never replace you or your father, okay? You two are the two halves of my heart, and I am sure that your father lives within us." "I think so too sometimes," she said. It had been almost over 5 years since my husband passed away, and we had been slowly recovering, but even now, it was still hard. We are still trying our best to resume our daily lives, and to not let such emotions affect our daily lives. I need to go to sleep now," she said. "Okay. I'll wake you up in the morning like always, and we can eat breakfast together before going to work, okay?" I asked. "Okay," she said. I gave her another kiss on her cheek and she walked back to her room. I was so happy. I love her. I love my daughter so much. I wanted her to be happy forever. Alright. Tomorrow I was going to work extra hard to earn money so I could give her the best life she possibly can have. I'll lift all the stuff and do everything. Mark always paid me extra when he saw that I work hard, so I'd be working 10 times as hard. You'll see, boss. What should I buy for her? I wanted to gift her something. And maybe another game. Did that VR thing have more games? Probably I should check them out sometime. Perhaps she also wanted to play other games. Or maybe some clothes too. Some cute clothes so my princess could also look like one. Imagining her with a black and white dress really made me so happy. She's so cute. I wanted to buy her some shoes too, and also more underwear if possible. Also some shampoo, and all the cosmetics she used to look so pretty. Some perfume as well, everything. Everything for my daughter. I guess this was how my husband felt when he was spoiling her so much, huh? I also loved to spoil her, but now that I could earn money, it gave me such a strong driving force to work extra hard for her. I wanted to give her the best life possible. I also wanted to save money for her college. She's so intelligent that I was sure it would also be a breeze for her. I can't wait to see her as an adult and working in what she likes, but, no. I didn't want her to grow up and leave me though. I better not think about those times yet. I moved back to my room and decided to sleep right away. I was too tired and it was already 10 p.m., so there was no point in staying awake for too long, as I needed to wake up around 5 a.m. I quickly brushed my teeth, put on my pajamas, and moved to bed. Good night. When I realized where I was, I found myself in the kitchen. I was cutting some onions, carrots, and other veggies, and then putting them inside a pot with water, boiling it down to make a soup that would work as a base for the stew I was making. This day. I couldn't forget it. It was a very special day, the day when my daughter said her first words, words that marked our lives forever. These beautiful words that filled me with love, with so much emotion. Yeah, these words that my husband and I remembered very well. It was the evening of a Sunday when our daughter had just said her first words. My husband back then was so shocked that he asked her to say it again. Our little girl was already a year and a half and was on her way to 2 years of age. Usually babies begin saying words earlier, but she had always been a silent girl, but recently, she started to say words that we didn't really understand. Until my husband sat her down over his lap and began to try to make her say, Papa. Papaya. And she said them after trying it out for a while. Although it felt like he was being a bit too pushy, it ended up paying off in the end. Our stubborn girl just needed a little push. It was so cute, my beautiful little girl, my adorable and beautiful little Elayne. Say it again, Elayne. Please. My husband asked Elayne to say it again because he really wanted to hear her again. Her voice was so little and cute, and her eyes were big and bright, filled with so much innocence. Pa. Come on, you can do it. My husband cheered, trying to cheer her up. I really didn't want to bother her so much, but he always said that we had to be persistent in these things so the babies could grow some courage. I guess he was right. I've always been overly concerned about being too rude, I've always lacked self-confidence and I've never been someone bold either. Papa. And then she said it again. Her beautiful little mouth moved on its own, as she said Papa once more. I felt like I skipped a beat when I heard her back then. I left everything I was doing as I moved towards her, my husband and I were so happy back then. You are. My daughter is so cute. He said, as he was about to cry. He really loved her more than anything. Well, it was the same for me. Elayne, good job. I said with a smile. Now say, Mama. Come on, you can do it, it's easy now, said my husband. Come on, dear, don't force her. Mama. See. She can do it. She's a smart girl. I knew it since I looked her in the eyes. Maya. The little Elayne said, Mama, back then faster than she said, Papa. Although my husband was happy, I felt even more shocked. It felt as if she wasn't going to even let me doubt her. And she surprised me so much that I couldn't help but smile warmly back at her, and kiss her little forehead. She was so tiny and cute, so huggable back then. She really said it. You don't have to doubt our daughter, Elayne. You have to always trust her, and know that she can do it. I know that she's going to go far. I know it. You're right. I have to trust her. Sorry. Don't be sorry, don't worry about it. You're always a bit too sensitive, you have to relax a bit more. Oh. Am I? You're right. My husband caressed my back as he kissed me lovingly, and then hugged me while I held our daughter with my arms. His hugs, his kisses, his warmth, his love. I missed it so much. What's gotten into you? He asked. I knew this was a dream, but somehow, I wish we could extend this little time a bit more. These weird dreams I always had where I ended up remembering more of our past. I wish I could tell him how much I missed him. I miss you. I know you're a dream. But I wish you could be here for me a bit longer. Don't worry. I will never leave your side. Elayne, I love you. When I opened my eyes, it was already 5 a.m. And like sometimes, I woke up filled with a lot of melancholy. My heart ached, and my throat had a strong knot, which made it difficult to breathe. This pain was just sorrow. When a person had known so much sorrow, even the body responded to it in certain ways, whether it was a pain in the chest, a knot in the throat, or tears coming out of my eyes. Just like right now. I tried to stop the tears, I used the bed's blanket trying to cover my eyes with it, to cleanse the tears, but they continued coming, without stopping. I once more had one of those dreams. I really missed him a lot. Didn't I? I really did. It was so painful. I wished he could be here with me. I wished he could be here with me for just a bit longer. I cuddled in the bed like a pathetic baby and tightly hugged the cushions he once used to rest his head over them, squeezing them tightly, and crying all over them. I wished I was a much stronger person. But every time I remembered him this way, every time I dreamed like this, I couldn't help but begin crying desperately. I knew crying won't bring him back. And I knew very well that it wouldn't resolve anything, but my eyes couldn't help but sting as I recalled him. And all these memories we had with our daughter as well. Memories that should have brought me happiness end up bringing me sorrow and melancholy. I was so weak. I was a weak person. Was I even allowed to be Elayne's mother when I couldn't even control myself and hold back the tears? It had already been 5 years and I still cried so much. I ended up drowning myself in my own sorrow, an endless abyss of depression where it was incredibly hard to even crawl back. I looked at my hands and they're trembling, and I felt like I grew weaker with each passing second. I felt so weak, I was so pathetic. Knock, knock. Mom. Mom. Elayne suddenly knocked on the door. Was this real? She never did this. I couldn't let her see me like that. It wouldn't be right. I was her mother, I couldn't show her this side of me. What would she think of me if she were to ever see me like this? However, the door suddenly slammed open, and my daughter looked at me with surprise. Mom. And no, don't look at me. Why are you crying? Elayne ran to my side, and jumped over the bed, hugging me tightly. Her warmth. It was so comforting. I leaned against her, sniffling and tried to wipe my tears. Sorry. I shouldn't cry, right? Mom. I am sorry for being so weak. I said so many things yesterday and yet. I am still the same as always. A bitter smile curled on my lips. Calm down. I am here for you. Elayne. Don't feel lonely. I know it hurts. I also feel bad sometimes. But I know that you're here with me. Really? Yeah. You're not lonely either, okay? My daughter held my hands, as she slowly calmed them down, they slowly stopped trembling, and then she wiped my tears and hugged my chest tightly. I heard you from outside. You were crying very loudly, I thought you had an accident or something. Sorry for scaring you like that. Mommy is sometimes a bit depressing, I guess. It is hard to contain my emotions. Especially when I dream about your father. You dream about Dad? I do. They're dreams of our past memories together. I don't know why I keep having them. Or well, I know. Probably because I still cannot get over his passing. My daughter was there for me. She continued hugging and comforting me. I didn't even remember when she ever did this with me. Did she pity me? I couldn't really let such a thing continue. I was so moved by her love, but this was not how a mother should act. I was supposed to be her guardian. I was the one that must protect her and not the other way around. I had to be strong. And this strength that was surging within me, it was probably fueled by her warmth. See, can you stay a bit more like this with Mommy? Hug me tightly. I said. Okay. As long as you want. She said. My little girl. I love you so much. I cried. I love you too, Mom. Calm down. Everything is going to be okay, alright, she said. Okay. I get it. I giggled. You're so mature already. When did you grow so much? I couldn't even notice it. I am already quite old, Mom. She sighed. I am not a little girl anymore. Hee hee. Right. I think I am feeling better now. I said. It just feels so nice to snuggle with you. Let's cuddle every night from now on. No way, I am a grown girl now, she said, as she quickly stood out of bed. She was quite red. I almost thought she had a fever, but I think she was just embarrassed. I'm going to take a bath now. Let's eat breakfast afterwards, she said. Right. I said. With my daughter's love having comforted me, I felt like I was ready for anything. I quickly ran back to the bathroom and washed my face with cold water. After that, I took a quick warm bath, taking out my clothes first and then checking out my body a bit. I guess it was healthy, although my belly was growing a bit bigger. I needed to exercise some more. And my why was my ass so big? I never realized how big it got. I didn't have it so big back then. Was it because of old age or eating too much? Ugh. I bet everybody in the job thought it was gross. I needed to go to the gym some more with Rita. We were slacking off too much. And well, when I checked my breasts. They're bigger. Wait, I think they're bigger than the last time I noticed. Maybe I need a bigger bra soon. I hope they didn't get in the way of my job. Anyways, I took a quick warm bath and then moved out of the bath. Now it made me wish that I had some magic to dry myself or something. But of course that couldn't happen. Magic was not real after all. I quickly put up some clothes for today, some jeans that were a bit too tight on my butt. And a white blouse, the rest were just fluffy coats to cover myself from the cold of the morning. When I walked outside my room, I found my little princess boiling some water to make herself a coffee. She was dressed in her black and white school uniform. It was not at all like the sailor uniform from anime girls that my husband liked, which I remember used to disappoint him. He was always saying, we should have moved to Japan while we could, even though he hadn't learned any Japanese. Oh. Such a cute little schoolgirl, I said with a giggle. I hate this uniform. I can't wait to throw it into the trash when I get to college. Just another year. She sighed. Ha ha ha. Come on, your father disliked it too, but that doesn't mean you'll throw it in the trash, right? I laughed. She seemed dead serious though. Alright. After we had our breakfast, we quickly decided to move out. My daughter's high school was just around the corner. It was a private school, so that's why it had uniforms. It was quite expensive, and also an all-girls school because my husband didn't want her to grow up with gross boys that would taint his daughter, or something. Elayne was already a junior, halfway through before the final year of high school, so she still got a year and a half of wearing this uniform. At least she's doing her best, so that's commendable. It's cold today. She muttered. You didn't wear gloves? I asked. I don't like gloves, they make my hands sweaty, she said. But that's why they're good, they warm your hands so you don't feel all the cold outside. Alright, here, wear these. I gave her a pair of gloves that I intentionally brought just in case. My daughter groaned grumpily but still wore them. Soon after, we reached her high school and saw someone. One of the academy's teachers, a blonde woman with bright blue eyes, was watching over the entrance. Lady Elayne, it is nice to meet you today. Elayne. Cheer up a bit, you look like you're still sleepy. Hello, Miss Aria. Elayne greeted with a sigh. Miss Aria was her sports teacher. She was a cheerful young woman in her mid-20s who was very energetic and liked to do all sorts of sports and exercises. I've often seen her in the gym as well. Good morning, Miss Aria, I said. Well, I am leaving my girl to you today as well. Behave well, Elayne. I kissed my daughter on the cheek. Sure thing, this girl is very well behaved, she's good at everything, and also super good at sports, but innately lazy though. Said Arya. Haha, she's like that. Oh well, see you later, I said. Have a good day. I watched my daughter enter the school building before I made my way to the mini-market. It was there where I found Jenny sleeping over the table. My eyes widened. Jenny. Why are you sleeping? What if someone robs the place? I asked, feeling alarmed. Ah. Oh, Elayne. You're early this morning, she said. Early? It's already going to be 7 a.m. I pointed out. Oh. What? Shit. Time to go back home. Jenny quickly packed her things and ran out of the mini-market, of course, not without grabbing a few things. See you tomorrow then. She said. My friend Jenny was a night owl, so she liked night shifts more than anything. I didn't know if she slept during the day or something though, but that's how she does it. Alright, take care, Jenny. I called out to her. As usual, I found myself with nobody else than me though, so I decided to just stay at the table for now, and if there was any need for something to be done, I'd go do it when the boss was here. I sat down comfortably in the chair and attended to a few people that came to buy stuff. At this hour there were a huge amount of people that come to buy breakfast, so we gotta make the coffee machine work properly, but I was an expert at it. I also had to organize the pastries around and refill them because that's what people buy the most. Alongside that, I had to put sandwiches near too, so people that came for breakfast could see that they're available. From 7 a.m. to around 9 a.m., a dozen people came to buy, and when it was roughly 10 a.m., Mark finally came to the job to supervise things. He often came between 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. He was the manager so he could do a lot of things more freely, but he had to come eventually every day. Elayne, good morning. He said with a sleepy face. Good morning, Mark. Want a coffee? I asked. Sure, thank you, he said, putting his coat over a chair and resting on it. Once he settled down a little, he sighed. Phew, it's so cold outside. Yeah, it's pretty cold, you have to make sure to drink a lot of hot drinks and eat a nice amount of calories to keep up with it, I said. Huh, you're right. Thank you, he said, as I gave him the cup of coffee and he began drinking it. After a few sips, he looked at me with a smile. You look as radiant as ever today. Oh my, do you have to say it every morning? Jeez. I sighed. Sorry if it weirded you out. He said. Oh no, don't worry. You also look as cute as ever, I mean, as good as ever. I said. See cute? He asked. Haha. I didn't mean to say that. I said. Well, it's the first time a woman has ever called me cute. But don't worry about it, he said. Mark grew red and I couldn't help but find him cute. I mean, he had such a youthful face, if it wasn't because he was so tall, I would think he was a high schooler or something. Anyways. Let's get things ready for the rest of the day, I said. I'll work extra hard today. Ooh. You're motivated as always, it seems, he said. You're probably the pillar of this mini-market, Elayne, without you I don't know what I would do, honestly. I was planning on increasing your pay some more. Really? You really mean it? Yeah. Ha ha ha, I know you're raising a girl and you're also saving for her college, so I want to help too. Also. I am merely just paying you extra because it is what you deserve, nothing more than that, there are no preferences or anything. He said. Of course. Thanks a lot, Mark. Let's get to work then. I said. All right. I'll follow your lead then. He said. And like that, we worked until 2 p.m., mostly moving all sorts of things around, replenishing the areas with their respective products, unpacking big boxes with products from the storage, and cleaning the entire place several times. We often took turns at the counter and Mark left the cleaning to me as I am quite fast at it. Finally at 2 p.m., we decided to have some lunch together, so we closed the shop for 20 minutes. Mark woke up this morning with a lot of energy. He was like this every Monday, because he couldn't wait to see the beautiful and adorable Elayne at work. He quickly took a bath and rushed into the shop, finding her working hard as always. "She's so beautiful today," he thought to himself, barely containing those words from coming out of him. It resulted in him being praised and told to be cute without expecting it at all. It seemed that Elayne thought of him as a cute person. Although he didn't know if he should feel flattered or bad, as it meant that she didn't see him as a grown man that was often said to be more handsome than cute. Nonetheless, when he was told such a thing, he couldn't help but feel like his heart skipped a beat. Being pampered by the adorable and motherly Elayne was one of the things he needed for his life at this moment. In fact, such a mere little word brought him so much happiness that he ended up spoiling her again and, in a heartbeat, he told her that he was increasing her pay again, for the 5th time since she started working here. Elayne already earned around 4 times what she should earn working here because Mark has continuously increased her pay. Although it wasn't just because he liked her though, although it was still a big factor, she was also the hardest worker of the place and his words of her being the pillar were no joke. She worked so hard that she really made it up as if she were 4 different people in the same place, so being paid so much was practically deserved. He also knew she had a daughter and even met her the other day, which only increased his empathy for her, so he decided to increase her weekly pay from $600 to $700, making it a whopping $2,800 a month. Of course, that was still awfully low, but that was the pay of a convenience store of this size, and even then, she was already earning way more than she should. During their conversations over the past years, Mark learned a lot about her. Elayne lacked any education past high school because she had decided to inherit her grandparents' farm and all the animals and plants there with her mother and father, but due to marrying her husband and then having a child, she moved to the big city and ended living there with him. Due to this, she hadn't been able to find any other better paying job for someone like her that is already fairly old and without any title from college or something. Life was harsh for a widow like her. Nonetheless, the house was already bought, and she had no debts either, so she was living quite comfortably despite the ups and downs. She had to sell the car, but that was about it. As of now, she had stabilized a bit more. Mark knew this and admired her hard work, and because of this, he increased her pay. However, it would be wrong to say that he wasn't interested in other things, such as the good view. Yes, the good view of Elayne walking around with those tight jeans and blouse. She was both beautiful and incredibly sexy. Many men stared at her down in the streets already whenever it wasn't cold enough for her to cover herself in a lot of coats, and Mark had the entire day to look at her physical beauty. "Huh, she's so sexy," he thought to himself. Deep down, like any man, he had quite the few carnal desires. And within Elayne's body there was such an incredible sex appeal that for a man of his age, it was very hard to resist having such thoughts. Nonetheless, it wasn't as if he was a pervert. He was just a normal man, and he would never dare to touch her or abuse his position, as he was a correct and even quite righteous man. But like any man, he had to admit she had a good body. Watching her wide hips moving around as she walked through the mini-market, or her big breasts that sometimes bounced, even with tight bras, all of that was killing him. "Ha! Elayne!" he sighed softly. "Mark? Why yeah. You've been looking at me for a while, is there something wrong?" "Oh. No, don't worry. I was. This. I sent lunchtime already." "Ah, yes, 2 p.m. Let's eat something." "Oh, all right." Mark sighed in relief internally, as he realized that he was staring at her way too much. Thankfully, Elayne was very innocent and had quite a pure mind. She often never thought that they watched her for her looks and thought that it was always something else. After a bit, the two decided to close the shop for a few minutes and enjoy a quick lunch with the things they had in here. Elayne decided to eat some ramen while Mark ate a sandwich with some cold tea. "You always eat ramen, is it that good?" wondered Mark. "Hee, my husband used to eat a lot of it, and he ended up sticking that trait to me," sighed Elayne. Oh, I see," said Mark. His thoughts about Elayne's husband were a bit conflicted. He often just admired him, and on the other end, he felt bad by liking his wife, thinking that he was some sort of homewrecker for having such intentions, even when the man had already passed away. It was certainly hard to navigate his heart when he thought about how it would be fitting to even confess to a widow his feelings, especially because she still thought about her husband a lot. Perhaps it would be an impossible journey, but it wasn't as if Mark was going to suddenly stop loving her. It was very hard, especially with such a beautiful smile. "Hee, you know. My daughter hugged me this morning, it made me so happy." I see. I am glad." Elayne walked inside her classroom with an expressionless face. It wasn't obvious, but she was feeling rather sleepy, and only wanted to go back home already to play her favorite game and laze around. She actually hated school and how boring it was, and sometimes hoped that her mother could let her dedicate her adulthood to playing the game and making money out of it. But she also knew that her mother was working very hard to save money for her college, so it was very unlikely that her mother would ever allow her to do such a thing. As she entered the classroom and took out her yarn hat and her gloves, her beautiful hair and fair hands were revealed to the rest of her classmates who were around the classroom talking and socializing. When they noticed her, everybody fell silent for a bit and various girls around the room glanced at her. "Ah, here she is. Elayne looks as cute as ever. How can she keep her hair so silky? She looked adorable with that yarn hat." Elayne didn't really hear their murmurs, nor did she care about what anybody spoke about. She often thought that they looked at her because she was a silent and a social girl, however it turned out to be wrong. It was mostly because of her beauty and gracefulness which she was unaware of. In fact, she was often called class goddess for a reason, and even other classes envied this class because they had such a pretty girl. Everybody thought and agreed that Elayne could become a famous supermodel or a Hollywood star in the future. Her looks alone would allow such a thing. However, if they were to know that the girl they all praised was only interested in playing MMO games, their entire perception of her would probably crumble. Of course, they knew that she had a friend here, the one everybody kind of envied and was jealous of, Anna. "Elayne. Come sit at my side." The red-haired girl called Elayne and ignored all the stares from the rest of the girls. They were all envious of her, but unlike the bold Anna, nobody had the courage of speaking to the class goddess like Anna did, and never were able to form a friendship with her. Many got too nervous around her, and this was often why Elayne sometimes thought that her classmates hated her because they never spoke to her. Elayne smiled faintly at her friend. The sight melted the hearts of everybody, but immediately faltered as they quickly realized Elayne smiled all for the sake of Anna. Their hate for her only grew bigger, and yet they couldn't do anything. Or rather, they chose not to. This academy was a private school where mostly girls with big families with a lot of money came to study, and so they repressed their jealousy. Bullies were uncommon as they were all taught to be ladies. At most there would be verbal abuse, but Anna ignored them for the most part because Elayne was her world. "Good morning," said Elayne as she sat down beside her best friend. Anna made everybody almost faint when she greeted Elayne with a hug and even gave her a kiss on the cheek. "Mooch. How are you today?" Anna greeted. All of the girls' eyes widened. How could Anna do that? It was blasphemy. Kissing the cheek of the class goddess made every girl in the class, for a faint moment, want to kill Anna as agonizingly as possible. They were very jealous to the point of insanity. Elayne was way too beautiful and graceful for someone like Anna to taint her, yet it had been years since Anna became Elayne's friend, actually almost 4 years by now, and they seemed quite inseparable. Luckily for Anna, they didn't want to upset Elayne or get on her bad side. Most of the girls usually didn't bully Anna for that reason, although sometimes some of the more temperamental girls couldn't contain themselves and verbally abused her. Whenever that happened, Elayne often gave her classmates an ominous glare. And so with her expressionless face and sharp eyes, it quickly shut them down. She was both beautiful and scary, and also overly protective of Anna. "Do you really have to be so affectionate?" sighed Elayne as her cheeks turned red. She was used to the overly expressive Anna. Hugging and kissing, in the cheek, between friends wasn't abnormal, but Elayne always felt embarrassed over such physical interactions. You look as cute as ever today, so how are you?" said Anna with a warm smile. Her smile often soothed Elayne's heart. "I'm good. I had a few problems with Mom this morning, but it was resolved," said Elayne. "Gah. Don't tell me you fought with your mom. You shouldn't. She's such an angel," cried Anna as she tried to make some sense of the situation. She often disliked how Elayne was so expressionless and cold with her mother despite them being so nice and cute, a total opposite to Anna's mother. No, I didn't fight with my mother. Please let me finish and listen to what I am about to say instead of interrupting me midway through like you always do." Elayne sighed. Sorry," said Anna. "Anyways, my mother. Well, she had a few problems this morning. When I woke up I heard her crying," said Elayne. "See crying?" Anna asked in surprise. Elayne glanced at her with a bored and angered stare, shutting her down for interrupting her again. When she was positive that Anna wouldn't interrupt, Elayne continued speaking to her best and only friend. "Yeah, she was crying. I thought something happened to her, but when I went into her room she was just crying. She said she had a dream where she dreamed about my father, so that made her cry a lot." Sigh. Elayne sighed. Oh. Poor Miss Elayne, she's such an angel, I wouldn't be able to bear seeing her cry," said Anna. I tried to comfort her because I also couldn't bear seeing my cheerful mother like this," said Elayne. "You did good," said Anna with a warm smile. "Is she okay now?" "Yeah. She forced me to hug her over the bed for a bit," said Elayne. "How cute," said Anna. "Imagining you two cuddling together in bed is so cute." Stop it," said Elayne angrily, getting embarrassed. Even though you're so silent sometimes you really love your mommy, don't you?" Anna asked teasingly. "Of course I love her," said Elayne while blushing and averting her gaze. "She's the only person I have left." "Yeah. What about me?" Anna asked while feeling down. You don't count." "I meant family," said Elayne. "Oh. But what about your grandparents?" wondered Anna. "I haven't seen them in a while, they live in the countryside so it takes very long to get there. But Mom said that for vacations we are getting there," said Elayne. Do you want to come with us?" Really?" asked Anna. The moment Elayne invited her best friend to spend vacations with her in the countryside, everybody lost their shit and were about to crucify Anna. "Yeah. You don't want to?" Elayne asked. Her disappointed expression, the way her eyes dimmed a little were so beautiful and adorable that Anna's heart skipped a beat. "Oh, of course I want." "Gladly," said Anna. "Nice. That way we can play together," said Elayne. "Oi, don't tell me you're just planning on wasting all the vacations inside your room playing a game, right?" Anna asked, a bit disappointed. "Isn't that how vacations are?" "I did that in the last one," said Elayne. "Seriously, this girl." Anna sighed. She was also quite addicted to games but not as much as Elayne. Her best friend was just in a completely different level of addiction. Before the girls could continue with their conversation, the teacher entered the room and started their classes. For the rest of the 3 hours they spent doing boring math classes. Elayne was able to solve most problems easily, but would often not show them to the teacher. Unfortunately for her, the teachers in the school were all fond of her and knew how much of a genius she was, so they always asked her about any of the subjects of the class, where she would be forced to answer correctly, which left everybody more impressed by both her beauty and intellect. However, she didn't know that. Deep down, Elayne had begun to think that the teachers had some sort of hate against her by always calling her to recite, unaware they were just as fascinated as the classmates, but more in the academic aspect of her talents. When lunch break finally came around, Elayne took out her wooden bento box with her hot food inside. It was able to retain its warmth because it was tightly wrapped around by cloth. Elayne removed several pieces of cloth, and when she opened it, a beautiful lunch awaited her. Rice, small pieces of fish, sausage, pickled veggies, and egg beautifully decorated the rice, making a cute smiling face with some cherry tomatoes as the eyes. Her mother always did this. "Ooh! Look at that lunch," said Anna. She only had a sandwich she brought in a nearby convenience store and a soda. Elayne even brought some tea made by her mother as well, sweetened with honey. "You want some?" "I don't like the cherry tomatoes," said Elayne. "Oh really?" Anna asked. Said Elayne while nodding, as she picked up one of the tomatoes with chopsticks, which she had grown accustomed to using as her father, a weeb, taught her how to use them, and offered it to Anna. Anna blushed a bit. Wasn't being offered food like this only something couples did though? Nonetheless, she gulped down her saliva and accepted Elayne's food, who was offering it expressionlessly, probably without realizing the implications it meant. "Ah nom. Ooh, so fresh and juicy," said Anna, devouring the cherry tomato happily. Elayne smiled a bit, finding Anna's expressions cute. "Here's the other," said Elayne, pushing down the last cherry tomato into Anna's mouth. "Guh. You don't have to be in such a hurry, nom, nom," said Anna, squinting her eyes a bit. The rest of the classmates were already furious. Although Elayne didn't notice anything, Anna could see all the classmates of the classroom that had not gone out during the break generating ominous auras. "Alright, that's it. I cannot bear this anymore," muttered one of the girls within her friend group. A beautiful blonde girl with aquamarine eyes and hair made into twin tails clicked her tongue. If one looked at her some more, they'd notice that she had quite a matured body, a big chest that struggled keeping itself tightly beneath her shirt, and wide hips. She was another of the class goddesses, although a lesser one compared to Elayne. Wait, Elisa. She really went there. Her friends looked at the blonde girl run towards Elayne and Anna. Anna noticed her immediately approaching them, while Elayne didn't see her as her back faced towards the girl. Undeterred, Elisa suddenly poked Elayne's shoulder with her index finger rather annoyedly. "What do you want? Don't you see that we're eating?" asked Anna angrily, being overly rude. Elayne finally noticed Elisa and looked at her. Elisa ignored Anna's intimidating words as she looked at Elayne while blushing, containing her embarrassment of talking to such a talented and beautiful girl that her own aura was overwhelming to her. Her emotions had gotten the best of her. Elayne thought she was somewhat angry for some reason, feeling like she would have to deal with some unwanted drama. "Elayne. I've gotten enough of this already. I cannot just let this girl be your only friend. So how about it? I'll give you the privilege of becoming my friend as well," said Elisa, completely lacking common sense. It was obvious she was raised in a rich family where she always thought that she was the protagonist of the world. She couldn't bear seeing Anna being spoiled by Elayne, so she was the only bold enough, mostly due to her background, to ask Elayne directly to become her friend. "Friend? I've barely spoken with you ever before, Elisa," said Elayne while raising an eyebrow in confusion. "We can talk some more," said Elisa, sitting at Elayne's side. If it wasn't because she was so pretty she would look like a creep. In truth, Elayne had known her since she entered this high school, but Elisa's every attempt at becoming her friend failed because of Elena's lack of interest for her. "You're so annoying." "Get out," said Anna, being quite possessive of her friend. "Why you don't own her," said Elisa. "And also, look." Elisa smiled maliciously back at Anna before she then showed her phone to Elayne. "I got to know you play a certain VR game," said Elisa. "Are you interested in this item?" That's. Elayne muttered. What Elisa showed to Elayne with her phone was something incredible. Although her nails were covering most of the screen, that Elayne could barely see what it was, the silhouette was easy for her to discern what the item was. This item was from the New Life online game. Of course, it was a precious item prized by many players around the game. That's. An EXP boost elixir. That increases EXP by x5 for an hour. Where did you get that? Elayne asked as she completely took the bait. Elisa had investigated using her sources, and found out that she played this game with Anna, quickly deciding to bait her into becoming her friend by showing her off some precious prized items. As a rich girl, she always believed that even friendship could be bought with money. Foo, that's right. And I got 10 of them. With that, leveling up will be a breeze, don't you think? How about you play with me, huh? We can become best friends in real life and in the game as well. I can share all these things, and even better ones with my bestie, said Elisa with a charming smile. Her flawless face was quite charming, but Elayne seemed expressionless after her surprise. Because the game didn't have a wide variety of NPCs selling items and most of the things had to be made by players, items became incredibly more precious, and transactions using real-life money became something common nowadays. People who made money off acquiring rare, dropped items or crafting them was something that was quite normal in the game now. And there were also people with a lot of money willing to waste it for in-game products as well. Elisa Goldberg was from a family of rich people called the Goldberg family. They were an enterprise that owned several businesses around Canada, so she was loaded with money, and even the monthly allowance that her father gave to her was enough for her to even buy a whole province. And through the use of her financial skills, she invested the money on stocks and other things, and ended up earning even more, imitating her father's tactics of multiplying her wealth. Buying items inside a game was nothing for Elisa. Even if it was the hottest game out there with the most population density of players and with items prized after thousands of dollars if not even millions. Everything was buyable for her, she had to just look for the items first, which was what delayed her a bit. She had been interested in Elayne since the moment she laid her eyes on her. From her flawless beauty to her calm and composed personality, her genius intelligence and just everything about her fascinated Elisa. As a rich girl who was also always perfect in everything, be it in her beauty, talent, intelligence, and wealth, she never found someone that could compare to her in any aspect. She mostly had bootlickers around her that only had pretty faces if anything. But Elayne was different. She wanted to have her. As a greedy rich girl, it was natural for her to desire other people for herself, and just as her father always taught her, money can buy anything, dear. As long as you have the right price at the right moment, you can have anything you ever wanted. What the? EXP elixirs like those are so hard to make. Only god-level alchemists with dropped items from chaos rank bosses can even craft those. And don't these elixirs take a whole week to be made in a premium golden cauldron at that? They're super expensive. The last day I saw their price, they had gone up all the way to over $600,000. Anna said in shock. Hee, surprised, Ginger? Elisa asked with a laugh. She said it in a rather derogatory way since Anna had red hair. Oh ho. But this is all for me and Elayne, you can stay away, I don't want a commoner like you close to me, you might end up sticking your scent to my clothes. I am surprised Elayne still smells so nice even after being around you for so long. Elisa smiled maliciously back at Anna, hurting her deeply. What did you say? Anna asked and turned to her friend. Elayne, tell her something. Amazing. Alright, let's become friends, said Elayne. Anna screamed, feeling betrayed by her best friend. Oh ho ho. See? Money can buy just anything in the world. Elisa laughed. Or that would be what I would have said if you didn't call my best friend like that, said Elayne. Sorry, but if you're going to act like this with Anna, I cannot really become your friend, EXP elixir, or not. Elisa suddenly felt as if she fell down from a 100th floor tower. Crash. Her heart cracked into pieces. She was deep within an abyss of disappointment and frustration, all combined with surprise. Even her lungs felt as if they had suddenly let out all the air they had, making her feel exhausted and even a bit constipated, all with a few words from Elayne. Elayne. I knew you would choose me before this blonde thought, said Anna, hugging Elayne and rubbing her face over Elayne's head. Stop it already, said Elayne while furrowing her eyebrows a bit, feeling embarrassed over the fact that Anna got so clingy again. This. But. They cost a lot. Said Elisa, being ignored by Elayne and Anna as the two girls interacted with one another. The rest of the class looked at the rich girl as she was ridiculed, her efforts didn't pay off and her cockiness was crushed. I never asked you to buy anything like this. Sighed Elayne. Elayne. Why you dare treat me like this? To me? A Goldberg? Roared Elisa. Why you should have accepted my friendship. What? Are you going to abuse your power now and make our life some sort of hell? Anna frowned. That would be awful, I will never forget you and I will hate you forever if you do that, said Elayne. I would never. That only happens in anime anyways. Said Elisa. Thankfully, Elisa had some common sense and despite everything, she wasn't corrupted to the point of wanting to make somebody's life a living hell because they defied her. However, if you wanted to become her friend, why don't you just approach us? Also, I am Elayne's bestie, so you gotta treat me well. Apologize and maybe I could let you through, said Anna. Apologize? Me? Asked Elisa. Apologize to my best friend, said Elayne expressionlessly. Her aura of ominous dread grew larger as even Elisa felt intimidated. Elisa had never felt this humiliated before, but deep down she felt like this was the opportunity she had ever wanted. Much like the other girls in the class, she had known Elayne since she came to this high school, but had been saving up the courage to ask her to become her friend for a long time. She had interacted with the two before a couple of times through the year, and they knew each other quite well even though they never became friends. Mostly every attempt was always blocked by Anna. But now Anna seemed to pity her, and decided to let her into the secret Elayne friend club which had only a single member for a while. Elayne was angry at her, which only broke her heart more. Elisa sighed internally, thinking that it was the only way. She gritted her teeth and nodded. I am sorry, she said. Gasp. The rest of the class gasped in surprise. They all gawked as the richest and most prideful and cocky girl in class apologized to the one that they all considered ugly, poor, and badly educated, Anna. That's good. Anne. Well, you don't have to get so sad, Elisa. Anna sighed. Come on, I am not that bad despite my looks, so come sit with us. Elisa's eyes sparkled with light, as she looked back at Elayne, and Elayne nodded silently. The broken heart of Elisa suddenly reconstructed itself and grew even larger, her fascination for Elayne grew even more, and she felt motivated. Why you don't have the right to order me around, Ginger. But. If Elayne wants to. Said Elisa. She quickly grabbed a seat and sat down at the side of Elayne, looking at her with enamored eyes. Her sparkling, silky, and perfect long black hair, her sharp and beautiful eyes, and her slender and feminine figure, it was as if she was looking into a finely crafted statue made by Greek artisans of the past in her eyes. Don't call me Ginger. You just apologized, said Anna angrily. Call her by her name, said Elayne. Oh okay. Sorry, Anna. Muttered Elisa, averting her gaze from Anna. Elisa was finally allowed to sit at the side of Elayne, mostly because she never really approached her anyways. Most of the reasons why Elayne didn't have many friends was because she didn't approach others and always let others approach her instead, mostly because she was quite shy. So you're still giving the EXP elixirs, right? Asked Anna with a greedy grin. Those are only for me and Elayne, said Elisa while pouting. Sharing is caring, said Elayne. But. Ugh. Elisa sighed. She wasn't expecting that to become Elayne's friend, Anna would be included into the pack. The life of these girls seemed simple, but as time went on, it would continue to change, and over time, it would branch out into several new possibilities. Elayne still didn't know what to think of Elisa, but she was willing to know her better, although it wasn't as if they were best friends right away. Such a thing was quite unrealistic. Friendship was often something that was forged over a long time. Elayne's POV. It was getting closer to 5 p.m. and I couldn't wait to get out of work and go back to my house. I really wanted to take a bath and relax. I feel so tired right now. Fortunately, Mark was here and was giving me company, so it's not so hard, although my entire body hurts. I think I overdid it today and worked way too much. Sigh. Are you tired? Mark asked, slowly walking back to me. Yeah. My shoulders hurt a lot. I sighed. I think I overdid it a bit, I was too enthusiastic. Your shoulders. If they still hurt tomorrow you could take the day off or come to work later, said Mark. Really? I wondered. Yeah, you worked the amount you would have worked several days, so it is okay, said Mark. Oh, thank you. But I wouldn't really want to abuse your goodwill like this, Mark, so I will take some pills for the pain and try to sleep well. That should do it. I said. Well, it is up to you, said Mark. Oh, look, it's going to be around 5 p.m. I guess you can leave for now, Elayne. I am sure that I can handle things on my own from now on. You're sure? I wondered. There's still like over 40 minutes left. Yeah, go ahead. I want you to relax for a bit, said Mark. Mark, you're such a nice man to me. I really don't deserve such a good boss, I said, as I hugged him and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Ha ha ha. I was just taking care of my workers, said Mark. I wouldn't want my best worker to get sick due to lack of stamina. Hee, you're such a considerate person, thanks a lot. See you tomorrow. I said, packing things up and walking outside. Yeah, see ya, said Mark, waving his hand rather embarrassedly. Now it's time to go back home, my girl should be on her way to our house as well. I quickly checked my phone and sent a message to Elayne, asking her where she was. Elayne, I am coming home, dear. Are you on the way back? Elayne is writing. Elayne, yeah, Anna insisted on coming, is it okay for her to eat? Also, there's a new friend that stuck with me. Is it okay to invite the two? She's bringing a new friend? When I was already back home, I found my daughter talking with two girls. There was Anna Ann, a mysterious girl I had never seen before. Her hair was long and blonde, almost as bright as gold. And her eyes shone brightly as if she was filled with life. The moment I looked at her I felt a bit overwhelmed, there was a whole aura around her that really made her stand out, and she was also quite dignified. My daughter always only had Anna as her friend, so finding this new girl here was a whole new surprise for me. She did say she was bringing a new friend and all, but I never expected her to have more friends. Maybe I was failing as a mother for believing such a thing to begin with. Of course she had other friends. I was just being an idiot there by thinking otherwise. I just don't know much about her in that regard, but I should really try to greet the new girl. She's very pretty, so I was stunned for a bit, but I shouldn't be rude with her any longer and greet her. Ah, hello. Oh, Miss Elayne. Hi. Is this your mother, Elayne? The girl quickly asked Elayne if I was her mother. Well, of course I am her mother. Yeah, she's my mom, said Elayne. The girl's eyes shone brightly. She quickly stood up and moved in front of me, then greeted me like a lady. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Elayne. I am Elisa Goldberg, your daughter's new friend. Ah. You're such a beautiful and graceful woman. I can see why your daughter is also quite stunning. The girl held my hands and looked at me fascinatedly, that a bit of a chill went down my spine. She was a bit weird. But I decided to be gentle with her because she was my daughter's friend. Although. Goldberg? Is that her surname? I have heard about that before. But from where? I see. Nice to meet you, Elisa, dear. Are you my daughter's new friend then? She has only been with Anna for years now, so I am quite surprised and happy that she got a new friend. You seem to be a lovely girl. I hope we can get along, I said with a smile. Elisa seemed to grow more and more excited, as she nodded happily. Each time her beautiful hair moved around, sparkles of gold would come out. I didn't know if that was just the reflection of the light in her golden hair or if she really poured gold into her head. Yes, yes. I will gladly become your daughter's greatest friend. Please, if you need anything, just ask away. As the mother of Elayne, I am willing to do anything for you, Miss Elayne. I will try to earn your approval, she said. Anything? I wondered while tilting my head. Wasn't she a bit too crazy? Was she missing a few screws? Then again, Anna was also a bit wacky. That's just how teens are nowadays anyways, so I shouldn't really overthink it. Also, what did she mean by approval? Approval of being my daughter's friend? I don't think she needs my approval for that. Yes. Anything, she said. I am part of the prestigious Goldberg family, but I am pretty sure you already know about it, hee. Elisa laughed mischievously as if belonging to a certain family somehow made her very important, but although the name reminded me of something, I couldn't remember that something. I really don't remember. See, can you refresh my memory? I wondered. Are you a celebrity of some sort, dear? Well, you could say that, hee. The Goldberg family owns several big companies. One of those includes most of these markets and mini-markets spread around town, said Elisa with a smile. We also. Just stop it. You don't have to tell every new person you meet all about your family, said Anna. Elisa quickly looked angrily at Anna. Why do you get in between my bonding time with my mother-in-law? Elisa roared. Huh? A mother-in-law? I wondered. And never mind that, said Elisa. I think I just. Cough. I think I am a bit. Just. Don't mind it. Elisa suddenly got nervous out of nowhere, as Elayne watched the scene expressionlessly and in silence. I could tell that my daughter was not really a talkative one even between her friends. Miss Elayne, she's kind of a weirdo, said Anna. I would just throw her out if I were you. What? No. We are all going to eat together, Anna, don't be rude. Also, this is my house, so I decided the rules here, I said. I will go take a quick bath and come back to make dinner, so do you girls think you can wait a bit? I brought some little snacks from work. Mark gave them to me thinking about Elayne. I quickly took out some snacks that Mark gave me. They were small bags of potato chips, a bag of colorful cookies, and a small soda. It wasn't much, but it was good enough. I really didn't want to give my daughter more sweets and snacks than she already ate. I was actually going to save these for myself, but I decided to just share it with the girls instead. Oh, thanks, said Anna. Take your time, don't worry. Anna smiled and quickly began to open a bag of potatoes while Elayne quickly began snacking on them. These snacks are quite low quality, said Elisa. There wasn't anything more decent. Huh? They're snacks, are there higher quality ones? Also they are gifts, dear, don't be disrespectful, I said, reprimanding Elisa. All right. Sorry. She apologized quickly. It wasn't my intention to upset you. Well, don't worry. I'll go take a bath now. I quickly made my way into my room. As I jumped over my bed to rest for a bit, I was so tired. I felt like my entire body was about to crumble apart, and now I had to make dinner for 3 girls, what a pain. I cannot really act like this though. I had to give them a nice meal and act nicely to my daughter's friends, but I really hope they don't come to eat dinner every day. I fought against the urge of staying in bed and lazing around, and jumped out of bed, walking towards my bathroom, and undressing myself. I was all covered in sweat, but the warm water cleansed it all, with a lot of soap. In just 10 minutes, I was already done. Phew. That felt so nice. The warm water really eased my muscles, it made me feel like a lot of the tension was gone from them, which made me rather relaxed, which ended up making me feel a bit sleepy. That wasn't good. I washed my face with cold water until some of that sleepiness disappeared, and then I put on some more carefree clothes, although not my pajamas yet. When I walked outside, I found the 3 girls were not there any longer. I went to Elayne's room and found Elayne lazing over her bed while eating snacks with Elisa giving her a foot massage for some reason, and Anna seemed angry over it, all while Elayne was expressionlessly looking at the TV. What was going on in here? Wasn't Elisa a rich girl? Why was she giving my daughter a foot massage? Elayne's feet are so beautiful and perfect. How does my massage feel like? I have been practicing with my own feet for a while, said Elisa. It feels nice. But are you really okay with this? Wondered Elayne while feeling a bit concerned. Yes, absolutely, said Elisa with an almost enamored look. Stop doing something so gross, said Anna. See, come on, play some game with us instead of doing something so weird. Weird? It is important to massage your feet every day to keep yourself in top condition. There is nothing wrong with it, said Elisa. You two, stop fighting, let's play Mario Party, said Elayne. Mario Party? Isn't that one of those old games nobody plays now? Asked Elisa. Yes, my dad used to play it a lot with me and Mom. It is our favorite co-op game, although it is more competitive actually, said Elayne. That dumb-looking game? Wondered Elisa, raising an eyebrow as she looked into the game title screen. Anna quickly distributed joysticks for the girls to play. It was at this point that they finally noticed me. Lady Elayne, do you need something? Elisa asked. Oh, no, I was just checking you girls out, I said with a nervous smile. I was impressed that my daughter takes being with these chaotic girls so easily. She was really like a Buddha, so calm and composed. I think she had quite endless patience. I'll go make dinner for now. Do you girls like paella? I wondered. Paella? Oh. That delicious food with rice, shrimp, fish, and curry, asked Elisa. I like it, please make it, said Elayne. I don't know what that is but it sounds good based on what Elisa said, kind of reminds me of fried rice, said Anna. It is kind of like that, but not really. Well, I'll go prepare it for you girls, I said. I walked back to my kitchen and quickly started to prepare some food. I had just all the right ingredients for the paella, so it wouldn't be hard to get it done quickly. Paella was a dish that originated from Spain, but my grandmother who came from Mexico knew how to make a very simple and quick one. Although it did require some previously prepared broth, which I'd have to make quickly by using dried broth cubes that they sell at the market. The ingredients were all available at home. I used red, green, and yellow pepper, some onions, garlic, and carrots. and cut them into tiny pieces. After that, I fried them at low heat with some olive oil, until they're nicely made and fragrant. After preparing a basic veggie broth using the dried broth cube, I quickly added the broth into the soft fried veggies, and then also added some squid rings I had frozen in the freezer, alongside some chopped pieces of salmon meat that I had also unfroze from the freezer. All of this was coupled with some shrimps and clams. I also added salt, pepper, and other spices, including oregano and yellow curry, which gives the preparation its distinctive yellow color. I left everything boiling for a while to make a nice combination of flavors, and after 10 minutes of closing the pan with a glass lid, I added 1½ cups of short grain rice and then closed it again. The rice was going to boil down with the broth and the other ingredients in another 10 to 15 minutes at mid-heat. While that was being prepared, I decided to prepare the entire table with the dishes on top, and also made some lettuce and tomato salad. I also drank a little glass of wine which I sneaked around. And that was it. It was pretty simple, wasn't it? Nothing too overly complicated. After waiting 15 minutes while checking my phone, the paella was done, and when I opened the lid, a beautiful sight greeted me: fluffy yellow rice covered in seafood goodness. The fragrant smell of all the ingredients mixed together was so enticing that I couldn't help but drool. The girls were soon brought by the smell, and all three of them sat down around the table, and I quickly decided to serve them the food. Wow, this is amazing. The smell is so nice, said Anna. I've missed this, said Elayne. This paella. Oh. Miss Elayne, you're an incredible cook, said Elisa. Oh my, aren't you too nice with me? I am sure that you've eaten better things. I laughed. That's not true. This food is really made with love, I can even taste it, said Elisa. She was quite the peculiar girl. The girls loved the paella, and that made me really happy, to the point I smiled, quite flattered by their praise. Elisa was actually a girl from a rich family, but she was very nice to me, and I didn't feel any superiority complex or something coming from her when she spoke to me or Elayne. In fact, she served Elayne as if she were my daughter's servant instead. Elisa was quite cute as well, but I didn't like how she treated Anna sometimes. I think she might be jealous of her. Oh well, whatever was the case, it seemed that she had decided to go back to her home by now. Thank you for your hospitality, mother-in-law, Miss Elayne, said Elisa. Don't worry, I am glad you enjoyed the food, dear, I said with a smile, although she keeps calling me like that for some odd reason. When we walked outside with her, there was a big car waiting for her outside. It looked to be a limousine. It was indeed quite a long car, just like they show in the movies. There was a man wearing black clothes waiting for her outside the car, calling for her. Lady Elisa, it is time to go back home, or you're going to make your father worry. Okay, said Elisa, as she hugged Elayne. See you tomorrow, she said. Ciao, said Elayne rather expressionlessly. Hey. Can you bring me home? Anna asked. No, said Elisa angrily. But you got a car, said Anna. Elisa, bring her home, don't be bad, said Elayne. Ugh. Okay. Sighed Elisa, as she ended inviting Anna inside the car. Anna hugged and kissed my daughter's cheek leisurely, as Elayne blushed a little bit. Bye, see you tomorrow, said Anna. Take care, said Elayne. Elayne. You tell me, ciao, but to Anna you tell her to, take care, asked Elisa dumbfoundedly. Stop being so dramatic, she'll say that to you eventually, said Anna. You have to win her slowly, don't be in such a hurry. Elayne only watched them go, as the two girls entered the car, and then the big black limousine drove away at a fairly nice but safe speed. Well, let's go back home then, I said. As we walked back inside home, a black cat suddenly and stealthily walked near the door. Meow. Oh. Blackie. How are you today? Want some food? Meow. Alright then, hee hee. Blackie was a cute black stray cat that always came to our door asking for food. He seemed quite clean, and now that it was so cold, I wondered how it did outside. I was a bit worried. How about you stay the night inside? It was way too cold outside, wasn't it? I asked, as I petted the adorable cat. It had a big coat of fur, but even then, it was probably not enough for this cold. Now I realize that I should have done this earlier. Meow. The cute cat wandered around the door and then entered when we invited him inside. He was probably used to entering other people's houses. Elayne smiled as she kneeled and began petting and caressing the cute Blackie. He had very fluffy and soft fur, but it was covered in a bit of snow, and he was very cold, poor thing. I quickly brought him some food. As he began eating the cat food we buy especially for him, the adorable black cat seemed very hungry. I also decided to give him some water to drink, and it drank almost all of it. It seemed to also be quite thirsty. I didn't give milk to adult cats because they actually cannot consume it well. There was a special milk for cats that could be bought, but I didn't have any of that in here. After my daughter played with Blackie for a while, she decided to go take a bath and then to sleep, and I wanted to go to bed as well, so I hugged her tightly and kissed her cheeks. Sleep well, I said. You too. Don't cry, okay? She asked. I won't. As long as you're here. I said. You're a bit too clingy sometimes, Mom. She said. I walked back to my bed to finally relax and see what I could do, and Blackie followed me from behind, jumping over my bed and resting near my feet. It seemed to be very happy inside, and had no shame in jumping over the bed and sleeping there. I really didn't mind him that much, he was happy there. Now it's around 7 p.m., so I guess I could play a bit of the game before sleeping. My goal was still to find my daughter in-game and more, but now that my character got famous for a silly video, I feel like if I tell her that I was Planta, she'll only grow embarrassed. It was better if she didn't know for now. I checked my phone and found a message from Rita, my friend. It seemed that she was going to start playing soon, and she wanted to play alongside me if possible, but that's quite hard unless we move out of beginner areas and go into big towns where more players gather. That was unless she also created a dryad or something similar that also spawns in the forest of beginnings. She said it would be boring to play alone, so I guess I had to tell her that. I decided to do a quick search in the net about any other race that spawned in this area, which seemed quite empty. In all my play days I had yet to find another player, so the races that spawned here were very rare or people often don't even pick them. The races I found were dryad, often called forest spirits too, ent, who are like the male equivalents of dryads I think, brownies, who were like cute gnomes that retained a youthful of childlike appearance, various types of fairies, some types of beastkin, and even a few monster races too. But I haven't seen anyone like that in my place. I guess nobody liked these specific classes or the area of spawn. It seemed that some races had certain options in which place they could spawn too. For example, beastkin can spawn in here or in a few other towns, the same for fairies, but dryads and ents are kind of locked between this forest of beginnings and the ancient forest of ents. Interesting. I guess I will give Rita this page and tell her to pick whatever she wanted. Although she said she really wanted a sexy-looking race or something, I don't know what sort of class she'll pick. I don't really want to force her to play anything, so it's up to her to decide to be whatever she wants. Elayne, here dear, take this link. This is the list of races that can spawn in the forest of beginnings. Rita is writing. Rita, oh. Looks like fun. I've never played these kinds of games. I wonder if we can find some handsome man around. Elayne, Rita, you're married. Rita, ha 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 ha. I was joking. Come on, joking. Elayne, okay. Do you have any class in mind? Rita, not really, I'll pick whatever, I guess. Anything that does good damage perhaps. Elayne, ha ha ha, yeah, feel free to pick whatever you feel like. After my chat with Rita, I quickly decided to log into the game, as I was growing a bit bored, and it was either playing or watching TV until I fell asleep, and I preferred playing the game. When I opened my eyes, I found myself inside of the house of Acorn. It was empty here and the night was about to fall too. What a pain, I wish I could play during the day though. Oh well. The night was a bit dangerous because monsters showed up more often, but that didn't really matter that much. I was sure that my spirits, and summons could fend them off quite easily. Talking about spirit and summons, I was also a tamer. But I haven't found any compatible monster with myself yet. Maybe I should go into a little quest to find a monster that I can tame which could actually help me. I wonder what I should tame though. Although the taming skill description said that the monster also had to choose me, and that beating them to almost death wouldn't always work. Ugh. I also got the 2 monster souls, the Mushroom King, and the Crow King souls. What do I do with these? I could use them for my summons and summon them. I guess the Mushroom King could be summoned with Plant Companion and the Crow King with Farm Animal Companion, perhaps. Maybe I should invest some points into them, perhaps. But the biggest pain was that it's already night. If it was like this I wouldn't be able to make my farmland comfortably without the light of the sun. So what do I even do? Could I change weather settings? Maybe I could skip the night and jump to the day. Or was this the same circle for everybody? If so, then that's really a pain. Oh right, I also got a branch I have to craft into a useful item, perhaps a staff that could replace my beginner one with subpar stats. That sounded quite nice, but I needed somebody to teach me about crafting. Unlike cooking, I barely knew anything. I've also read there were chances of ruining an item if I tried to craft something with materials, and there was this big chance that I could end up wasting this precious branch. I didn't want to ask the tree for another branch, so I'd have to do this for now. Guide. Guide. Where are you? I am here. What do you need? The guide quickly showed up. Aside from the cute acorn, the guide was a big buddy in this world. What should I do? I want to craft, to tame, and to summon, and also to make a farm, but it's night already. Can I change the day and night in between? No, that cannot be done. This is a whole world after all. The day is the day and the night is the night. This is not a single-player game where you can switch. If you work during the day then you'll have to sadly play at night. Ugh. So I can only see the bright sun on the weekends? I asked. I am pretty sure you can see the sun in real life as well. Sighed the guide. Ahahaha. I guess. I giggled. How about you play in the morning then? The sun comes out at around 4 a.m., said the guide. That early? I asked. Well, it's 7 p.m. and it's already night, so yeah, you could opt for sleeping early and waking up around 4 a.m., said the guide. You're crazy, that's going to mess up my sleeping routine. No way. I prefer to just play on my farm at night, whatever. I sighed. Well, okay then, said the guide. Oh. I think you can actually find something that could help if you level up spirit magic up to level 3. The guide specified. Why level 3? I wondered. There is some sort of spell that summons spirits of sunlight, perhaps they can illuminate the night for you, said the guide. Wow. Really? Can I summon them even in the night? I wondered. Yeah, the sunlight energies are absorbed into the land dragon veins. Just find proper dragon veins, and summon them. As long as the spirit doesn't attack, it won't really disappear, so they can stick with you. Wow. That's really cool. I guess I can just do that. Oh right, I should go meet Acorn. Maybe he can give me some ideas of what sort of monster could be easy to tame with some snacks or something. I said. Right, go ask him. I was finally back in the game, and like always, there were many things I wanted to do. It was like real life, but I actually enjoyed doing these types of work instead of tiring myself in the real world at work. I just wished I could live in this world instead, things would be way more fun. Oh well, I still prefer the commodities of the real world though. Living in the wild would be a bit uncomfortable. I guess it seemed refreshing because it was a game. And now, I want to make my own farm. I have healed the squirrel folk, so there's nothing that's hurrying me as much. Alright. I did have to help the fairies though, but at least give me a week to make my farm. It had been the thing I've been wanting to make for so long, it was unfair that I was not being given the chance to make it. And therefore, I was going to make a beautiful farm, so beautiful that. Well, I will grow a lot of vegetables. Anyways. I need Acorn. Where is he? I arrived inside his house after logging in, but he's nowhere to be seen. I walked outside of his house and found the squirrel folk people walking around the town atop the trees. They seemed to be as healthy as ever. Wow, this was really an interesting sight, seeing all these people that were all confined inside their houses walking around happily. It made me feel like I was in a completely different town now. What surprised me was how active they are at night. Are squirrels in real life also super active at night? I can see them all doing their daily lives chores as if it were just another day. At which hour do they even go to sleep? Oh well, it really doesn't matter that much. I shouldn't bother overthinking things up so much. For now, I should really just try to see what I can do. Do you know where Acorn is? I asked, as the squirrel folk finally noticed me and looked at me. Ooh, Lady Dryad. It is Lady Planta. How are you, Lady Planta? You've come to bless us one more time with your wonderful presence. She's as radiant as ever, even at night. So cute. Yeah. The squirrel folk all began to swarm me, walking around me and waving their tails adorably. Many of them began grabbing my legs and hugging me. They seemed to be all very affectionate with me. Wait, was this because I got their trust now? But wasn't this too much? Actually, they all feel as if they were adorable squirrel pets. Ah, they're cute, aren't they? Like. I want to pet them all. Okay, you guys, stop being so clingy, hee hee hee. Your fur makes me tickle. I giggled. Anyways, have you seen Acorn around? Yes. He is with the chief inside the house. I think Acorn said something about making potions. We'll lead you there, Lady Planta. No, don't worry you guys, I can go on my own. I sighed. I sneaked away from the grasp of the squirrel folk who simply couldn't get enough of me for some reason, and reached the two-floor house of the tribe chief, who was awake with his grandson, Acorn. The two were around the big cauldron, preparing some potions. Hey! I said. Oh, Lady Planta, said the old chief. You're back today as well. But quite late. Lady Planta. I was wondering where did you go, said Acorn, rushing to my side and hugging my thighs. I thought you were going to move over to another place where you were needed. Seeing how you managed to help us. Ah, but this is like my second home now, I would never leave you behind. I will pay you a visit as much as I can, even at night, I said with a smile. So what are you guys doing? Lady Planta, said the chief, almost driven to tears. You're such a nice person, Lady Planta. Cried Acorn. Why you two stop crying? Geez. Just tell me what you're doing. I sighed. The two squirrels quickly looked back at the cauldron. We are trying to make some new potions, said the chief. We are using the leftover materials you gave us that were from the dark beasts, said Acorn. I had the sudden inspiration to make a potion that can heal even the forest itself. By pouring it around an area, it can heal the forest that has been infected from miasma. How amusing, isn't it? Although we are still in its development stages. So it is going to take some time to figure it out, said the chief. I see. That sounds pretty interesting. With that, we could quite possibly heal the forest from all the bad miasma it has, and bring it back to how it used to be. I said with a smile. Anyways, I don't want to interrupt you anymore, I was just wondering something. Do you think you could help me with this question I got? Yes, please ask away, we'll try to answer however we can, said Acorn. Ask away, beloved Lady Dryad, said the chief. Hee hee, well. I was wondering what sort of monster do you think I could tame easily? I have the taming skill, but it says that just beating a monster won't really make it 100% a catch, and that it could even make a tamed monster hate me. Do you know of a way to tame a monster that is easygoing or something? Some monster that won't mind getting tamed if I gave it some little snack. An easy to tame monster, said the chief. We used to tame some monsters we kept as cattle back then, said Acorn. But they all died due to the miasma disease. Oh, which ones? I wondered. Oh right. I suppose horned rabbits are pretty easy to catch and tame, they get happy with just a carrot or some acorns, give them some food and they'll stick with you, said the chief. Yeah, we also used to raise small walking mushrooms and forest rats, said Acorn. Ooh-ha. I don't know if I would want a mushroom. I sighed. Especially with the Mushroom King's soul I got. But aside from that, what else could I have? Oh, I guess, a horned rabbit doesn't sound so bad. And forest rat? Well, rats are cute. Honestly, we have thought about beginning to raise cattle again, so if you can bring me some horned rabbits, forest rats, and mushrooms that are alive and slightly docile, I'll give you a nice reward for it, said the chief. Oh really? Nice. I said. The guide quickly whispered to me. That's a hidden quest, bring him cattle monsters and the chief will give you something. Okay then, what are you doing now though? Just hunting at this hour, asked Acorn. Yeah, I'll go alone with Belle and Loki, I am protected by those two, so don't worry about me. I said with a smile. I guess, said Acorn. Do you want to come? I asked. Can I? He asked. Sure. But I am worried about your safety, so you'll remain on top of Belle, I am sure the goat can protect you. I said with a smile. Ah. Nice. Thank you, Lady Planta. He said with an adorable smile. Seriously, squirrel folk were so cute, I feel like I was living in a dream I had as a little girl where I dreamed of visiting the towns of beast people from books like Narnia. So now what should I do? I had to go out to make a farm and also catch a creature along the way. Well, it sounded like a good plan. Let's just do that then. Let's move out then, we don't have any more time to waste. I said, quickly grabbing Acorn with my hands and putting him on top of Belle. Meanwhile Loki tightly wrapped her vines around him and Belle's back so he wouldn't fall from her so easily. You're going out already? Asked the chief. Yep, see you later. Wait, Lady Dryad, this is a bit sudden. Acorn cried, but it was too late. Belle and I jumped out of the tree tops and landed majestically into the forest floor. Boom. Yua. Ugh. Sighed Acorn. Here we are. Good as new, now let's get things done, I said with a smile while nodding quite confidently. Go on, Belle, rush. Rush. Me. Belle quickly began to gallop across the forest, carrying all of us over her back, her powerful legs crushed the plants or anything below us with ease, she was a fierce goat even at night. Where are we going though? Aren't we moving too far away from the forest? He asked. Yes. I said with a smile. But why? Cried Acorn. I wanted to build a farm. You know that my job class is farmer. So it is only natural that I want to build my own farm. I laughed. Farm? You're serious? He asked. Yep. Is there something bad with it? I wondered. But there are many monsters around. And the miasma. And then everything else. He said. Also, the forest has too many trees blocking the sunlight, so anything you try to grow by yourself in here won't mature. I know. This is why we are moving towards the forest outskirts, or near them, I said. I had already planned what I would do. I will take over the territory there, manipulate the soil, and create seeds to plant stuff. Plant stuff. In the forest outskirts? Certainly, it is far away from the forest enough for sunlight to reach it, but the outside has even deadlier monsters. Are you sure? Asked Acorn. Come on, Acorn, you're being a bit too cowardly today. It is fine, I said. I am sure the forest will protect my plants. And if not, then Belle and Loki can crush anything that gets close. And if that doesn't work, I will. I guess I could just thin out the monster population myself. Acorn looked at me with eyes wide open. Why, you've changed a bit. Lady Planta. Although I guess that's for the best, said Acorn. Well, let's give it a try anyways. I am willing to help. But it is night. It is quite weird to set up a farm in the middle of the night though. I know, sorry about that. I sighed. But it is what I wanted to do, and I'll do it. I will build an amazing new farm, and everybody will be able to enjoy the veggies I will raise there. Yes, I will. I have never seen Lady Planta so motivated ever before, said Acorn. Here we are. We moved into the outskirts of the forest without encountering a single monster for some reason. Maybe us being so happy-go-lucky scared them all. We were just way too cheerful for the gloomy monsters to come to ruin our day. Of course, when we reached the outskirts of the forest, I was finally able to see what was out there. A beautiful grassland was the first thing that greeted my sight. The moonlight illuminated the darkness of the night and the entire place looked way too pretty. It was soothing. There were grasslands all around the eye could see, and far away, there were several mountain peaks covered in snow. I wonder if there were ice-type monsters up there. Or people. Maybe bird people. Or whatever. And in the distance, there was another big forest. I think this was the ant forest. I didn't have any plans in getting there, so for now we'll stay just around the outskirts of the forest of beginnings. Have you come here before, Acorn? I wondered. Not ever before I have come here, he said. But my grandpa did. He said that in this place, dangerous gray wolf packs attack people, so it is dangerous. I see. Oh well, time to set up my farm. But the moonlight is fine, but I really want more light. I sighed. Well, there is nothing we can do about it. Why don't you come tomorrow morning instead? Wondered Acorn. I can't, I have to go work at that age. I also need to bring my daughter to high school. I sighed. Daughter? You got a daughter, Lady Dryad? Asked Acorn. Oh. I shouldn't have said that. But yeah, whenever I am not around, I am helping my daughter. I said. I see. So you're a mother then, it makes sense. Seeing how gentle and nice you are, and very motherly too, he said. You're just flattering me, little Acorn. I giggled, petting his adorable squirrel head. But I got a way to bring sunlight. I said. What? There's a way, he asked. Yep. I have to level up my spirit magic to level 3 for that, so wait a bit. I said. Level up your magic? Is that even possible without constant practice? He wondered. It seemed that NPC didn't have skill points or stat points. When they leveled up, their skills automatically grew stronger alongside their stats being distributed according to their job class and race, without any customization, apparently. Much like summons, it appeared they also learned skills over leveling and even practice, something that was not possible for players who must use skill points to acquire and level up skills. In a way, we exchanged an easier way to grow stronger without hassle for more customization, making every player unique. I quickly looked into my status first. It had increased a bit more as I had leveled up again just before logging off, and so I decided to distribute any stat points into MP once more. Player name, Planta. Race, Dryad, LV8/20-9/20. Race EXP, 1100/9000. Job class, Farmer, LV8/20-9/20. Job class EXP, 1100/9000. Satiation, 93 out of 100. HP, 190/190-210/210. MP, 740/740-810/810. STR, 47-52. VIT, 47-52. Dex, 47-52. AGI, 100-112. Int, 119-131. WIS, 110-120. Luke, 65-70. Race skills, 9 out of 10. Spirit of the Forest, LV1, Photosynthesis, LV2, Green Magic, LV3, Life Drain, LV2, Plant Companion, LV1, Daughter of Nature, LV1, Spirit Magic, LV1, Spiritual Shield, LV1, Plant Synthesis, LV1. Job class skills, 10 out of 10. Agriculture, LV1, AGI up, LV1, Tame, LV1, Cooking, LV2, Farm Animal Companion, LV1, Fishing, LV2, Robust Body, LV1, Farming Tools Usage, LV1, Terrain Adaptability, LV1, Soil Manipulation, LV1. Stored skills, unequipped 2. Race skills, none. Job class skills, Crafting, LV1, Alchemy, LV1. Summons, 2 halves. White Goat, Female Name, Belle, LV5/30, Carnivorous Amber Lotus Flower, Name, Loki, LV4/30. Tamed Monsters, 0/2. None. Skill points, 36. Stat points, 0. Equipment. Spirit of the Forest Robes. Bracelet of Nature. Crown of Spirit Wood. Seed Pouch. HM. The stats increased quite nicely, a tiny amount, but that's nice for me. And my MP was already at over 800. With this I could surely summon the sunlight spirits that the level 3 spirit magic can bring, right? So let's level that up right away. Ding! You have exchanged 4 skill points. The Spirit Magic, LV1, skill has increased to LV3. The Spirit Magic, LV3, skill has learned the Unmovable Mountain, Geomancy, Blessing of the Spirits, Sunlight Spirit Call, Dragon Vein Burst, and Spiritual Connection, spells. Woo! So many spells. I wanted to see what each one does. I bet they're all useful on their own. I remember using all 3 of these spells of the level 1 skill and they were all amazing, even Spirit Enhancement made the spirits very, very strong. Unmovable Mountain. Cost, 100-500 MP. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Channel the spiritual power within you and nature surrounding you, and humbly call for the protection of the land spirits within Earth attribute dragon veins near your location, summoning them to exclusively guard you from damage. Upon activation, calls a land spirit that guards 40% of the damage received for 10 seconds. Oh, this one was a bit like Spiritual Shield, but I needed to activate it instead of leaving it as a passive, and well, it kind of works differently, yeah. It honestly sounds pretty good on paper, but to activate it I not only need mana, but to be close to an Earth attribute dragon vein. Can I even find one so easily like the spell was telling me to? Perhaps, but it won't be as easy as other things. Geomancy. Cost, 400 MP. Cooldown, none. Create a stronger connection with Mother's Nature and the elemental spirits of all the world, enhancing your INT, WS, and LUK by plus 20%. This spell can be toggled on, off. Oh, this was a useful buff spell. It can increase my int, ws, and luk by 20%. I wonder how lucky I could get with it. Oh well, I would have to try it out someday. Blessing of the Spirits. Cost, 500 MP. Cooldown, none. Receive the blessing of the spirits themselves and enhance your connection with them, being able to bring them to summon their power and strength for longer periods of time. Upon activation, increases the duration of summoned spirits by plus 100%, their health is doubled, and they can attack an extra time. This spell can be toggled on, off. Another buff, huh? And both of them can be toggled on, off, meaning that they're like buffs that work always, without an end to their duration, and would only be turned off if I deactivate them, log out or die, I suppose. Although they're very costly. I don't think I can use both at the same time right away. I don't have enough MP, I believe. But I can wait until the MP recovers and then I can summon some more. Yeah, I guess I could do that. Sunlight Spirit Call. Cost, 250 MP/450 MP/600 MP. Cooldown, none. Channel the spiritual power within you and humbly call upon the help of the sunlight spirits, who surge from fire-type dragon veins to aid you in battle. They can emerge in 3 variations, Tiny Star, Great Soul, and Supernova, randomly. And this was the Sunlight Spirit summon spell I have been waiting for a long while. And here it was. It sounds pretty simple. I think the description is literally the same as the Land Spirit spell one. But it was also interesting they're also arranged into 3 different ones, Tiny Star, Great Soul, and Supernova. That last one sounds a bit unstable. I hope it doesn't just blow off the moment I summon it. I need them to give me sunlight, not to explode after all. Dragon Vein Burst. Cost, 100 MP for every dragon vein. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Unleash the fury of nature and utilize your bond with spirits to make all the dragon veins within a distance of 10 meters around you to explode into elemental attacks that target the nearest foe with the highest HP. Each dragon vein element will generate its own elemental attack. Gah! This one was crazy. It is an immensely strong elemental attack, isn't it? Thankfully it was balanced by giving it some sort of cooldown. If I could spam this as I wanted, it would suddenly become even more overpowered. Just making all these dragon veins explode sounded insane. But the cost of 100 MP per dragon vein makes sense, I think. And lastly, Spiritual Connection. Cost, 1000 MP. Cooldown, none. Channel the spiritual power within you and nature surrounding you and the various spirits of the elements and establish a powerful connection with them that increases their elemental damage by plus 50%, and the ability to ignore 20% of the target's def and res, alongside increasing damage against boss-type monsters by plus 30%. Can be toggled on, off. Wow, this one sounds pretty amazing, but what with the cost of MP? I didn't have enough MP to even do this one. Oh well, I guess the guide was right. Over-leveling magic will end up giving me spells I cannot even use yet. But that's completely fine. As long as I get to summon the Sunlight Kids, everything would be alright. I could patiently wait until I could use this amazing buffing spell, but until then, I was capable of waiting. Yeah, it is not hard to do. Alright. I am done. I said. Dragon Vein Detection. Flash. Suddenly, I was able to see the many dragon veins coursing through the earth below us. I looked into those that were fiery, red, and orange colored, and pointed my staff at them. Sunlight spirits, please come help me out, make a farm, I implore you. I put on my most dramatic pose as I called for the sunlight spirits, and they answered my honest plea for help. The dragon veins of fire began to glow brighter, as if sunlight was coming out of them. It was a splendorous sight. Flayash. "Wo," said Acorn, as he saw as many dragon veins glow brightly with the power of the sunlight spirits, which then quickly started to materialize one after the other, resembling beautiful spheres of light. Wow, their design was quite simple. Q. Q. Kua. Kua. 3 bright tiny stars emerged. They had adorable little faces and began to dance around me. They were as bright as a very big light bulb, and could easily illuminate a stadium, all 3 of them. But then, another one appeared. I had summoned 4, but the 4th one was way bigger. Truum. The largest dragon vein emanated a fiery essence, materializing together into a large sphere of flames, which quickly floated atop the grasslands. It emanated a strong heat and light. It was actually so bright I had to cover my eyes. Yua. Is this a great soul? I wondered. Grow. The enormous spirit gave a small groan. It could easily be fired to something and blasted into a deadly and fiery explosion. Amazing, the power of spirits was really great. I could easily defeat another boss monster with their help. The 4 spirits glanced at me, waiting for my command as they floated in midair without doing anything else. They were not able to speak directly to me, so they remained in silence for the most part. Well, you guys didn't have to worry, you didn't need to do anything else. Amazing, you summoned 4 sunlight spirits, Lady Planta, said Acorn. I have never seen spirits this bright and powerful before. I can even feel their entire power flaming around constantly. Why, you could set ablaze a large portion of the forest with them. They're certainly dangerous. Don't worry about it. The spirits would never damage nature willingly, I said. Even if they explode inside the forest, they can manipulate their own flames and make it so they don't burn trees or surrounding vegetation. It is the magic of spirits, who are different in that regard than just raw magic spells that use elements. I see. It is as if they were the element itself and can manipulate how it responds and more. Wondered Acorn. Kind of, yeah. I said. I don't understand much more beyond that. Spirit magic users don't really need to understand magic usage. We leave that to the spirits. We just have to treat them nicely and give them mana. Amazing. He said again. Okay, stop praising me so much, I don't think I deserve it. I sighed. Grow. The giant great soul asked me for something to do. We were talking way too much and the spirit was an impatient one, perhaps because it was a fire spirit. They wanted to destroy and burn things. Well, that couldn't be done now. Sorry, could you help me out at raising my plants with your light? Pretty please, I really need your help, Mr. Spirit. I said, imploring for the help of the spirit. The great soul looked at me expressionlessly. It seemed to be thinking about it. Wow, spirits were pretty prideful. But the other 3 tiny stars began to fly around him, convincing him at the end. Kua. Wa. Q. Grow. The great soul then began to fly upwards, almost around 50 meters atop us, and stayed still in the middle of the air. It was so big and bright that it illuminated anything within almost 500 meters around it in a circular shape. It didn't exactly feel like it was morning, but it felt like it was around 5 p.m. instead. The sun was still strong but not as powerful. But the light of the great soul was so strong it even cleared the sky and made it look blue too, while the surroundings that were not illuminated still shone with stars of their own. It was as if we had our own tiny day while the rest of our surroundings was a beautiful and soothing night, a strange sight to behold indeed. However, it was all quite beautiful, and I couldn't help but feel wonderful as I was being bathed by this genuine sunlight. It was almost the same as the real sunlight, so my body began doing photosynthesis automatically, and my satiation meter started to fill up slowly. Phew, it always felt good when my body began to produce its own sugars to feed me. I feel filled with energy. Now, time to do the stuff I wanted to do for a long while. Time to make a farm. Alright, we got the nice, beautiful sun atop our heads, and then the soil. I said. Actually, I never truly maintained a farm. I only helped my grandparents, so I had no idea how to start one, but I did have some basic knowledge about how to maintain the vegetables healthy, water them, and so on. However, I got 2 skills that can help me out in doing this almost automatically, and those are Terrain Adaptability, LV1. As an experienced farmer, you're able to adapt to any terrain and make it your farm. You can adapt to the terrain of your environment, as long as there is any sort of soil to it, you can somehow find the way to make a farm. Additionally, it grants the innate ability of adapting to any terrain within the game. Additionally, enhances the soil richness of any terrain you make your farm by plus 50%. Each level enhances the number of terrains you can adapt into farms, and the soil richness given to them straight away. Number of terrains that can be taken over, 5. Soil Manipulation, LV1. As a farmer, you have the innate ability to manipulate soil. When manipulating the soil of your farm, you can choose which nutrients to enhance, and make the soil richer. You can also shape the soil using farming tools and soil manipulation together, expanding the size of your farm as long as there is space to add to it. Based on the plants you're raising, certain types of nutrients will be needed. Corpses of animals, decomposing plants, and even feces can be used to enhance certain nutrients in the soil. Additionally, any soil within your farms receives a passive plus 20% enhancement to their richness, which increases with each level. These 2 amazing skills would let me make a territory for my farm and then manipulate the soil on it. So, I'll go step by step first. I needed to first use terrain adaptability on this piece of land. How do I activate this? Well, let's try with the most basic form. Terrain Adaptability. I shouted out loud, as I suddenly saw something that nobody else could see but me. Flash. Around the entire grassland, enormous tiles appeared, glowing with a bright blue light, which separated each piece of terrain from one another. They were around 10 by 10 square meters, not so big, but not so small either. I could only take 5 tiles for now, unless I level up the skill, but 5 tiles were already around 50 by 50 square meters. I didn't think I needed more than that for now, especially because I was aiming to start with a little garden rather than anything else. The guide emerged at my side, he seemed as amazed as me, he was actually excited I was finally going to make a farm, as he flew around and indicated to me what to do. I see, so you're finally making a farm. You've really just worked yourself just to do this. He sighed. Anyways, just use a mind command to select all the tiles you want. In the game, tiles can be taken over by other players as long as they're ownerless, but when they are from another player, you must sell it to them. Of course, places occupied by NPC cannot often be acquired by players easily, and need to be purchased from NPC just the same as you would buy a piece of land from somebody. Ooh, I see, so what if I take over all this land, it is all mine. And then I could sell it? I asked. Well yeah, nobody has taken over these lands because they're monster infested. Aside from people making factories using NPC, or building small towns for their friends and NPC, there is a lot of land ready to be taken by anybody. Some players try to monopolize it, but the farmer is a new class, it has yet to make a big impact into the game's economy through its production of vegetables and the raise of farm animal cattle and products. Wait a second. Then can't I monopolize this? I wondered. Technically. I guess you could try. There are very few farmer players, and all of them are barely level 1 or 3. It seems some even deleted the avatar and recreated it. Looks like some people just try out classes and if they don't like them, they delete the avatar and remake it. You're currently a higher level farmer, he said. And me? But I am just level 9. Seriously, is nobody really playing this job class? Sigh. I sighed, as I felt like I was playing something that nobody liked. Well yeah, people just prefer a flashy swordsman, berserker, magician, bishop, archer, necromancer, and so on. In fact the amount of necromancers there are, is indeed quite insane, it is the most used class after hero. Laughed the guide. Wow, so a big part of the player base are copycats of one another. I wondered. Not really, everybody, well, mostly everybody has unique job class changes and upgrades based in the quest lines they're doing, although everyone picks a base job class, alongside your race, it evolves over time and becomes your own unique job class, with your unique skills and more, it is all generated by the game, said the guide. Amazing, isn't it? This is the Nexus technology after all, the latest in the market. It is indeed quite amazing, I said with a surprised smile. But why does everybody just pick Necromancer and Hero? Ah. That's because the Hero job class is the most popular, everybody wants to be a hero. Or a villain, in which case they pick the coolest class ever, the Necromancer that raises the undead. Yeah, I think it became popular around the year 2018 when a certain Korean webcomic launched, said the guide. How odd, well, whatever's the case, I will just buy these tiles, take over them forcefully. I said. I wish things could be so easy back on Earth, just go to an uncharted land and just say it's yours. Wow, that would be so easy. I quickly did the mental commands, as 5 tiles in front of me began to glow from blue to green, suddenly gaining an owner, me. Each tile even had a small information box. Grassland tile. Owner, Planta, player ID, 828-9339. Size, 5 by 5 square meters. Quality, average. Resource production, none. Description, a small tile of 5 by 5 square meters making up soil and grass, some bugs might be living here, and there might be a horned rabbit underground. The soil is fresh and could be used by a farmer to convert it into a farm tile. Oh, it says I can convert them into farm tiles. Alright, soil manipulation, do your thing. I checked the tiles and smiled. They were all done and ready. Time to change this entire place into farm tiles now, and I had 5 of them. 5x5 was, wait, it was not actually 50 meters, it was 25 meters. Wah! Why was I so bad at math in the most unexpected ways? Wait, maybe it was because I was too tired after work, I was usually pretty okay at math. Anyways, 25 by 25 square meters was still pretty sweet anyways, all the tiles merely fused into a big tile making up 25 square meters, so I didn't have to adjust anything on my own. Now, let's use soil manipulation and get this done for real. But let's recheck the skill, I do get a bit slow sometimes so I needed to refresh myself and check what's in there once more. Soil manipulation, LV1. As a farmer, you have the innate ability to manipulate soil. When manipulating the soil of your farm, you can choose which nutrients to enhance, and make the soil richer. You can also shape the soil using farming tools and soil manipulation together, expanding the size of your farm as long as there is space to add to it. Based on the plants you're raising, certain types of nutrients will be needed. Corpses of animals, decomposing plants, and even feces can be used to enhance certain nutrients in the soil. Additionally, any soil within your farms receive a passive plus 20% enhancement to their richness, which increases with each level. I see. So I need to just do it through the system. But what about farming tools? I had absolutely none of those. Should I go buy some somewhere? But it's embarrassing now that I have to go to this popular town where everybody can go to buy things. What if someone recognized me? Well, for now let's get the basics done. Transform the tiles into farm tiles. I said, ordering the system to do it for me. The soil manipulation skill quickly activated, as I suddenly felt strange. It felt as if I was now able to shape the soil a little bit. I looked into the soil on my own and approached it, and then, I decided to imagine the ideal farm tile and how it would look. All of this grass should be gone, and the rich brown soil should be on top of it, shaped into sections. If possible. Flay ash. And just like that, the tiles suddenly began to glow, the grass was gone and the soil puffed out into the surface, shining brightly out of nowhere as well. What the? Oh right, the skill itself also enhances the richness of the soil. Wow, to think it would make all these tiles soil shine as if they were sprinkled with gold. So beautiful. Wow. Said Acorn at my side. I know, right? Pretty amazing. I said with a smile. However. You need tools now, said the guide. Gay. I need something to water down the plants, and also tools to move the soil around, and all of that. I sighed. I don't think we got anything like that back in the farm, perhaps we got buckets though, said Acorn. Ha, don't worry about it. I sighed. Wait. I said once more. I did use my hands to fish for fishes, right? Can't I use my plant shape-shifting to create farming tools out of wood? I wondered. That's insane, said the guide. Dryads are not just living shapeshifters, there is a limit to, listen to me. As the guide began to reprimand me, I began shape-shifting and stretching my left arm, slowly shaping it as a farming trident, or fork, like my grandpa called them, which were useful in piercing the soil and bringing out the nutrients below the surface. Sometimes the surface soil gets too dry, but the one below was always a bit more moist too, so it also helps bring it out. I slowly shape-shifted it and then, like when I fired spears made of wood, I took it out of my arm by breaking it out. Crack. Ouch. I lost around 30 HP, but I got myself the first tool, I laughed. That's definitely cheating. Don't tell me that by doing this dryads can just generate weapons and armor out of their wood? This is ridiculous, said the guide angrily. I should report it to the developers dash. If you try it, I will put you in my inventory, I said. And I'll sell you for gold. Since when did you get scary? Oh okay, I won't do anything. He sighed. It was your fault that I ended up becoming popular, which ended in me getting harassed by all sorts of disgusting perverts, so you better behave now. I said angrily. Sure, sorry. He sighed, the guide suddenly got all pitiable, as if he wasn't a bit of an obnoxious little brat sometimes. Okay, good boy, I said with a nod. Don't try to ruin everything I do, okay? I sighed. After that, I detached my arm a few more times, making up some other tools, such as a shovel, a big stick, a hoe, and that was it. However, I still needed water to water my plants. And for that I need a container. However, seeing how adaptable and easy to shape my body was, why can't I just gather water inside of my body and carry it with me? I wondered if I could do that, so I made a quick trip to the nearest river, which was actually just around 30 meters away from the farm, and put my hand inside. I shape-shifted my right hand and generated a big hole that led all the way inside of my body. Apparently my body lacked normal internal organs, it had sap for blood and some sort of jewel as a heart, but inside it was all hollow aside from vein-like green-colored roots growing inside. So I quickly decided to fill my entire body with water, it was easy. I just created a suction force by inhaling the water, like you would do with a tube for sipping some soda. Slurp. Phew, I am full. I sighed, my belly bulged a little bit, and I was filled with water. I think my weight increased a lot, but walking wasn't that difficult, I just had to get used to the water inside moving around, which sometimes broke my balance. But thanks to the dryad skills, as long as I was inside a forest, I could always adapt to anything, so even losing my balance didn't make me fall. After 10 minutes of gathering water, creating farming tools, and then turning the ground into fresh soil, I was finally able to begin my seed creation. Seed creation was a useful spell that allowed the creation of seeds, here's the description. Seed creation. Cost, 201,000 MP. Cooldown, 1 hour. Utilize your great connection with nature to plants to generate new seeds from the plants you have raised previously. These seeds will have the lowest possible rarity rank, but will grow at twice the speed of other seeds. It had a big cooldown of an hour, but that didn't matter because I can actually generate various seeds per conjuration, as many as I have mana. The thing was though, they could only be of one type of plant per conjuration. After the creation of the seeds, I had to wait an hour to make a new type. So which seeds should I make? I wondered. I want a plant that can easily grow below the sunlight with some water. And that's a tasty fruit. Oh, I guess we'll go for tomatoes first. With it we could even make tomato salad, tomato sauce, tomato soup, grilled tomato with goat cheese, and more. Oh, this actually sounds pretty good. Tea tomato? I had never heard of such a fruit before, said Acorn at my side. Hee hee, watch. I'll make a big tomato plantation. I said with a smile. I looked into the palm of my hand and concentrated my mind into it. I thought about tomato seeds. I put all the imagery of tomatoes I had inside of my mind, constantly. Tomato. 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 Seed creation. Flayash. I ended up spending 200 MP, and over 50 seeds appeared over my hands, spilling all over the grass below. They were all tomato seeds. Wow, and they even had their own info. Tomato seed. Type, normal plant seed. Fruit, sweet, juicy, citric. Quality, H grade. Planting method, plant below rich soil, water them for a small while, and let them rest. In approximately 3 to 4 days, they'll begin to germinate. Doesn't require any specific type of soil or fertilizer. The fruit can be used for the preparation of various types of food using the cooking skill, or it can be consumed to recover 5 points of satiation and some HP. Description: the king of all vegetables that commoners consume around the world, tomatoes are widely known for their sweetness, mildly citric flavor, alongside being exceedingly juicy. It can be prepared as simple as salad, be eaten raw like some fruit, or cooked into tomato sauce, as an ingredient for pizza, and more. Ooh, very informative. I wonder how long it will take to grow with all the multipliers for growth that my race and the farmer job class gives. Oh well, let's get to it. I said, as I quickly asked Acorn to help me plant the seeds below the soil. Around 10 centimeters below should be more than enough, right? I was not really that experienced, so I didn't know the specifics. But I got the spirit. Phew, that was tiring. Sighed Acorn. Also, the soil was fighting a lot somewhat, it got very hard. That fork came in handy to turn the soil less hard. Perhaps because you're not a farmer, it got harder for you to use farming tools, but I felt like I was doing the right thing all the time, so it went quite smoothly. I giggled. I have never thought a dryad would be a farmer from all job classes there are, but I can see that the prospects of a future where we can eat these tomatoes sounds pretty great, said Acorn. I wonder what other sorts of plant seeds you can create, Lady Dryad. Next I should probably make grain, tomatoes, carrots, and, oh, I guess apples too, so we can make apple pie. But I want grain above all so we can pulverize it and make genuine flour. After that, you'll know what eating bread is. Bread. I've heard of it. It is the food that humans eat the most, isn't it? Yep. The flour can also be used to make apple pie crust, and even pizza dough. Yuwa. I don't know what those are, but I bet they're tasty. We were finished planting the seeds, so I decided to quickly water the crops now. The sunlight atop the sky made by the sunlight spirit Great Soul was pretty good, and he was happily giving us his warmth as well. I decided to shape-shift my finger and generate several tiny holes on it, where I began to move the water down through that finger, watering the soil all around by giving a few rounds around the entire plot of land. It took roughly 10 minutes, but this task was done for. Ding! The tomato seeds are slowly germinating. Suddenly, I saw a system notification. It seemed that watering the plants was what triggered the seeds to begin germinating. I see. Well, now we wait, because there wasn't anything else to do than that for the moment. Phew, I guess we are done for now. I can't wait to make some bread and other stuff. Oh. It's already been an hour. I guess I can make a new seed. Let's make wheat first. I suppose it is more important for now. We can make potatoes after another hour, but after that I'll go to sleep. I concentrated the imagery of wheat grains into my hand, and poof! Almost all the mana I had was gone, which was around 730, and it turned all into wheat seeds. So many seeds, said Acorn. Wheat grain. Type, normal plant seed. Fruit, none. Quality, H grade. Planting method, plant below rich soil, water them for a small while, and let them rest. In approximately several days, from a week to 2 weeks, water is not as important aside from twice a week. Seeds will begin to appear when the plant has grown up to 1.5 meters and its color has become drier, turning golden brown. Description: wheat grains are one of the greatest pillars of various races across the world's food. It is the rawest source of flour, which can be shaped into all sorts of doughs, bread, and pastries. By pulverizing it and cleaning impurities, a white-colored flour will be made. Mixing it with water can make a dough, which after being baked will create bread. Adding other ingredients such as eggs, butter, grease, and more can change the texture of this dough in many ways. As I looked into the description, I realized something very interesting. Wait, there were a lot of seeds that could be eaten right away, weren't there? Sunflower seeds, pumpkin, peanuts, and more. Can't I just make these directly out of seed creation? I mean, couldn't I just use these hundreds of wheat seeds directly into flour? Yes, I could. Phew. Now that broke the game completely. Can't dryads just make infinite pastries then? Is there any need to plant them if I can just produce them like this every 1 hour? I mean, the grade was very low, but the grade of plants will improve if I plant them, right? I suppose for the sake of increasing the grade and making even more tastier flour, I will plant half of these seeds. We planted most of the land with tomatoes though. I sighed. Oh. I guess we can just make more terrain. Ding. You have exchanged 2 skill points. The terrain adaptability, LV1, skill has leveled to LV2. You can now take over 5 more tiles. And with that, I took over 5 more tiles, converted them into farm tiles, and quickly began to plant the wheat grains all over the place. It was way easier than I imagined, and Acorn helped me in this as well. Amazing, there are so many seeds now. I wonder what wheat looks like. He said. I wonder too. Anyways, let's go back home now. I am a bit too tired. I sighed. Same, I'm quite hungry. He sighed. We were done for the day, but I somewhat felt worried that some monster would show up and ruin my place, so I asked Acorn for some mana potions he had, and I began drinking them while using plant manipulation and wood shield. Using both spells combined, I was able to generate large fences made out of wood that would easily block any monster from easily getting inside my plantation. Phew, it cost like 2,000 mana to do it all, so I ended up exhausting Acorn's mana potions. My mana potions. He sighed. Sorry. I'll pay for them. I said. And no, don't worry about it. I will just make some more. He said. I actually have some very potent mana potions myself, but I don't want to waste them. How about I give them to you and you can use them as an ingredient to make more mana potions? I asked. Oh. I have never seen those mana potions you're talking about, he said. Here, look, I said. As we walked back to the village, I showed Acorn the mana potions. They had a distinctive blue color and were sweet flavor, unlike the plant oil-flavored mana potions he makes, which were green in color, or often brown. I have never seen potions that are blue-colored. Where did you get them? He wondered. I got them from the goddess. She gave them to me, I said. The goddess Gaia. Acorn exclaimed. Then these potions are divine potions made by gods. I will. I will take the challenge then. I will try making some potions out of this as a main ingredient. But it might be hard, I will do my best though. Alright, I am counting on you. I giggled. I looked back and finally dispelled the spirits, which quickly returned to the dragon veins and converted into spiritual energy. Then we made our way back to the village of the squirrel folk. I was not done yet with things I wanted to do here, of course. Now that I had wheat, I wanted to see if I could pulverize it into dust and then make some dough out of it, and then some delicious bread. Or anything, really. When we reached back to Acorn's house, we didn't encounter any monsters either. Were they sleeping? If I wanted to tame something, I guess I would have to go out exclusively for that, and hunt down monsters, and then give them snacks so they stuck with me. So what do we do now? I guess we can try pulverizing these things. It's gonna be tiring work, but we'll do it while we cook something on the side, I said. Alright, said Acorn. I quickly decided to make some simple meal, making some porridge using the last pieces of meat in my inventory that I had from the crows we hunted the other day. I put them to boil with some basic spices, mushrooms, and acorns, all while I put several seeds over a bowl made out of my wood. Then I proceeded to also use my own hands, which were now encased in hard wood. Let's see. Hiya. Clash. 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 I spent around 20 minutes punching the seeds with all the strength I had. Acorn looked at me in surprise as he didn't know that this was how it was done. I only knew that windmills crushed the seeds into flour, but we didn't have the time for that here, so I just used my raw STR stat, which was very low. But more than enough to pulverize some puny seeds, hee. With just some more effort, after 20 minutes, some of the seeds were finally crushed, leaving tiny pieces of white grain over the wooden bowl. I continued hitting them as the porridge was made, and Acorn quickly began to serve it above the table. Time to eat, Lady Planta, please stop punching the grains. He cried. Oh. Is it already done? Okay. I joined Acorn over at the table and enjoyed some nice porridge with him. I gained some EXP out of making it as well. Acorn had made a nice herbal tea, sweetened with some honey, which made me think that I could also raise bees if I could. I wonder if I could get them and raise them into a big hive. Could I get a lot of honey out of it? Honey? Yeah, we raise them atop the trees. They let us take some honey sometimes, but we never take too much, said Acorn. Why? Do you want some? He wondered. I was wondering if it could be possible to collect a queen and make my own hive. I said. If I could produce more honey, we could sell it for some money, right? I wonder the same. But we never thought about selling things, we are mostly self-sufficient, he said. I guess that's right. It wouldn't be worth it to pester you people with the dumb things I come up with. I giggled. They're not dumb, he said. I think they're pretty cool. Your vision about things is always interesting, Lady Dryad. Ah, you think so, little Acorn? I giggled, while petting his head. I looked into the wheat, and found that the flour was almost ready. Perhaps I should bake something now or leave it for tomorrow. I guess I'll leave it for tomorrow. I was feeling tired in the real world already. Alright. I think this is it for now, Acorn, I'll be going out, I said. Okay, take care, Lady Dryad, he said adorably. Sure thing. I quickly logged off after that, as I opened my eyes in the real world. Sigh, the transition from game to reality was always a bit hard, it makes me a bit confused. The game was so realistic it really made me believe I was inside another world completely. Sigh, I wished my husband could be here to see this wonderful world with me. I decided to cuddle over my bed and sleep like a baby until the next morning.